Welcome to Novel Love Hearing. Get ready for heart-pounding action, thrilling adventures with fresh and unique elements, a touch of romance, and a dash of harem. Everything you're craving is right here. We're excited to have you join us on this journey. So come along to Novel Love Hearing, we're waiting for you. As a small favor, please consider sharing Novel Love Hearing with your friends, family, in YouTube comments, on Discord, Reddit, or anywhere else you hang out online. Happy listening, and enjoy the ride. If he left the assessment world now, he would at least get a B or even a B+ rating. This evaluation was decent for Doya and Noya, but for Songjian, it was still a bit too low. I must complete the golden main quest. Songjian thought to himself. Completing this golden side quest could at least boost him 2 ranks, enough to secure Songjian an S-level pass rating or better. Doya and Patshaw began to pick up the gold on the ground. In their eyes, the final boss and the blood of gold were probably out of their reach, so they might as well collect some golden jewelry to improve their pass ratings. These golden jewels have the attribute of dropping upon death. You all need to be careful, for if you die, you'll end up with nothing. Patshaw mocked Noya and Doya while picking up the golden jewelry. Humphrey, better take care of yourself first. Noya couldn't help but retort. The three's picking speed was far slower than the stone Gulu's devouring rate. By now, the gold color on Gulu's body had spread to his knees, and amazingly, the amount of golden jewelry on the ground didn't seem to have diminished at all, hinting at the vast wealth within the tomb. When the gold color had spread to Gulu's waist, the coffin on the high platform suddenly shook violently. An invisible force flung the coffin lid into the air, and a mummified corpse wearing a golden mask and holding a trident battle halberd, draped with a great red cloak, sat up from the coffin. The eyes of King Smolahan of the Smuraan kingdom blazed with furious flames. He swung his trident battle halberd, pointing at Songjian and his companions as he bellowed. "You shameful thieves, daring to steal the wealth of the Smuraan Empire? You all shall die." The treasures in the tomb had a mysterious connection with King Smolahan. Even the treasures placed into the bag's slot were perceivable by the king, as they all possessed the attribute of dropping upon death. Unless they killed King Smolahan and safely left the tomb, that mysterious link wouldn't disappear. No matter where the thieves of the treasures went, King Smolahan could track them through this link and kill them all to retrieve his wealth. The theft by the group hadn't disturbed King Smolahan initially, but Gulu's devouring completely assimilated the golden jewelry, integrating it with himself. If the amount was small, King Smolahan might not have noticed, but now Gulu had devoured so much that nearly 1/3 of the tomb's wealth was gone, awakening King Smolahan from his slumber. Realizing that 1/3 of his wealth was gone, King Smolahan could no longer contain himself. He leapt from his coffin, waving his trident battle halberd, venting his rage upon the group. Initially unaware of how his wealth had vanished, King Smolahan understood everything once he saw Gulu persistently swallowing more golden jewelry. "Die, monster!" King Smolahan hurled his trident battle halberd towards Gulu. A dazzling arc of lightning appeared in midair as the halberd turned into a streak of lightning, piercing Gulu's chest. Gulu, who had over 10,000 vitality points, saw his vitality points drop by 2/3 the instant the trident battle halberd pierced him. Nearly 2 meters in length, the halberd left less than a foot exposed, the rest buried in Gulu's chest. Crash! The stone Gulu let out a low roar as he crumbled, turning into hundreds of fist-sized rocks that rolled away in all directions. Chapter 1390, The Golden Giant in the Tomb Chamber. Hundreds of fist-sized stones rolled around. Some even made their way directly to the feet of King Smolahan and were crushed into powder by a stomp of his foot. This was a passive skill of the stone golem Gulu. When the damage it received exceeded a certain threshold, it would split apart, turning into countless fragments to distribute the damage. This skill not only reduced the damage by 20%, but as long as the core rock bearing the core was not destroyed, Gulu would not die even if all other fragments were obliterated. All the fragments scattered throughout the tomb chamber, and the moment they touched the golden jewels in the chamber, all at once, began to devour and merge with the surrounding gold. King Smolahan could feel the speed at which the golden treasures disappeared seemed to have accelerated significantly. The rate of absorption by the now fragmented Gulu was several times faster than before. Even Doya and Noya were staring dumbfounded. Just as they had bent down ready to pick up a piece of gold, it was as if the piece had grown legs and rolled toward the nearest stone, then slowly became part of it. Each stone had devoured several times its own volume of golden jewels, yet the size of the rocks had not increased in the slightest, merely changing from the original granite color to a golden hue. Soon, the tomb chamber was filled with hundreds of golden spheres, and the previously abundant golden treasures were now scarce, with only a few pieces remaining in the corners. Although the golden treasures in the tomb chamber were of no use to King Smolahan, they had accompanied him for tens of thousands of years. Plus, the stack of gold was enough to rival a nation's wealth. For King Smolahan, These golden treasures were the only things that reminded him of his once mighty empire, and now even these last memories were being stolen by these people. Gulu gulu. Countless fist-sized golden spheres began to converge toward the center. Shortly after, a golden giant nearly 5 meters tall appeared before everyone. Gulu's height has shrunk quite a bit. Could it be that it ate too much and has indigestion? Songjian speculated oddly as he looked at the golden giant before him. In fact, Gulu's body material had completely transformed by then, its strength alone being more than tenfold greater than when it was a stone elemental. Back then, it was merely stone, but now, it was metal, although the proportion of gold was still too high to reach the strength and toughness of an alloy. However, transforming from a stone elemental into a metal elemental was an enormous leap, akin to Black Dragon Komata having devoured a controllable mutation serum. You all shall die. I shall display your bodies as trophies in my tomb chamber, and your souls will forever be tormented by the eroding chill and demonic mists, wailing in eternal agony. King Smolahan was about to go mad with rage. He let out a roar, and with a wave of his right hand, the enchanted trident that had fallen due to Gulu's disintegration returned to his grasp. With a swing of the battle halberd, a mysterious force surged toward the tomb chamber door. Boom boom boom. The door let out a thunderous boom and shook violently. Normally, the bronze doors of the tomb chamber should have fully closed by now, cutting off any intruder's escape route. But since Songjian had flung open the bronze doors completely, triggering the mechanism, the doors could no longer close, which, by a stroke of luck, had left them an escape route. Seeing the doors wouldn't shut, King Smolahan intensified his efforts. Veins bulged on the hand clutching the battle halberd, and a rich undead aura emerged, writhing and extending like tentacles. However, even King Smolahan exerted all his strength, he couldn't close the bronze gate, only causing it to tremble violently. Songjian and his group initially didn't understand what King Smolahan was trying to do, but after a while, they seemed to have realized. Attack, it wants to close the gate, cutting off our retreat. Doya's face showed a look of fear as she shouted loudly, holding a magic staff, and released a string of arcane missiles at King Smolahan. Noya also began to chant spells hastily, and in no time, he had summoned a Gatling gun that was taller than a man and placed it in front of him. This Gatling gun, due to some mysterious power, needed no ammunition to load. Every 3 seconds, it would fire 5 bullets at the target, and it also came with a skill rapid fire, which could be activated to shoot continuously for 10 seconds. However, after that, it would need a cool-down period of 30 seconds, where it could only fire 1 bullet per second. Songjian looked in surprise at Noya and his Gatling gun, thinking to himself. This guy actually has a hidden profession, War Master, a profession I've only heard of but never seen before. Because it was the first time he had seen such a profession, Songjian couldn't help but take a few more looks at Noya, seeing that after summoning 1 Gatling gun, he didn't stop there, he continued to recite spells, and in no time, Noya had successively summoned 3 Gatling guns, placed in a triangular formation in front of him. The barrels of the 3 Gatling guns never stopped spewing flames. Each attack didn't deal high damage to King Smolahan, but as long as the Gatling guns weren't destroyed, the cumulative damage was quite substantial. This skill is very suitable for siege warfare, but he is still playing it too safe. At the very least, the placement of the Gatling gun should not be directly in front of him. Songjian thought to himself. However, he also understood Noya's thinking, having low defensive attributes, having these 3 Gatling guns in front of him could at least offer some protection. In times of danger, he could even sacrifice them to save his life. King Smolahan, when attacked, let out a low growl, giving up on continuing to close the bronze gate and instead plunged his battle halberd fiercely into the ground. A loud boom resonated as a burst of energy spread from the tail of the halberd, forming a semi-transparent protective shield that blocked all attacks. Awaken, my soldiers, and kill the invaders that have entered here. King Smolahan let out a low growl, and his cape fluttered as he leaped up into the air as if flying, hovering in midair. Crack, crack. Woo-yoo-yoo-yoo. One after another, undead soldiers emerged from the surrounding walls and floor, while the cold wind that swept across them midair coalesced into ghost soldiers that landed in the tomb chamber. In a short period, 60 to 70 level 100 elite level boss warriors appeared before everyone. Level 100, elite level bosses, so many of them, my god, I finally understand how those alien clan examinees failed. Doya cried out in astonishment, her face showing a fearful expression as she took several steps backward in succession. Chapter 1391, effortlessly slaying. Seeing so many monsters appear before them, everyone's face, except for Songjian's expressionless one, showed fear, with Patsha even flapping his wings directly to fly into midair. However, Patsha dared not approach King Smolahan but instead flew to the position closest to the bronze gate, as if ready to turn and flee as soon as something unfavorable happened. Boom, boom. Gulu, the metallic element, took large strides towards Song Jian. With each step it took, a deep footprint appeared on the floor, indicating that not only had it become shorter but also its weight seemed to have increased by more than tenfold. Song Jian couldn't help but open Gulu's attribute interface to check, and indeed, whether it was the strength attribute or the defense attribute, Gulu had improved a lot. Moreover, under the attribute interface, there was a prompt that this creature is in a state of devouring evolution. Clearly, having devoured so many golden treasures, Gulu's strength growth had not ended. Given a bit of time, its strength might see even more significant improvement. At this moment, Gulu already gave a very reliable impression. The nearly 10-meter-tall stone giant had been imposing but felt like it would crumble with one hit. Now, Gulu radiated dazzling golden light, its body surface no longer covered in rough rock edges, appearing smooth and polished. Anyone could tell that the improvement was substantial. This is only the first tier, and only after all these soldiers are wiped out will the boss enter the second tier. Noya looked eagerly at Song Jian, showing a pitiful expression while saying, "Song Jian, it's all on you now, we've come so far with great difficulty, I really don't want to leave in failure." At this moment, Noya also felt somewhat ashamed. Upon discovering that the mission involved the blood of gold, he harbored the thought of profiting from the windfall, but now, he realized how ludicrous that idea was. Coveting treasures beyond one's capabilities always leads to no good end. The words Patcha said before echoed in his ears once again, and this time, he finally understood that neither the golden side quest nor the blood of gold were things he could covet. Taking a deep breath, Noya, like Doya, slowly began to retreat, obviously giving up the thought of continuing to compete. At this point, they only wished to depend on Song Jian to complete the golden side quest and offset the punishment for the main quest's failure. With the sky-breaking sword in hand, Song Jian gently swung it forward. Thousands of spirit swords appeared around him, entwining with each other and darting across the air in front of him, within 10 meters. In a short time, a dazzling lotus with a diameter of over 10 meters, ablaze with raging red lotus karma fire, formed. Song Jian controlled the karmic fire red lotus sword formation and quickly flew towards the mummies and ghoul soldiers that had just gathered in front of him. The previous karmic fire red lotus sword formation took some time to form, and although it had a strong suction and soul lock, powerful creatures could still escape the confinement of the sword formation before it was fully established by relying on their formidable physical qualities. But now, with Song Jian's strength enhanced, especially after taking the controllable mutation serum, even the whiff of sword chi seemed manageable, let alone the karmic fire red lotus sword formation. Controlling the sword formation now felt much easier for him than before. Previously, it was impossible for him to hasten the sword formation's formation process, and he could only depend on the spirit sword of sky-breaking sword to control the formation naturally, but now, he could forcefully control it and accelerate its formation. The only flaw in the sword formation had now disappeared. One could see intense auras continuously emanating from the karmic fire red lotus sword formation. The powerful suction force was drawing in scattered golden jewels toward the formation. The moment they touched the formation, these treasures were instantly turned to ashes. The mummified corpses and spectral warriors strained to retreat, but in the face of the karmic fire red lotus sword formation, they were powerless and left trails on the ground as they were all pulled into the formation. Doya and Noya watched, eyes wide, as 60 to 70 elite level 100 bosses, which they perceived as unbeatable, were effortlessly dragged into the lotus sword formation. Then, they saw Song Jian, his face expressionless as if he hadn't expended much effort, and after a short while, the lotus sword formation slowly dissipated, leaving nothing on the ground but broken bodies. Some corpses and spectral warriors didn't leave any remains at all, they were completely cleansed by the red lotus karma fire. Elite level bosses with second tier peak strength had no resistance to the karmic fire red lotus sword formation. They were obliterated before even triggering the subsequent evolutionary stage of the formation. Keep in mind, 70 level 100 elite level bosses, compared to a single level 100 supreme level boss, is a far greater challenge for the other examinees. They would rather face a single supreme level boss than 70 level 100 elite ones. Even for the previous alien clan examinees, with their well-coordinated efforts, they might have had a chance at defeating a supreme level boss of the same level. But against 70 elite level bosses of the same level, the 12 alien clan examinees stood not the slightest chance of victory. However, to the karmic fire red lotus sword formation, a single level 100 elite level boss and 100 level 100 elite level bosses were effectively no different. Watching Song Jian easily obliterate so many elite level bosses, Doya and Noya's faces were etched with shock. In their eyes, Song Jian was powerful enough to possibly overcome dozens of elite level bosses, yet they had never imagined he would win with such ease. What you're holding, that's the battle halberd given to you by the gods, isn't it? Song Jian raised his head, fixing his gaze on King Smuran, who hovered midair. Feeling Song Jian's stare, King Smuran felt the unsettling intuition of being prey under a predator's gaze and conceded involuntarily. Indeed, this treasure was bestowed upon me by the gods, and it represents the legitimacy of the Smuran Empire. So, this is a divine artifact? Song Jian raised an eyebrow, a hint of a smile curling at his lips. Ha ha ha, mere mortal. King Smuran suddenly burst into laughter, pointing at Song Jian as he loudly jeered. Mortal, you dare covet a divine artifact? Forget a divine artifact, even a demigod artifact is not something mortals can covet. If this were truly an artifact endowed with divine power, any mortal who touched it would die instantly. That is the punishment for coveting a weapon with divine power. Really? Song Jian's mouth twisted into a disdainful smile. Between his eyebrows, an eye emitting a seven-colored divine light slowly opened, gazing directly at King Smuran. Chapter 1392 Contribution Rankings. In Song Jian's breaking illusion divine eye, there lay a hint of the dragon god's power, which his strength was originally utterly incapable of bearing. However, as the dragon god's power in the breaking illusion divine eye was bestowed by the dragon god himself, it wouldn't harm Song Jian. Despite this, Song Jian had still faced immense pressure previously and could only barely open a slit of the breaking illusion divine eye at first. But now, with Song Jian's greatly increased strength, the breaking illusion divine eye could be fully opened without any backlash, naturally exerting tremendous pressure on King Smuran. A foreign god, how can there be the aura of a foreign god? King Smuran seemed greatly astonished, and even the golden mask he wore on his face cracked with an evident line starting from his forehead. Impossible, even though tens of thousands of years have passed, this world has always been ruled by the 12-winged god of light, how can there be a follower of a foreign god here? King Smuran seemed to be greatly agitated, his body floating in midair also started to tremble slightly. Zila. A sound of shattering was heard, and the crimson cape behind King Smuran suddenly shattered into palm-sized pieces, fluttering in the air like butterflies dancing in the sky. King Smuran, having lost the buoyancy of his cape, fell to the ground. Dang! A clear clashing sound was heard as the golden mask, which already had a fine crack, fell from King Smuran's face and rolled onto the floor. King Smuran's mummy-like face revealed a look of panic and unease, and even the trident battle halberd in his hand seemed to have grown heavier. With the aid of the breaking illusion divine eye, King Smuran's attributes were displayed before Song Jian without any discrepancy. King Smuran, level 120, King level boss, attributes, strength 185, agility 150, vitality 210, spirit 220, intelligence 150. Faith points, 75 out of 100. Song Jian suddenly noticed that among King Smuran's attributes there was a faith points category. Originally, these faith points had a full value of 100, but now, as time passed, the faith points started to drop continuously. A moment ago, it was 75 points, and now it had fallen to 69. As King Smuran's faith points kept dropping, his equipment also began to be destroyed piece by piece. The cape and golden mask from before, now even the golden close-fitting battle armor he wore began to lose its luster. In Song Jian's breaking illusion divine eye, a burst of resplendent seven-colored divine light shone forth, and a roar as if from the dragon god resounded in the tomb. A beam of light shot straight out from the breaking illusion divine eye, striking King Smuran's body ruthlessly. This strike blasted King Smuran more than a dozen meters away. His body slammed hard against the central platform of the tomb chamber, and the nearby golden giant Gulu roared angrily, taking big strides toward King Smuran. Seeing that Song Jian had begun to battle with King Smuran, Patsha in midair also mustered courage. With a flutter of his wings, streaks of thunder power spread out from them. In no time, his wings were surging with plasma-like thunder power. Thunder flash. With a low growl from Patsha, his wings suddenly burst into dazzling electrical light, and two bolts of lightning arced through the air, shooting towards King Smuran. The lightning attack lasted a full 5 seconds. During this time, King Smuran's body was stiff, trembling non-stop as if enduring great damage. Damages of over 5,000 points each floated in succession above King Smuran's head, and in the span of 5 seconds, he had sustained nearly 50,000 points of damage. Although for King Smuran, with vitality points exceeding 10 million, 50,000 points of damage was minuscule. The 5 seconds of forced rigidity allowed Song Jian and the Golden Giant to inflict massive damage on King Smuran. Should we attack together? Noya, although unable to see King Smuran's specific attributes, could still see his king-level grade and vitality points. Such a boss was simply not something a person with second-tier peak combat power could withstand. The might of such a boss's skills was so great, that even a mere grazing hit could severely wound him. Doya glanced at her status bar. Smolahan's curse had already stacked to 15 layers. Looking again at King Smolahan's vitality points, Doya shook her head and said, "Our damage is too low, we might not even break through the boss's defense, and besides, staying here constantly threatens us with the curse. Once injured, we may really have to exit the assessment world." The curse of Smolahan left Doya and Noya daring not to get injured. Once injured, their vitality could not be restored, and they could only watch Songjian battle the boss alone. After using the lightning flash skill, Patshaw also entered a cool-down phase. Now lacking the ability to attack from a distance, he shared Doya's and Noya's worries. He dared not get close to the boss battle and could only wait from afar for the cool-down to end. However, after attacking once, a hint of joy involuntarily appeared in Patch's eyes, and he even stealthily glanced at Doya and Noya, feeling secretly pleased with himself. System, you caused 52,548 points of damage to King Smolahan, ranking second in total contribution points. Those who rank in the top 3 among the examinees after the battle will have their pass evaluation upgraded accordingly. This system notification had Patshaw secretly thrilled. With Songjian's strength, defeating this boss is just a matter of time. To be ranked second in the contribution ranking when the time comes, my pass evaluation will increase quite a bit. There were only 4 people present, meaning that one person would definitely not get an evaluation upgrade. With the boss's vitality points being limited, an extra attack doing more damage could change the contribution ranking, so Patshaw naturally would not remind Doya and Noya. Cool down over, Patshaw began to gather the power of thunder again, launching the skill Lightning Flash. Another batch of damage exceeding 50,000 points. Although weakened after using the skill, Songjian was holding the boss steady, so Patshaw naturally had no worries. Skycrack. With a light chant, Songjian swung the sky-breaking sword in his hand, channeling the trace of chaotic sword chi within him, and slashed fiercely at the boss. A war axe radiating with a desolate aura shimmered brilliantly in midair, slashing down fiercely as if shattering space itself, directly turning King Smolahan's battle armor into fragments, revealing the withered body inside. Crack, crack. Sounds of breaking continued to resound as streams of black aura erupted from the nose, mouth, and wounds of King Smolahan. "God, have you truly fallen?" King Smolahan cried out miserably, his faith points having plummeted below 50. Aside from the breastplate, the rest of the golden armor began to crack and slowly lose its luster. Chapter 1393, Wings of the God of Light. The reduction in faith points caused King Smolahan's strength to rapidly decline. The equipment on his body was getting damaged piece by piece. Although Songjian had exerted a lot of effort, more importantly, without the support of King Smolahan's faith, these pieces of equipment also began to rapidly vanish. If King Smolahan's faith had always been high, then even if his equipment was damaged in battle, it would still recover through the power of faith points. It could be said that King Smolahan, with full faith, and King Smolahan, who had lost his faith, were completely 2 different levels of bosses. In fact, this was also a hidden technique for passing the test. Examinees could use persuasion and various other means to undermine King Smolahan's faith points, greatly reducing his strength and making the battle much easier. Songjian, somewhat inadvertently, made King Smolahan sense the presence of another divine entity. It should be known that in the entire assessment world, there was only one divine being, the very 12-winged god of light that King Smolahan had always believed in. Suddenly sensing the presence of another foreign god directly led to the collapse of King Smolahan's faith. Having been isolated from the world for tens of thousands of years, King Smolahan now believed that his revered 12-winged god of light had fallen, and his faith points were dropping at an unprecedented rate. However, just when King Smolahan's battle armor was shattering and his vitality points had dropped to less than half, his faith points stalled at 30% and moved no further. Wrath of the King. King Smolahan roared angrily and swung his 3-pronged battle halberd fiercely onto the ground. Instantly, a violent aura, like a typhoon, blew out in all directions. Everyone within the tomb chamber immediately suffered continuous and unending damage. This is area damage. Damn it, get away quickly. Doya's face changed drastically as she hurriedly ran toward the exit of the tomb chamber. If it were any other team that hadn't fully opened the door to the tomb chamber, they could only bear the brunt of the boss's attack. Unable to recover their vitality points, a direct hit from the boss could wipe out the entire team. But now, Songjian, out of curiosity, had fully opened the door to the tomb chamber, providing a lifeline to the others. Everyone except for Songjian stumbled and scrambled out of the tomb chamber. Patshaw was bleeding profusely and rolled twice on the ground before lying motionless. If not for the slight rise and fall of his chest, one might mistake him for a corpse. On the other side, Noya and Doya, after rushing out of the tomb chamber, also looked utterly shaken. Their vitality points had plummeted to less than half. During their escape, they had endured the impact of the shockwaves at least 5 or 6 times. At this moment, Song Jian, seeing that the situation was not good, directly hid in the shattered divine realm. Only the golden giant Gulu bore the boss's attack, swinging his fists, smashing them down on King Smara'an's body. King Smara'an's attack lasted a full 15 seconds, and the interior of the tomb chamber seemed as if it had just experienced a typhoon. Almost all the items were destroyed, and even the floor was lifted, revealing the dark gray soil underneath. This attack incapacitated Doya and the others, stripping them of their ability to fight. They did not even dare to approach the tomb chamber and could only hide behind the bronze doors, eagerly watching a tall, golden figure in the chaotic tomb chamber fighting as one with King Smara'an. Thank goodness Song Jian made it through," Doya said with a lingering fear. "His attacks are so powerful, and his defense is so high, it's simply unimaginable. How does he do it?" Noya asked, full of surprise and doubt. "Everyone has their own secrets that they certainly wouldn't want others to know," Pat Shaw said softly, looking complicatedly at the interior of the tomb chamber. "I hope we never have to be enemies with him. Otherwise, it would be truly despairing." Noya sighed and completely abandoned any hope of competing with Song Jian for the blood of gold. "I was once only a step away from the blood of gold, but..." Noya shook his head, a shadow of sorrow in his heart. Such an opportunity might only come once in a lifetime, and now he could only watch as others snatched it away. Song Jian hid in the shattered divine realm for a full 30 seconds before emerging to see the golden giant Gulu, with fists clenched, locked in combat with Smara'an, which left him somewhat surprised. Before his evolution, the stone creature Gulu had been a hybrid of a meat shield and an earth-based mage, capable of both dealing and enduring damage, deft in using earth magic. But now, despite his dramatically increased attributes, he had lost the ability to use earth magic and could only fight with his fists. Could it be that Gulu can only be used as a pure meat shield from now on? Song Jian stroked his chin, pondering. If that's the case, Gulu's chances to fight might be even less than before. After all, there aren't many opportunities for him to take damage. King Smolahan bellowed, leaping into the air, bringing his trident down hard onto Gulu's shoulder, only to leave a white mark less than an inch deep. Previously, that strike might have been enough to tear off Gulu's arm. Boom. Gulu made no move to defend himself. As King Smolahan struck, Gulu took the opportunity to slam a heavy punch back. The punch made a muffled sound. King Smolahan's face changed, and he stumbled backwards 3 or 4 steps before regaining his balance. Faced with Gulu, who was twice his height, Smara'an found the battle exceedingly difficult. "It's time to end this." Song Jian, seeing that King Smolahan's vitality points had dropped below half, a smile flickered across his face. The king, whose faith had plummeted to 30%, had suffered a sharp decline in strength. He was now not even as strong as a peak-level overlord boss, and the strike heavens opening had severely wounded him. If he wasn't an undead creature, that blow might have completely robbed him of his ability to fight. Karmic Fire Red Lotus Sword. With a thought, countless spirit swords appeared out of nowhere, weaving and dancing above Song Jian's head. In no time, a 10-jong-long, sharp sword appeared above him, its tip aimed directly at King Smolahan's brow. All at once, Smara'an had the sensation that his soul was locked in, as though no matter where he tried to flee, he could not escape the next strike. "God of Light, have you truly forsaken me?" King Smolahan, with a face filled with sorrow, knelt down, resting on his trident, and wept loudly. At that moment, a grayish phantom materialized behind him, resembling the image of the 12-winged god of light depicted in the tomb's frescoes. However, this phantom was far too faint. Without careful scrutiny, one might find it hard to recognize it as the phantom of the 12-winged god of light. A powerful surge of energy streamed from behind King Smolahan. Soon, the phantom of the god of light condensed into countless flows of energy, converging behind the king. Before long, 6 pairs of massive wings of light appeared on King Smolahan's back, nearly identical to the wings of the god of light in the frescoes. "My god, you have finally answered my prayers." King Smolahan, feeling the overwhelming power within him, stood up. His faith instantly recovered from 30% to 60%, and his combat power began to rise steadily. However, just as King Smolahan stood up, his expression changed drastically. The wings of the 12-winged god of light behind him emitted a cracking sound, and inexplicably, a pair of those heavenly wings shattered. This sudden turn of events made King Smolahan, who had just regained his momentum, pause in disbelief and look back at his own wings. Chapter 1394, The Golden Sacred Lion Demon Binding Seal Bang. There was another crisp sound as the second pair of wings began to shatter. King Smolahan's aura, which had begun to swell after the first pair of wings broke, had already stopped, And now, with the second pair of wings shattered, his aura slowly began to fall. No, this is impossible, impossible. A horrified expression appeared in King Smolahan's eyes. He believed the shattering of the divine wings must be due to his faith value, and his heart was seized with terror. How come these wings look so much like my chaotic heavenly wings? Song Jian's eyebrows slightly furrowed. The phantom wings on the back of King Smolahan were almost identical to his chaotic heavenly wings, both intermixed with black and white colors. Only the so-called 12-winged god of light's wings numbered 12, whereas Song Jian had only 4. If my chaotic heavenly wings were elevated to the top level, would they become 12-winged god of light's wings? Song Jian thought to himself. King Smolahan's second pair of wings had completely broken, and the surface of the third pair had also begun to show cracks. Thankfully, his faith value had risen to 60%, and eventually, the third pair of wings did not completely shatter. They just appeared full of cracks, like a piece of porcelain about to break. With a thought from Song Jian, the chaotic heavenly wings instantly appeared on his back, looking almost identical to the wings behind King Smolahan. "Smaraam, take a good look at what's on my back," shouted Song Jian loudly. King Smolahan, whose aura had stopped weakening, widened his eyes in disbelief upon seeing the chaotic heavenly wings on Song Jian's back. How could this be? How do you also have the wings of the god of light when you clearly believe in a different deity? How can it be? King Smolahan shouted with a shocked expression. Your god has long since fallen. Smaraam. Song Jian roared. Although he didn't know the actual situation, it didn't hinder Song Jian from continuing to attack King Smolahan's faith. Up until now, Song Jian had already determined that the boss's strength was directly proportional to his faith value. When the faith value was at its peak, his strength was at its pinnacle. When the faith value declined, his strength greatly decreased. Therefore, Song Jian tried every means to shake the opponent's confidence in their revered deity, causing their faith value to plummet. Indeed, seeing the chaotic heavenly wings on Song Jian's back, combined with Song Jian's verbal assaults, caused King Smaraam's faith value, which had already reached 60%, to drop once again. Crack. The already cracked third pair of wings emitted a crisp shattering sound as the two wings broke apart like glass, turning into myriad glinting fragments that drifted down. No. King Smolahan let out a piercing scream. The change in faith value was not under his control. As he began to doubt the existence of his deity from the bottom of his heart, his faith value involuntarily plummeted. A smile appeared on the corner of Song Jian's mouth. At this moment, King Smolahan's aura had dropped to the command level, no longer possessing the formidable power of his previous sovereign state. Karmic Fire Red Lotus 10,000 Swords Art. Song Jian let out a light drink, as hundreds of spirit swords appeared out of thin air, floating to the left and right of his body. At this moment, his sword chi value had not fully recovered, so he was unable to unleash the Karmic Fire Red Lotus 10,000 Swords Art. However, with the enhancement of his strength, his control over the 1,000 Swords Art had become more and more proficient. Now, he began to attempt using the spirit swords as material to construct a sword formation that was recorded in the Sword Array Atlas. Sacred Lion Demon Binding Seal. A solemn expression appeared on Song Jian's face as he controlled the spirit swords, laboriously constructing the Sacred Lion sword formation. Constructing a sword formation was originally an extremely draining task, and using spirit swords as materials made it even more difficult. Initially, Song Jian did not have the ability to do so, but after ingesting the controlled mutated serum, his strength greatly increased. In particular, his control over skills he had already mastered was distinctly strengthened, and so he began to prepare to try out a previous idea, using spirit swords as materials to build a sword formation. Using spirit swords as materials for the sword formation was not only extremely convenient, but it could also enhance the power of the sword formation. Once successful, it would become another trump card for Song Jian. As the spirit swords danced in the air, continuously merging into a ball of golden light, in a short while, a lion covered in golden mane leapt out from the ball of light with a roar towards King Smolahan. At that moment, King Smolahan was still doubting the existence of the 12-winged god of light and had not noticed a mighty golden lion, over 3 meters tall and over 5 meters long, pouncing towards him. Only when the golden lion charged in front of him did King Smolahan snap back to his senses. He waved the tri-pronged battle halberd in his hand and fought with the golden lion. The golden sacred lion inherently possesses demon-breaking properties, and Smolahan, being an undead monster, is restrained by it. Although this is only my first successful construction of the formation, and there is much room for improvement in the Sacred Lion Demon Binding Seal, such a lion is enough for Smolahan to deal with. Song Jian thought to himself and waved the sky-breaking sword in his hand, casting waves of sword chi towards King Smolahan. As time passed, The vitality points of King Smolahan continued to decrease, while traces of the force of death's erosion began to appear on the golden sacred lion. Song Jian could distinctly feel that the core of the sacred lion demon binding seal formation was starting to suffer damage. It's still too fragile. The core was not constructed stably, which has led to significant flaws in the formation. Song Jian ceased attacking the boss. Now that the boss's vitality points had fallen to 1/3, with less than 3 million vitality points remaining, killing it would only require a move of the Thousand Swords art. Moreover, Song Jian's sword chi value had now fully recovered, but what he now hoped for more was to find the shortcomings in his use of sword chi to construct formations during battle. Once again condensing hundreds of spirit swords, Song Jian found that the more spirit swords merged, the greater the power of the summoned formation. Although it was temporarily incomparable to the karmic fire red lotus sword formation, Song Jian believed that with the improvement of his proficiency in constructing formations, there was still a lot of room for enhancement in the sacred lion demon binding seal formation. Crack! A crisp tearing sound rang beside Song Jian's ear, and the golden sacred lion fighting King Smolahan froze for a moment, then was sent flying by a halberd strike. The core of the formation shattered, causing the sacred lion demon binding seal to no longer maintain its form. The golden lion that was sent flying shook violently, and in an instant, disintegrated completely. The core of the formation was destroyed, and the energy cycle was broken. The formation could no longer be maintained, but this was merely Song Jian's first attempt at using spirit swords as materials to construct a formation. The moment the formation shattered, Song Jian had already started summoning spirit swords again, reconstructing the sacred lion demon binding seal formation. Chapter 1395, Genuine and high-quality replica. Just as King Smolahan destroyed the formation, Song Jian, who was far away, had already started constructing another sacred lion demon binding seal. As long as the sword chi value kept flowing incessantly, the spirit sword would also be ceaseless, and so would the materials needed to construct the formations. Soon, the second sacred lion demon binding seal was constructed. This time, the size of the golden lion was smaller than the first, but the core of the formation was even more robust. With a roar, the newly constructed golden lion continued to charge at King Smolahan. Just as it approached the king, a burst of golden flame spewed from the mouth of the golden lion, striking the king's chest fiercely, immediately exploding with more than 30,000 points of damage. Not bad. I optimized some of the core aspects of the formation, and that actually introduced some pleasing changes. Song Jian revealed a hint of joy on his face, directly taking out an elixir from his bag and swallowing it. This was an elixir exchanged at the Imperial Sword Sect to accelerate the recovery of sword chi value. Usually, Song Jian would hesitate to use it, but he couldn't worry about that now. Glancing at King Smolahan, who was still fighting with the golden lion in the distance, Song Jian closed his eyes slightly, sat down cross-legged, and began to rapidly recover his sword chi value. After a short while, Song Jian stood up, controlled the spirit sword, and continued to construct the sacred lion demon binding seal. Soon, another golden lion appeared in front of Song Jian. Looking at this smaller-sized golden lion, Song Jian shook his head slightly, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. With a wave of his hand, this golden lion roared and rushed towards King Smolahan. At that moment, the king had to face two golden lions simultaneously, instantly feeling a surge of pressure. It's not just about the core components, there are many details I haven't taken into account, like the energy transfer efficiency, the energy conversion speed of the nodes, the overall stability of the structure. Song Jian thought to himself, as he took another elixir and tossed it into his mouth, feeling the surging sword chi in his body converging towards his danshan. A bottle of sword chi value recovery elixir had a total of 12 pills, requiring 500 contribution points to purchase. For someone like Song Jian, who was often not present at the sect to complete sect missions, such elixirs could only be used as a trump card, not for everyday consumption. However, at this moment, Song Jian was in a state of enlightenment, seemingly with flashes of inspiration passing through his mind, but unable to grasp them. This made Song Jian feel somewhat anxious. The sword chi value within him continued to surge, with countless spirit swords floating around his body. Just then, Song Jian somehow controlled a whiff of chaos sword chi generated from practicing the chaos sword cannon to condense into a spirit sword. This spirit sword didn't burn with a dark red lotus karma fire on its surface like the previous ones did. The sword looked dull without any luster, appearing like a common iron sword. Yet staring at this grey long sword, excitement gradually spread across Song Jian's face. With the chaos sword as the core, the stability of the formations constructed would definitely greatly enhance, and there might even be some unexpected surprises. Just like how the second golden lion could spew out golden flames, each qualitative improvement in the formation would enhance additional functionalities of the formation. With a thought, countless spirit swords converged into a dazzling golden orb, then hundreds more spirit swords, like swallows returning to their nests, swarmed towards this orb of golden light. Finally, the inconspicuous gray sword also merged into the golden orb. Boom! A loud blast suddenly erupted in Song Jian's mind, increasing the mental pressure he felt. Managing 2 sacred lion demon binding seals was already somewhat stressful, but now, Song Jian felt as if his mind was about to explode, with mental pressure right on the edge of a cliff, on the verge of collapsing. How could this happen? Song Jian wiped off the fresh blood streaming from his nose, his face revealing an unsightly expression. According to his estimation, his mental strength should have been more than sufficient to control 5 sacred lion demon binding seals, so why did he already feel overwhelmed after the third one? Just then, a 2-meter-long lion, roughly the size of an average adult lion, leapt out from the golden sphere. This lion emitted a dark gold glow all over its body, its fur, facial features, and limbs looked exactly like a real lion. Compared to the 2 golden lions already battling the boss, this one seemed to be a genuine lion, while the first 2 seemed like high-quality replicas. Indeed, without comparison, there's no harm done. Song Jian, enduring the throbbing pain in his head, controlled the newly summoned golden lion and charged towards the boss. Whoosh! Almost the instant Song Jian issued the command, the golden lion dashed to the boss with almost teleport-like speed, leapt high, and ferociously clawed King Smolahan's face, then bit into its neck and tore off a large piece of withered flesh. This speed left not only King Smolahan unable to react, but also gave Song Jian quite the scare. The previous speed was so fast that even Song Jian would probably not have been able to react in time. Even a legendary level powerhouse might not have such speed, right? A look of shock crossed Song Jian's face, but it was quickly replaced by a look of excited joy. The golden lion's attack had completely stunned King Smolahan. Though it couldn't feel pain, having a golden lion pounce on its face did wound its pride quite severely. At that moment, King Smolahan's cheek had 4 or 5 bloody marks, nearly half of its face was disfigured. Originally resembling a dried corpse, it now looked even more terrifying. "You are seeking death," roared King Smolahan, as its wings erupted with a burst of dazzling light, with energy visibly surging from the wings into its body. It's gearing up for a powerful move. Song Jian's heart went cold as he quickly retreated backward. Boom! A large amount of black gas suddenly burst out from King Smolahan's body, accompanied by a foul stench. Song Jian merely took a slight whiff before he felt dizzy and saw stars, and even his status bar showed a severe poison status. It's important to note that Song Jian's innate ability immortal body was immune to all toxins and debuffs. Yet, even so, a severe poison status appeared, which just showed how potent the toxins within the black fog were. Watching his vitality points drop by 1,000 points per second due to the severe poison status, Song Jian hastily chugged down a bottle of advanced healing potion and retreated even faster towards the direction of the bronze gate. In a short while, the entire tomb chamber was engulfed in the black poison gas. After escaping the range of the poison, Song Jian's immortal body finally took effect, the severe poison status disappeared, and his vitality points began to slowly recover. The tomb chamber was now pitch dark, and the only things that could be heard were King Smolahan's continuous roars and the sounds of battle. For the moment, Song Jian could only wait patiently outside the tomb chamber for the black poison gas to disperse. Glancing at Doya and the other 2 hiding nearby, Song Jian thought to himself. This move, if it were anyone else, they would probably have been wiped out immediately. Chapter 1396 Hatred and Chaos. This black fog. Doya gazed at the spreading black fog within the tomb chamber, feeling a sudden surge of terror, as if the dark mist before her was a monstrous beast ready to pounce at any moment. It's potent, and highly toxic. Ordinary people could be instantly killed. Song Jian whispered, even he, who had immunity to toxin damage, was suffering a loss of 1,000 vitality points per second. If other people were enveloped by the toxic fog, dazed and confused, they would likely turn into dried corpses within seconds. There's definitely more than just poison in here, surely it contains some kind of damage that even an immortal body can't be immune to. Song Jian thought to himself. As the black fog spread, strangely enough, when it reached the bronze gate, it seemed as though a mysterious force repelled it, restricting its dispersion solely within the chamber. Witnessing this scene, Doya and the others all looked towards Song Jian, their hearts filled with shock. Why did Song Jian know to open all the doors beforehand? If it were someone else, they probably would have just pushed open a gap wide enough to enter. Doya was puzzled, but she didn't know how to ask the question, as it seemed like a personal secret. Actually, Song Jian was merely curious at first, and when he realized he wasn't strong enough to fully open the gate on his own, he instinctively thought of the stone creature Gulu. Otherwise, he wouldn't have summoned Gulu, and then Gulu wouldn't have devoured all the golden jewels within the tomb chamber. Song Jian did know that Gulu could devour minerals to enhance its strength. Back in the purple crystal mine, Gulu was able to consume the crystals to become more powerful. But for Gulu, already at a commanding level, to level up again required an astronomical amount of high-quality minerals, and even as a city lord, Song Jian did not have such wealth. This assessment task, even if he failed, had been incredibly lucrative for Song Jian. Not only did he manage to enhance the strength of his 2 combat pets, but he himself had also taken a dose of mutated serum that greatly increased his power. This was no less rewarding than an S-rank combat power assessment prize. Besides, there's still another dose of mutated serum I haven't taken yet. Even if I can't bring it out of the assessment world, and only use it to improve my passing grade, it should at least boost my rank by 1 level. Song Jian contemplated. However, my biggest gain this time is mastering the method of using spirit swords as materials to construct formations, including the Karmic Fire Red Lotus Sword formation and the Sacred Lion Demon Binding Seal constructed with spirit swords. Sadly, the Demon Suppression Seal I grasped is an incomplete formation that can't be built with any materials, let alone with spirit swords. To construct a formation with spirit swords, one must completely understand the entire structure of the formation, the flow of energy within it, and every little detail involved in its creation. Only then can spirit swords replace traditional materials to construct the formation. With incomplete knowledge of a formation, one shouldn't even think about constructing one with spirit swords. Just then, from within the black fog, a piercing scream from King Smaran suddenly rang out, and at the same time, Song Jian instantly lost contact with his 2 Sacred Lion Demon Binding Seal formations. A grunt escaped him, and blood involuntarily trickled from Song Jian's nostrils, his head buzzing as if a bomb had exploded inside. This was caused by a backlash from the 2 formations being suddenly destroyed. Strange, I didn't feel the core of the formations being damaged before, so why were they destroyed in an instant? Wiping the blood that reached his lips, Song Jian frowned deeply. The black fog remained as dense as ever, and Song Jian immediately opened his breaking illusion divine eye in an attempt to discern the situation of the battle inside the chamber. However, it seemed that a mysterious power within the fog was obstructing his vision. Song Jian could now only barely make out 2 figures battling in the fog, one resembling the Sacred Lion and the other the boss. At this moment, the Sacred Lion's movements had slowed down, no longer exhibiting its ghostly speed from before, while the boss, King Smaran, was relentlessly swinging his battle halberd and unleashing various skills, continuously bombarding the Sacred Lion with attacks. The 2 golden holy lions were wiped out before, probably because the boss unleashed a powerful move. Song Jian speculated. Luckily, at the end, I constructed a perfect golden holy lion using the chaos sword, otherwise, the boss might have broken out. The black fog seems to have thinned out. Doya, who had been watching the tomb chamber all along, suddenly spoke. Song Jian closed his eye of dispelling delusion and looked towards the black fog. Indeed, the fog inside the chamber had become much lighter than before. Soon, the black fog completely dispersed, and a golden holy lion covered in scars appeared before Song Jian. This time, the golden holy lion, glowing with a dark gold light, was covered with black scars from which a black aura continuously seeped out. One of its 4 paws had been chopped off, and it barely supported its body on 3 legs. Roar. Although covered in scars, the golden holy lion maintained a high fighting spirit and let out an angry roar at King Smolahan, continuing to pounce towards him. On the other side, King Smolahan looked even more pitiful than the golden holy lion, his body riddled with sharp claw marks, one of his eyes even blinded, and his vitality points had dropped below 3 million. Also, one of his wings had been torn off, and the other was broken and hanging limp. To have fought the boss to such an extent within the black toxic fog, the power of the Sacred Lion Demon Binding Seal has far exceeded my expectations. Song Jian revealed a surprised smile, but he also understood that this was partially because he had fully grasped the construction details of the Sacred Lion Demon Binding Seal, and partially because he used a Chaos Sword as the core of the formation, which virtually elevated the entire formation by an entire tier, creating the current regrettable situation. The testing of the formation is nearly complete, now, it is time to end your life, said Song Jian in a low voice, holding the sky-breaking sword and slowly walking towards the tomb chamber. At this moment, after exchanging glances, both Doya and Noya drew their weapons and followed behind Song Jian, entering the tomb chamber. You should know that participating in killing a boss and not participating yields different evaluation ratings. Even if you caused only a slight damage to the boss, it's still considered as participating in the whole process. Seeing the actions of Doya and Noya, Patsha became a bit anxious. She flapped her wings and flew towards the boss, unleashing 2 thunderous strikes with her wings onto the boss. Watching a damage number close to 80,000 floating up from the boss's head, Patsha's heart soared with joy. It was a critical strike. However, before her joy could fade, she saw King Smolahan raise his head abruptly, his two blood-red eyes fixating on Patsha, baring his sharp fangs and readying an attacking stance. How is this possible? I only hit it once, how could I have grabbed all the aggro from the boss? Patsha suddenly felt a chill all over, her face the very image of wanting to cry but lacking the tears. Aggro chaos, the boss's aggro is all over the place. Patsha let out a shrill scream, then turned tail and ran. Even though the boss was already low on health, Patsha couldn't survive one of its hits now. Hearing Patsha's cry of aggro chaos, Doya and Noya, who had already rushed towards the boss, hit the brakes abruptly, halting in their tracks, a look of surprise and uncertainty in their eyes. Chapter 1397 Hate Confusion is a passive skill that certain special bosses have, which causes their hate value to become chaotic when their vitality points drop to a certain level, randomizing targets among the enemies that deal damage to them. When hunting a boss as a team, the most troublesome scenario is encountering this situation. A main tank usually holds the boss's aggro firmly, but once hate confusion is triggered, the boss will abandon the attack on the mount and choose to attack other players, especially troublesome if it targets ranged or healing classes. For the team, it's nothing short of a disaster. Hunting a boss with hate confusion skill not only requires team strength but also a great deal of luck. Facing such a formidable boss as King Smolahan, besides Songjian, anyone else could be instantly killed. Hearing Patsha's loud shout of hate confusion, Doya and Noya, who were originally charging towards the boss, hoping to snatch the last hit, simultaneously stopped in their tracks, exchanged glances, and retreated slowly, visibly shaken. Luckily that guy is a bit faster than me. The same thought rose in their minds at the same time. Patsha, now the target, was frantically dodging the attacks of King Smolahan. Although the king, wielding a trident battle halberd, belonged to a melee or semi-ranged class, his attack range covered nearly the entire tomb chamber, with only a few spots as his blind spots. But for Patsha, locked on by the hate, there was no such thing as a blind spot, as King Smolahan relentlessly pursued him wherever he fled. Save me, save me. Patsha's face was a mask of desperation, performing various aerial maneuvers in the air, dodging the powerful energy waves behind him. Songjian squinted, glanced at Doya and Noya, and chuckled. Those two had been freeloading the whole time, barely contributing, and had even thought about snatching the final blow. If the boss's hate had locked onto either of them, Songjian wouldn't have bothered to save them. Yet Patsha was different. He had been assisting all along. Although his help wasn't much, Songjian appreciated it. Thousand Swords Art. Songjian pointed with his right hand, and countless spirit swords flew towards the boss, completely surrounding it and instantly blocking its line of sight. I'm going to kill you all. King Smolahan became increasingly frantic, seemingly sensing his impending destruction and making a desperate effort, using his body to collide with the flying spirit swords. In no time, King Smolahan's body was covered in sword marks, the black ore leaking from his wounds almost wrapping him up, making him appear like a dense black fog running everywhere. Songjian continuously reduced the boss's vitality points by over 1,000,000 before finally drawing its hate onto himself. Patsha, scared stiff, had been hit several times by the boss's chi energy. Considering that the curse effect on him had already stacked up to 15 layers, even after consuming all his recovery potions his vitality points had only recovered to about 60%. If the boss attacked him twice more, he feared he would be kicked out of the assessment world. Close, so close. Patsha collapsed against the bronze door, his eyes full of fear. To be expelled from the assessment world at this point would truly be failing at the brink of success. Patsha looked at Songjian with immense gratitude. If not for Songjian desperately using Thousand Swords Art to block the boss, he would have probably been killed by the boss and forced to leave already. Now Patsha didn't dare attack the boss anymore, but could only hide on the side. However, he had secured the second place on the boss damage contribution leaderboard. Unless Doya and Noya could snatch the last hit on the boss, it was unlikely they would surpass him. Songjian would never let you snatch the final blow, let alone touch the boss. If you're not afraid of dying, you can give it a try. Patsha glanced at Doya and Noya, and his eyes brimmed with thick mockery upon seeing the frustration on their faces. As long as one inflicted damage on the boss, even just a little, they had the right to loot the spoils. Although these two might not dare to compete with the boss for treasures, this was, after all, the assessment world. Even if Songjian killed them, as long as they grabbed a piece of treasure, it would be a huge profit, since they might even have completed golden side quests by then. The Karmic Fire Red Lotus Sword, slash. With a light shout, the dancing spirit swords suddenly converged above the head of the boss. In no time, a huge long sword, about 30 meters in length, fiercely slashed down towards the top of the boss's head. Don't even think about it. The boss showed a ferocious expression, and all the wings on his back burst open at the same time. The surging power flowed entirely into the body of the boss. It swung the divine war halberd in its hand, meeting the overhead longsword head-on. Boom! With a loud noise, the karmic fire red lotus sword, upon collision with the halberd, instantly dissipated, causing Song Jian's eyebrows to furrow. King Smolahan burst into hearty laughter, but this attack had also cost him nearly 300,000 vitality points. Too bad, Song Jian said softly. If that sword had struck true, it could have instantly slain the boss, but the halberd in its hand was a gift from the gods, just like the Eye of Dispelling Delusion, containing a sliver of the divine power of the 12-winged god of light. It was not something that an ordinary karmic fire red lotus sword array could contend with. Since I can't kill you instantly, then I'll just grind you down. Song Jian snorted coldly, and along with the golden holy lion and the golden giant Gulu at his side, they all pounced towards the boss. The boss, with less than 1,000,000 vitality points left, quickly lost its last chance to struggle under Song Jian's attacks. When its body limply fell, a drop of blood shining with golden light floated up from its corpse. At the same time, around its corpse burst forth 5 or 6 items shimmering with golden and purple light. Although these items couldn't be taken out of the assessment world, they could enhance the evaluation for passing the level. System: the final boss of the Golden Side quest was slain. The quest item, Golden Blood, is about to appear. The person who ultimately obtains the Golden Blood will greatly enhance their passing evaluation. This system prompt was rather sinister. Had it been another team that struggled to kill the boss, this prompt could have led to infighting over the treasure, turning allies against each other for the drop of Golden Blood, but for Song Jian, this wasn't a danger at all. Song Jian simply walked over to the corpse and took the drop of Golden Blood into his palm, then turned to Pat Shaw, who had come over, and said, "The rest of the stuff is yours." "Thanks, boss." Pat's face lit up with joy. After killing the boss and ranking second on the contribution list, his evaluation for passing the level jumped up 2 grades, which was a pleasant surprise for him. Moreover, completing the Golden Side quest after killing the boss boosted his evaluation by an entire tier. "The quest is complete, we can leave now," Song Jian told the 3 of them. He directly pocketed the Golden Blood into his bag without even showing the others its attributes. Chapter 1398, The Blood of Gold. Noya gazed at the Golden Blood with an eager expression, and he glanced at Doya by his side, only to find her calm, her eyes not even flickering. "Sadly, this is probably the closest I've ever been to the Golden Blood," Noya said, his eyes filled with regret. "Song Jian, thank you for this time. I hope we have the chance to work together again in the future," Doya said with a smile to Song Jian, waved to him, and her figure slowly vanished. By completing the Golden Side quest, Doya's assessment rating would at least reach B grade. Coupled with the beasts she killed and the items she obtained in the assessment world, Doya's combat power assessment would be at least B+ or even. For Doya, this was an unexpected delight. "Boss, thank you. When you visit the city of Elf Song next time, contact me, I'll be sure to treat you well." Pat Shaw flapped his wings twice, a reluctant look crossing his face as he looked at the plasma flowing on them. "That's fine, who knows what will happen when we meet next time," Song Jian said with a smile. He waved to Pat Shaw. Although he was from the alien clan, he seemed much more reliable to Song Jian than the NPCs from the human race. After Pat Shaw left the assessment world, the power of the pet contract between him and Song Jian also dissipated slowly. After all, Pat Shaw was not a real beast, so it was impossible for him to become Song Jian's pet in the game world. The alien clan examinees could be said to have been utterly wiped out, with Pat Shaw as the only exception. If he hadn't whimsically switched to the beast camp, he wouldn't have become Song Jian's pet. Apart from completing the Golden Side quest and obtaining the boss's spoils other than the Golden Blood, Song Jian also had a share in the contribution points from the beasts he killed along the way, as well as the inner cores he devoured. At the end of the assessment, there would be an overall evaluation. This time, Pat's assessment rating would definitely be much higher than Doya's, possibly reaching A or even. If it weren't for the fact that the main quest wasn't completed, dropping 3 levels, he might even have had the chance to aim for an S grade or higher. "Song Jian, are you willing to sell that drop of Golden Blood?" Noya asked, approaching him with a hopeful look. "Oh, you want to buy it?" Song Jian wore a half-smiling, half-mocking expression. Both Doya and Pat Shaw knew that treasures like the Golden Blood were not something they could covet. Such a treasure, even if traded for a 5th-level city, the owner would not likely make the exchange. The Golden Blood was also known as the Blood of the Divines. Its use could imbue one's bloodline with a trace of divine power, becoming akin to a demigod. Such beings were symbols of invincibility among ordinary humans. There were multiple historical records of the Golden Child wielding a demigod artifact or even a god artifact, slaying demons in epic tales. I am willing to offer 100 million doomsday coins. Noya gritted his teeth and said. 100 million doomsday coins? Song Jian was startled, his face showing a scornful expression. At the present, most God-favored ones, the players, had generally low levels, the vast majority hovering around level 80, and many had not yet dealt with currency more advanced than doomsday coins, such as purple crystals. Therefore, most transactions among God-favored ones, or between God-favored ones and NPCs, were still conducted with doomsday coins. To the average player, Noya's offer of 100 million doomsday coins was already a considerable fortune, but to Song Jian, it seemed like an attempt to swindle him like a child. I'll give you 1 billion, just give me 1 drop of golden blood. Song Jian said sternly, huffing. Noya's face turned red immediately, and just as he was about to say something, Song Jian coldly said. Even if you have completed the golden side quest, if I kill you now, your assessment rating will be reduced, and then, don't even think about getting a C grade. Noya suddenly felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured from his head to his tail, his previously eager mood immediately cooled down. He glanced at Song Jian and his figure started to slowly fade away and disappear. Song Jian could feel the intense malice emanating from Noya. After leaving the assessment world, Noya would definitely announce in the game world that Song Jian had obtained the golden blood, and might even do everything possible to snatch the golden blood from his hands. When everyone had left, Song Jian took out the golden blood again, his face filled with regret. This drop of golden blood looked like a liquid, but it was actually very hard, even harder than a golden diamond. Holding it in his hand, he immediately felt a cool breath being transmitted from the golden blood. The golden blood could be directly consumed, and after consumption, all attributes would rise by 50 points. Just this benefit alone would be enough to drive everyone in the game world insane. However, a 50-point increase in all attributes was actually the least impressive feature of the golden blood. The second attribute was that it allowed one to break through to the legendary realm without any bottlenecks, as long as they reached the required level. It should be known that breaking through to the legendary realm at Tier 3 combat power did not require any battle assessments or evaluations. It needed each person to comprehend their own path of cultivation. There were many who had been stuck at the pinnacle of Tier 3 combat power for decades without a breakthrough, and even for the gods chosen, achieving a breakthrough to the legendary realm was not that easy. But with the golden blood, such bottlenecks did not exist. As long as one reached level 120, they could be directly promoted to the legendary realm. For people in the game world, especially those stuck at the peak of Tier 3 combat power for decades, this was a treasure they would go bankrupt to possess. The third attribute was even more enviable, allowing the one who consumed it to possess a trace of divine power and contain the foundation for becoming a god. This, in fact, was already on par with being a demigod. If someone at the pinnacle of the legendary realm consumed this drop of golden blood, in no time at all, there would likely be a new demigod-level powerhouse emerging in the game world. As long as they could comprehend the power of law, they could directly ignite the divine flame and step onto the altar of the gods, becoming a new deity. The temptation to become a god was something no strong being in the world could resist. It was just a pity that among the properties of the golden blood, there was a final line that appeared in red text for Song Jian, a restrictive reminder. This item is for the exclusive use of creatures in the game world. In other words, this treasure that everyone coveted and would eagerly consume once obtained was unusable by the gods chosen, that is, the players. Could it be that they fear players growing too rapidly and overpowering all the natives in the game world? Song Jian furrowed his brows and secretly guessed in his heart. In reality, the power of the players had already been growing larger and larger. The mere act of being able to level up from slaying monsters left the NPCs of the game world far behind. 2 to 3 years of effort by the players could catch up with decades of hard work by NPCs. From any perspective, this was a blatant unfairness, and no wonder the NPCs were now spontaneously beginning to resist the players. The NPCs felt a mix of envy and jealousy, as well as a strong sense of caution, towards these people favored by the gods. What should I do with it now? Could it really be that I can only increase the evaluation during the assessment pass? Song Jian sighed and looked at the golden blood in his hand that emitted an unusual glow, his heart filled with hesitation. Chapter 1399, Passing Evaluation. The golden blood was a precious treasure, but players couldn't use it, which somewhat surprised Song Jian. After pondering for a moment, Song Jian tried giving the golden blood to his battle pets, Black Dragon Komata and the golden giant Gulu, only to find that they couldn't use the golden blood either. Could it be that the golden blood can only be used by NPCs in the game world? Song Jian frowned deeply, thinking this was a complete waste. Moreover, it must be used within this assessment world. Once you leave the assessment world, it will be used up to enhance your assessment grade. Song Jian thought to himself. Even if it improves the grade by a whole level, or even 2, When compared to the attributes of the golden blood, these 1 or 2 levels of assessment grade seem rather insignificant. The attributes gained from 2 levels of assessment grade probably won't be more than what the golden blood would have increased, perhaps even less. It's really like casting pearls before swine, Song Jian said, shaking his head as he looked at the golden blood in his hand. Just then, the eye of dispelling delusion between his brows suddenly opened on its own, a column of golden light shot towards the golden blood in Song Jian's hand, and in no time, the once incredibly hard golden blood turned into a cluster of golden mist, streaming towards the eye of dispelling delusion in threads. System, you have used the special item Golden Blood, beginning the upgrade of the Eye of Dispelling Delusion. System, your external equipment Breaking Illusion Divine Eye begins to upgrade. All your attributes increase by 10 points. System, your external equipment Breaking Illusion Divine Eye has absorbed a strand of divinity from the special item Golden Blood, gaining a slight increase in proficiency for your innate skill Holy Sword. The Holy Sword skill now includes divine attacks, possessing overwhelming effects against non-divine creatures. System, your external equipment Breaking Illusion Divine Eye has devoured the golden blood and advanced. Its level has increased to level 2. Song Jian never expected that the golden blood, which he originally couldn't use, would be absorbed by the Breaking Illusion Divine Eye. It's known that the Divine Eye contained a trace of Dragon God's divine power, making it an item of demigod level. Watching the golden blood disappear from his hand, and feeling the tingling sensation constantly spreading from his brow, coupled with the waterfall of system notifications in the system prompt bar, Song Jian suddenly felt very heavy-hearted. Could it be that the Breaking Illusion Divine Eye doesn't belong to me, which is why it can use the golden blood? An idea suddenly shot through Song Jian's mind. This thought grew in his mind like weeds, and the ceaseless power flowing from the brow to his body left Song Jian feeling far from excited. Finally, the system prompt bar began to thin out, and the Breaking Illusion Divine Eye at his brow had been upgraded to level 4, possessing the active skill Gaze of the Gods. When this skill is activated, it casts a column of light at the target with the force of a full strike from the Dragon God. It can be said that any being below the level of a god will, if not killed, be gravely injured by this strike, being left in a near-death state. However, this skill has a cooldown of 1 month, and after casting, Song Jian will fall into a weakened state for 1 hour, with his attributes reduced by 80%, movement speed lowered by 50%, and unable to use healing potions. Song Jian has gained another crucial ace up his sleeve, but this card must be used cautiously, otherwise, if it doesn't kill the enemy, Song Jian himself would be in great danger. Nevertheless, with a shattered divine realm in his possession, if he ever encounters such a situation, he could simply abandon whatever gains he might have acquired and hide in the divine country to recuperate. No matter how you look at it, owning such a powerful trump card had once again increased Song Jian's strength considerably. After devouring the golden blood, Song Jian found that he could once again control the Breaking Illusion Divine Eye. Moreover, the pressure the Divine Eye exerted on him seemed much reduced. Now, even if he were to keep the Divine Eye open for 24 hours straight, it posed no danger to Song Jian. Slowly opening the Breaking Illusion Divine Eye on his brow, Song Jian discovered that upon reaching level 4, the Divine Eye, which used to emit a 7-colored divine light whenever opened, had now vanished. He took out the mirror and glanced at the eye at the center of his forehead, which now appeared no different from the other two, looking just like an ordinary eye. Song Jian sighed softly. The Breaking Illusion Divine Eye, which had absorbed the golden blood, had granted Song Jian a 30-point boost to all attributes and had advanced from level 1 to level 4, gaining a powerful active attack skill in the process. The trace of divinity contained in the golden blood, I fear, was also devoured by the Breaking Illusion Divine Eye. Song Jian thought to himself. Although he didn't know whether the upgrade of the Breaking Illusion Divine Eye was a good or bad thing for him, there was nothing else Song Jian could do but wait until he advanced to the divine level to unravel the mysteries of the Breaking Illusion Divine Eye. After a while, Song Jian opened the task panel and selected the Combat Power Assessment task. Soon, a system prompt appeared before his eyes. System, do you wish to leave the assessment world and proceed with the passing evaluation? Yes or no? After Song Jian chose yes, his figure began to slowly fade into nothingness, disappearing from the tomb. Just as Song Jian made his choice to leave, in a short while, a group of fully armed masked figures rushed into the tomb and began to search meticulously. The familiar dizziness, the familiar starry sky, Song Jian stood in the midst of nothingness, his mood tranquil. Everything before his eyes was no different from the combat power assessment evaluations he had undergone before. Before Song Jian's eyes, scenes of the experiences in the assessment world flashed by, serving as a review and summary of his journey there. Finally, the screen stopped on the scene where Song Jian killed the final boss, King Smolahan, with a drop of golden blood emitting a brilliant light, almost filling the entire screen. System, examine. He has hunted a beast, raising the passing evaluation slightly. System, main task failure, examinee's passing evaluation downgraded to C+ level. System, examinee has killed the final guardian boss, King Smolahan, ranking first in combat power contribution, passing evaluation raised by 1 rank. Examinee's passing evaluation is B+ level. System, examinee has completed the golden side task, passing evaluation raised to level. System, examinee's inventory contains 27 items from the assessment world, automatically converted into passing evaluation. Items disappeared, examinee's passing evaluation raised to S level. In the end, Songjian's passing evaluation was S level, and he had also gained another 67 free attribute points. It's a pity, if the Black Dragon hadn't devoured that meteorite fragment, and if we included the golden blood, maybe I could have directly broken through to SSS level this time. I really want to know, what's the rank above SSS level for the passing evaluation? Songjian's mouth curved slightly as he thought to himself. Chapter 1400, New Architecture. The combat power assessment had concluded, and Songjian was teleported directly back to the City Lord Mansion in the City of Hope. At the same time, all players received a system notification flashing with golden light. System, congratulations to player Songjian for passing the Tier 3 combat power assessment, becoming the first player in the game to achieve Tier 3 combat power. In an instant, Songjian's fame skyrocketed. Any player who saw this system notification would commit the name Songjian to memory. Congratulations, Alliance Leader, you are mighty. The Alliance Leader is amazing. May I ask, is the Tier 3 combat power assessment difficult? Unable to communicate with allies and friends within the assessment world, returning to the City of Hope, especially with the system announcement throughout the game, Songjian's communicator exploded with activity. Many people sent him private messages to celebrate, and in the Alliance channel, all topics revolved around Songjian. Boss, this time our City of Hope Alliance has really made a name for itself among the players. I didn't expect you to be the first one to successfully pass the Tier 3 combat power assessment. Wang Qi contacted Songjian as soon as possible and said with excitement. It's a pity there was no announcement for the first 2 combat power assessments, otherwise our City of Hope would have been famous a long time ago. In addition to the global announcement, Songjian also received many other system notifications. System, congratulations to player Songjian for passing the Tier 3 combat power assessment. The currency exchange system is now open to the player. Players can exchange Doomsday coins for Amethyst coins, Divine coins, and other currencies at any system store. System, congratulations to player Songjian for passing the Tier 3 combat power assessment. The continental transmission system is now open to the player. Players can travel across continents using transmission arrays, airships, and other methods. System, congratulations to player Songjian for passing the Tier 3 combat power assessment, unveiling the new map Naga Island. Players can recruit Naga followers on Naga Island. System, congratulations to player Songjian for passing the Tier 3 combat power assessment, unveiling the new map Demon Flame Fortress. Players can gain control of the fortress by mastering its core. Songjian was somewhat surprised by a series of system notifications and began to check them one by one. At a glance at a system store, Songjian noticed that items like Amethyst coins and Divine coins appeared in the system item interface and could be freely exchanged with Doomsday coins, but the exchange rate was astonishing. 10,000 Doomsday coins could only be exchanged for 1 Amethyst coin, and 10,000 Amethyst coins could only be exchanged for 1 Divine coin. Although Songjian knew that Divine coins were imbued with divine power, such an exaggerated exchange rate still made him shake his head in disbelief. He had originally planned to exchange some Divine coins to repair the shattered Divine realm, but it looked like even if he sold the entire City of Hope, he might not be able to exchange for a single Divine coin. Only players who passed the Tier 3 combat power assessment were qualified to make these currency exchanges, which were invisible to other players. Songjian tried exchanging for an Amethyst coin and found that the energy contained within it was much less than that of the purple crystal ore he had encountered before, amounting to only about 1/3 of a single ordinary quality purple crystal ore. In other words, 3 Amethyst coins were only equivalent to 1 ordinary quality purple crystal ore. The energy is less, which means the combat experience gained after use will also be significantly reduced. Nonetheless, it does provide players with a chance to level up quickly, saving me the trouble of searching for purple crystal ores everywhere. Songjian thought to himself. Now in the entire game, he was the only person to have passed the Tier 3 combat power assessment. Just by reselling Amethyst coins, he could make a tidy sum of money. Unfortunately, there was a daily limit on currency exchanges, and Songjian himself didn't even have enough for his own use, let alone exchange for others. After using today's exchange quota, Songjian's inventory was filled with Amethyst coins. Now that he was level 100 and his combat experience had reached 99%, he could not advance any further. Song Jian only needed to use one amethyst coin to raise his level to 101, but after that, he would need a large number of amethyst coins. Beyond currency exchange, the game also exposed many new maps to Tier 3 combat power players, including Naga Island, Demon Flame Fortress, and over a dozen other new maps spread out over different areas, some only tens of kilometers from the City of Hope, while others were hundreds of kilometers away. These new maps were accessible not only to Song Jian, but other players could enter them as well, if they found them. However, the monsters inside were all Tier 3 combat power beings, and ordinary players venturing in might easily lose their lives. But for some players who enjoyed pioneering, the opening of new maps was great news. In addition to the newly available maps, some dungeons were also made accessible to players. However, these new dungeons also required players to possess Tier 3 combat power, which meant that in the short term, only Song Jian could enter these dungeons. Most of these dungeons had player number restrictions, and Song Jian alone wouldn't be able to enter, so he would have to wait until most players had reached the required strength. It was foreseeable that these dungeons housed a wealth of advanced equipment and precious treasures waiting for players to discover. Conquering these dungeons could lead to a tremendous leap in a player's strength. City Lord, a stone wall has suddenly appeared in the middle of the City of Hope Square, out of thin air. It's very peculiar. Do you want to come take a look? Song Jian's communicator suddenly transmitted Wang Qi's call request. After accepting, Wang Qi's voice immediately resounded next to Song Jian's ear. A new building has appeared out of nowhere? Song Jian's heart leaped with joy. This was something that had never happened before and must be related to his being the first to pass the Tier 3 combat power assessment. With that thought in mind, Song Jian decided to go to the square to check out this new structure, which might hold an unexpected surprise. In one corner of the City of Hope Square, a stone wall about 10 meters long suddenly materialized out of thin air, with 9 relief sculptures forming a continuous pattern on it. Upon arriving, Song Jian took a glance and immediately noticed that the reliefs depicted the scenes from the assessment world where the 12-winged god of light had bestowed the divine war halberd and the golden blood to King Smara'an. Additionally, there were scenes of King Smara'an wielding the divine war halberd, waging wars, and establishing a vast empire. The last scene depicted Song Jian killing King Smara'an in his tomb to obtain the golden blood. In the final relief beside Song Jian were the figures of Doya, Noya, and Patsha. However, compared to Song Jian, these 3 figures were quite blurred. If one hadn't experienced the events themselves, it would be difficult to discern the identities of these 3. Damn, is this going to broadcast the news of my acquisition of the golden blood to everyone? Song Jian was momentarily stunned, at a loss for what to do next. Chapter 1401, Reward in the Assessment World. It wasn't just Song Jian who completed the Golden Branch quest. Doya, Noya, and Patsha had as well. Perhaps Doya and Patsha might have covered for Song Jian a bit, but Noya would definitely spread the word about Song Jian obtaining the blood of gold as soon as possible. After all, the blood of gold was just too famous among the indigenous people of the game world. Looking at the stretch of stone wall on the plaza, Song Jian felt cold sweat about to trickle down. Most players didn't know what was depicted on it, but the indigenous people of the game world surely understood, and Song Jian had already noticed that many locals were giving him peculiar looks. Damn it, if I could, I would really want to destroy it. Song Jian secretly thought. Just at that moment, in front of the stone wall, a milk-white orb of light suddenly appeared. Shortly after, a figure emerged from the light. Clasping a trident, with 2 pairs of black and white wings unfurling behind him, he was clad in tight golden armor, a large red cape fluttering in the wind behind him, and on his face, a golden mask. At a fierce glance, he looked exactly like the painting of King Smolahan. Almost instinctively, Song Jian summoned a sky-breaking sword into his hand, gripping it firmly. Although Song Jian had defeated the final boss guarding the blood of gold in the tomb, King Smolahan, he still vividly remembered King Smolahan's several large-area lethal skills, and if he truly started a bloodbath here, Song Jian feared few people would survive. Puzzled ones, who can tell me what scene is depicted in this glorious mural? The one to answer correctly will receive a reward. King Smolahan seemed to have lost his memory from the time in the tomb and looked at Song Jian with the same neutrality as the others. He seems not to be real, but an illusion. Song Jian sensed something odd about King Smolahan. Standing under the stone wall, there was no sign of breathing, heartbeat, or other signs of life, and even the aura emanating from his body felt faint. Song Jian took a step forward, came up to King Smolahan, and swung his hand towards his body. Indeed, his hand passed straight through King Smolahan's figure without any hindrance. At that moment, King Smolahan turned his head to look at Song Jian and asked in a hoarse voice. Song Jian, do you know the content of the first painting? This depicts the scene where the 12-winged god of light bestowed the divine war halberd and the blood of gold upon King Smolahan. Song Jian stated calmly. As his voice fell, The first painting on the stone wall suddenly burst into dazzling light, emitting blinding brilliance. After a long while, the light gradually dimmed, eventually turning into a soft glow, and the content of the mural became more lifelike, so detailed that one could even see the dynamic scene as if being there in person. King Smolahan took out a gemstone radiating purplish red light from his chest and handed it to Song Jian, saying, "This is your reward for answering the question." The onlookers let out a gasp when they saw that just for answering one question, he had received an epic quality gemstone. It was known that defeating monsters in the game world had a certain chance to drop gemstones, but most bosses, even if they dropped gemstones, would only drop ones below golden quality. In the market, one frequently saw blue or even green quality gemstones, but silver quality and above were rare to see for sale, and if they ever appeared, they would be snatched in an instant. Song Jian glanced at the gemstone in his hand, named Dazzling Gemstone of Attack. Its attributes were plentiful with 5 in total. It increased all attributes: attack damage, armor break probability, critical hit damage, and the last was an aura skill, War God's Roar. War God's Roar, Aura range 100 meters. All teammates within the aura range will receive a 30% increase in attack speed and movement speed, and a 15% increase in damage. This effect has a priority over domains, making it very difficult for dispelling skills to remove or shield this buff. This gem can only be set in weapons, and it can be said that even an ordinary quality weapon will leap to become an excellent weapon once set with this gem. Setting the gem does not require any procedures, but if one wishes to replace the gem, a Grandmaster level blacksmith must be found to remove the gem. Additionally, a spirit jade of the same quality will be consumed, and it will ensure that neither the weapon nor the gem suffers damage during the removal process. Song Jian thought for a moment, then handed the gem in his hand to Wang Qi. The biggest effect of this gem was the War God's Roar or skill, which would have its greatest effect in a team setting. "Boss, answer the rest of the questions. This is an epic quality gem." Wang Qi, having received the gem, directly placed it into his inventory slot, then excitedly said to Song Jian, "A person probably only has one chance." Song Jian shook his head. "This is a piece of history about the Smuraan Empire. It should have a history of over 10,000 years. I think you'd better go to the library to consult relevant sources before answering the questions." Upon hearing this, Wang Qi immediately rushed to the largest library in the city with members of the City of Hope Alliance, but after they left, Song Jian noticed 2 NPCs began to answer the questions. Clearly, for a history that spans over 10,000 years, the indigenous NPCs of the game world took a greater interest, as it involved the legendary bloodline. Song Jian shook his head, turned, and left the so-called Wall of Glorious Merits. This was just a minor incident. Even without it, the news of Song Jian obtaining the legendary bloodline would likely spread rapidly throughout the entire game world. In fact, in a way, I did use the legendary bloodline, just to enhance one of my external equips. Song Jian touched his brow, musing to himself. "Lord of the city, did you really obtain the legendary bloodline?" At that moment, an NPC stepped forward, respectfully bowed to Song Jian, and asked in a low voice, "I am a member of the Sala clan. May I ask if it is possible to purchase this legendary bloodline from your hands?" "As far as I know, the legendary bloodline cannot be utilized by the favored of the gods. If you are willing to sell, our Sala clan will try to meet any conditions you have. We are very sincere." This was a level 60 NPC, likely the owner of a store in the city. These NPCs who conduct business in large cities all have the backing of powerful forces, most of which belong to family enterprises. Song Jian had heard of this Sala clan, a medium-sized family from the city of Sin. The head of the clan was a hereditary count with real power. "Sorry, the legendary bloodline cannot be taken out of the assessment world. Although in the end I obtained it, it cannot be used in a transaction," Song Jian said regretfully. Chapter 1402, Doomsday Cruise. "My lord, any item hidden within the body can be taken out of the assessment world." "You didn't know this?" The NPC from the Sala clan revealed a surprised expression and couldn't help but speak out. "What, hidden within the body? You mean to say?" Song Jian was startled and quickly asked. "You mean to say, just by making a cut on the arm and hiding the golden blood inside, it can be taken out of the assessment world? How is that possible?" Such a method could only be used to take out valuable jewelry like earrings and rings. It was impossible for other larger equipment. However, golden blood obviously could be taken out among those items. It belonged to a type of trick that was widely known among NPCs, but players who had been in the game for only a short time wouldn't know such tricks, and nobody would tell them. Seeing the surprised look on Song Jian's face, Stanuo realized that such a trick would never be known by the divine patron unless someone revealed it. Although he regretted inadvertently revealing this trick, Stanuo was certain that Song Jian indeed hadn't taken the golden blood out with him. What a waste, Using golden blood to raise clearing scores is simply too extravagant. Stanuo shook his head and sighed. Song Jian also sighed and shook his head, preparing to chat more with the NPC in front of him to see if he could extract some more information. However, just at that moment, Song Jian suddenly received a system announcement. System, the Apocalypse Cruise has appeared. All players may board the Apocalypse Cruise for a 7-day luxury tour. Participants can win generous rewards by taking part in various activities on the cruise. This message was a public announcement. Every online player would receive it. Simultaneously, a small point continuously flashing with light appeared on the map. When Song Jian enlarged the map, he discovered that this point was more than 300 kilometers away from the City of Hope. Additionally, above this glistening location, there was a 30-minute countdown. Obviously, the Apocalypse Cruise mentioned in the system message would exist only for 30 minutes before departing. The Apocalypse Cruise, I wonder if it has any relation to the Doomsday Store I encountered before. Song Jian thought. He had spent quite a few points to become a member of the Doomsday Store. After appearing once when he entered the game, it hadn't shown up again, leaving the usefulness of that membership unknown to him until now. Go and take a look. Song Jian thought to himself and, after apologizing to Stanuo, he directly performed the sword flight art and flew towards the location of the Apocalypse Cruise. It could be seen that after Song Jian set off, several dozen people flew out of the City of Hope. Most of these people were at levels around 80 or 90, possessing flying apparatuses and confident they could reach the destination within 30 minutes. Numerous others rode on land mounts, heading towards the Apocalypse Cruise as well, but the speed of land mounts couldn't compare to flying ones, and whether they could make it in time was up to luck. The Apocalypse Cruise, a voyage of death, has appeared again. Who knows how many will perish this time? An aged NPC watching the distant dark shadow in the sky shook his head and sighed. Humphrey, although it's a matter of life and death, there are rare encounters that most people might not experience in their lifetime. Even treasures like the golden blood aren't beyond reach, a younger NPC said proudly, looking up at the glory board of honor with a loud voice. The Apocalypse Cruise travels through time rifts, spatial rifts. Boarding without strength is akin to courting death. Even those confident in their abilities face a life and death ordeal on the cruise. It's only suitable for those who are all by themselves, risking their lives to gamble on their futures. I, for one, will not partake. Another scholarly-looking man, looking a bit shabby, took a big swig from his wine gourd and loudly lamented. Humphrey, in a lifetime, you might only encounter this once. Look, isn't the Lord of the Divine Patron City the first to rush over? If he's not afraid, what do we have to be scared of? A soldier armed with a rifle, who seemed to be a member of the City of Hope Guard Army, shouted loudly and turned to run towards the city gate. It seemed that the appearance of the Doomsday Cruise was not only noticed by the players, but also by the NPCs indigenous to the game world at the same time. However, by their looks, they seemed to be quite familiar with the Doomsday Cruise. Most NPCs were not willing to take the risk, only a very few followed behind the players and ran toward the location of the Doomsday Cruise. As for whether they could reach the Doomsday Cruise within 30 minutes, that was another matter. By this time, Song Jian had already flown to the seaside, but according to the flashing part on the map, the target was still deep in the sea. Song Jian stepped on the sky-breaking sword, pondered for a moment, and then, with gritted teeth, continued flying towards the target location. The boundless sea stretched as far as the eye could see. In the tumultuous waves, a ship that looked like a steel giant silently floated on the surface. Within 100 meters around this steel giant, the sea was calm as a mirror, without a single ripple, creating a bizarre circular area. Outside this zone, however, the waves surged higher with each passing moment, creating an eerie sight. Song Jian quickly entered the range of this huge ship. The moment he entered the calm sea, a blood-red system prompt immediately appeared before his eyes. System, you have entered the docking range of the Doomsday Cruise. Do you wish to board the cruise? Yes or no, system, warning, please make your choice carefully. Once you choose, it cannot be changed. You must endure 7 days of voyage before you can leave the Doomsday Cruise. Song Jian's heart chilled. Prompts in crimson usually signified great danger and often led to life and death situations. Even Song Jian had encountered this only once or twice in the game. With my ability to protect myself, if I can't make it through these 7 days, then others might not stand a chance of surviving here, Song Jian thought to himself, and with a slight smile, he didn't hesitate to select yes. Suddenly, everything before Song Jian's eyes blurred, and his whole body lost control, as if he were being teleported. When he regained consciousness, he found himself standing on the deck of the steel behemoth. At this moment, the deck was empty, no one in sight, surrounded by silence. There was no sign of a sailor, as if it were a ghost ship. Just then, a skeleton dressed in tattered captain's clothes staggered up from the cabin. Dark red flames burned in its eye sockets, giving the appearance of a cold, undead monster. Hee, I didn't expect someone to come rushing to their death so soon. Such a young body, enviable indeed. The skeleton captain had a cutlass and an old flintlock pistol hanging at his waist. This garb seemed out of place on the steel behemoth where Song Jian was, as if a 17th century Caribbean pirate had intruded upon a 21st century warship. "Who are you?" Song Jian asked, clutching the sky-breaking sword tightly and on full alert. Chapter 1403, Skeleton Captain. Who am I? Who am I? The skeleton pirate captain seemed to have heard a very amusing question and burst into hearty laughter so intense that his jawbone fell off and rolled onto the deck, where it continued to twitch. Just like a set of false teeth dropping to the floor, the skeleton pirate captain bent over to pick up his jawbone and casually reattached it, before singing loudly, "I am a phantom, traveling through the cracks of time and space. I have suffered endless hardships, yet only received curses from everyone. I am undying and unending, but forever live in agony. I have witnessed the destruction of numerous histories, yet others see me as a madman. I wander through endless apocalypses. I roam within the illusory star realm. Bloodshed and slaughter have long numbed me. No treasures can make my heart beat." A song filled with bizarre and absurd style flowed from the mouth of this skeleton captain. As he sang, all the equipment on the battleship seemed to join in with the singing. The military flags rose and fell with the rhythm, the ropes twisted like snakes along with the song, and even the steam whistle emitted varying pitches according to the beat, making Song Jian feel as if the entire ship had merged with the skeleton captain before him, controlled entirely by his will. "I walk slowly amidst a sky full of corpses. I walk slowly against a sky full of blood. I walk to the sounds of countless dead wailing. I walk to the cheers of countless ambitions and desires. I am who I am, the lonely captain of the apocalypse cruiser, Swopa Urtek Laidman." As the song came to an end, the skeleton captain took off his hat and gave Song Jian an elegant bow. He then stood up, patted the matchlock pistol on his waist, and said, "Lad, you can call me Captain Swo. I control this ship, and if you don't want to be thrown overboard while we travel through time and space, you'd better show me some respect." Song Jian could sense that the undead being in front of him, which looked no different from a common skeleton soldier, had a certain eerie aura about it that caused a slight chaos in his perception. Sometimes Song Jian felt that the skeleton captain in front of him was just an ordinary skeleton soldier bluffing intimidation, but moments later, he would perceive the aura of a being from the legendary realm. Song Jian didn't speak, his face wore a faint smile as the breaking illusion divine eye on his forehead slowly opened. Now upgraded to level 4, the divine eye opened without the previous 7-colored divine light, resembling an ordinary eye that just happened to be in the wrong place. After the breaking illusion divine eye opened and looked towards the skeleton captain before him, suddenly, a 100-meter-tall shadow appeared before Song Jian. This shadow was shrouded in a black cloak, emanating a dense force of death all around. It held a scythe that shone with a cold light and dripped with fresh blood in its grasp. Death God. Song Jian's face changed dramatically, and he quickly closed his breaking illusion divine eye as cold sweat poured down uncontrollably. Even if it's not the Death God, it could be something similar, like an avatar of the Death God. This kind of divine power of death cannot be faked. Song Jian's heart trembled as the moment he opened his breaking illusion divine eye, he sensed the divine power of death from the other party. Although it was just a trace, it was the genuine divine power of death which only the Death God, the one who controls the role of death, would possess. The Death God was also a mighty deity that existed for eons. Even compared to the Dragon God, its strength was by no means weaker, and in some respects, even surpassed the Dragon God by a lot. Even though Song Jian himself possessed a trace of the Dragon God's power, before the Death God, he still seemed insignificant. Boy, as a member of the human race, you've been blessed by the Dragon God, which is quite bizarre. Could it be that you are a giant dragon cloaked in human skin? The skeleton captain Swo asked curiously, with a chilling laugh. Just then, several flashes of white light flickered on the deck, and following them, a few players appeared. Seeing the newcomers, Captain Swo reverted to his previous cold, undead demeanor, sizing up the others with his gaze. What the hell? Why is there an undead monster here? Is it a boss? The boss of the Doom Cruise? One of the players exclaimed in surprise. Idiot. Someone muttered under their breath. Don't talk. This skeleton doesn't look ordinary. It could be some kind of guide. If you anger it, be careful or it might just throw you overboard. A few people seemed to know each other, looking at Swo with doubtful and uncertain expressions, whispering among themselves. Meanwhile, Swo stood there with an icy demeanor, the crimson flames in his eye sockets swaying without saying a word, showing none of the previous engagement he had with Song Jian. After a while, more people steadily arrived on deck. Song Jian noticed that not only were there players from the City of Hope, but players from 5 or 6 other cities also appeared here. Moreover, Song Jian spotted players from the city of Sin and the city of Hymns, which were hundreds of kilometers away. Considering that these two cities were over 1,000 kilometers away from the City of Hope and 600 or 700 kilometers away from this iron behemoth, the fact that they were able to get here within half an hour indicated that they were the elite of the elite. Naturally, their numbers were much fewer than those from other cities. Apart from players, Song Jian also saw numerous NPCs from the game world appearing on the deck. Unlike the players who looked relaxed and happy, these NPCs had serious expressions, not uttering a word, their bodies tense, as if they were on guard for danger at any moment. Half an hour passed quickly, and Song Jian saw that many people had already flown out over the sea, probably only 100 or 200 meters away from the iron behemoth. At that moment, the entire ship, along with the calm sea surface around it for 100 meters, began to become illusory. Some people sped up towards the ship, but they seemed to phase through it like a mirage. Song Jian clearly saw people flying next to him, yet they could only hover midair, staring at each other as if they were in different dimensions. Soon, the people who had not boarded the ship began to slowly disappear from Song Jian's view. He understood that the ship had already left its previous position, entering another dimensional plane. Although it seemed like nothing had changed around them, in reality, they had arrived in another strange dimensional plane. Dear guests, welcome aboard the Doom Cruise. Here, you will embark on a 7-day journey through time and space. I wish you a pleasant journey. At this moment, Skeleton Captain So suddenly spoke up, his voice drawing everyone's attention. Next, I will explain the rules of the Doom Cruise. Listen carefully because... Skeleton Captain So suddenly displayed a sinister smile as a black flame rose around him. Within the flames, it seemed like millions of souls were struggling and wailing continuously. Captain So laughed heartily, saying, "If you fail to grasp these rules, you will all die here." Chapter 1404 Ghost Ship. The long-anticipated Doomsday Cruise journey is about to commence. Travelers, exert all your strength and survive. Skeleton Captain So laughed as he drew the matchlock gun from his waist and pulled the trigger towards the sky. Bang! A burst of flame shot out from the muzzle, and the previously calm sea surface suddenly boiled over, as pale skeletal hands emerged, clutching fiercely onto the iron giant ship's hull and slowly crawling towards the deck. In no time at all, the giant ship's hull was teeming with skeletons in tattered clothing, their eye sockets burning with a dark red flame, looking as if demons from hell had been revived, returning to the human world. Song Jian narrowed his eyes, staring at the skeletons that had climbed onto the deck. Observing their rags, he thought to himself, "These must be the crew of this giant ship. Ha ha ha, welcome back, my children. You can join your old man So again on a journey through time and space, embarking on a grand voyage." Skeleton Captain So laughed heartily, sliding his matchlock gun back into his waist and opening his arms to welcome the skeleton crew members climbing onto the deck. In a short while, 300 to 400 skeleton crew members had climbed aboard, standing behind Captain So, patting each other's shoulders, seemingly excited. "Old man So, how come you've turned Hardbone into this state, all cold and stiff? It's simply in poor taste." A skeleton crew member holding a scimitar, with bones significantly thicker than the others, complained from behind Captain So. "Ha ha ha, this is just a simple disguise, otherwise, how could we have attracted so many travelers aboard?" Captain So laughed heartily and boasted. "Hardbone might be our favorite, but I was afraid of scaring these lovely travelers. What if they saw Hardbone and didn't dare to come aboard?" "Ha ha, Captain, you really are a sly devil. This time we have far many more travelers aboard than the last, and this time, we'll have many more companions joining us." A skeleton crew member waved his scimitar as he shouted loudly. Captain So's head violently twisted 180 degrees, his eye sockets burning with a crimson flame as he glared intently at the skeleton crew member who had just spoken. He promptly drew his matchlock gun and pulled the trigger at its head. Bang! A shower of sparks burst from the muzzle, and the head of the talking skeleton crew member exploded, with bone fragments flying everywhere. Its body clattered to the deck in pieces. However, quickly, the scattered bones, including the shattered pieces of the skull, were manipulated by some mysterious force to reassemble, reforming the former skeleton crew member. Yet, the newly rejuvenated skeleton crew member looked somewhat deflated, even the dark red flame in its eye sockets had shrunk in size. "Shut your damned mouths and don't frighten our lovely travelers!" Captain So roared at them. At that moment, the giant steel ship's steam whistle blared violently, and Captain So laughed heartily, drew his scimitar and swung it forward as he shouted. "Hardbone, set sail for the distant seas, we are departing." With Captain So's command, the entire steel giant ship began to slowly emit wisps of black smoke, growing larger and more intense, until it enveloped the entire ship. Everyone was enveloped in the fog, unable to see their own hands in front of their faces, and some couldn't help but let out a cry of alarm, which quickly faded into silence. Song Jian could feel that the deck beneath him seemed to be slowly moving, as if he were standing on the back of a giant beast, registering the tremble of its muscles and the flow of blood in its veins. An eerily strange sensation that sent shivers down his spine. But soon, the surrounding black fog dissipated, revealing that the once massive steel vessel had completely transformed into a ghost ship constructed of large and small white skeletons. From the front, the whole ship resembled a supine skeleton, its jaw wide open with a sinister grin, and the previously smooth and orderly deck had become a rough lattice of interlocking bones, riddled with gaps as wide as the spaces between fingers. Through these gaps, Song Jian could even see the undulating seawater below. Whoosh! 5 irregular masts of varying heights, each dozens of feet tall, suddenly unfurled black sails that, like black flames, flapped loudly in the sea breeze. The wind carried off black wisps from the sails toward the stern, where they slowly vanished from sight. Set sail. Ha ha ha, dear passengers, the Doomsday Cruise journey is about to begin. Next up, I, Captain So, have specially prepared an appetizer for you. An endless hunt. I hope you enjoy it. The skeleton Captain So laughed heartily, behind which hundreds of skeleton crew members joined in the laughter, spreading a sinister aura across the deck of the ghost ship. Song Jian frowned slightly, sensing that something was off, but couldn't put his finger on it. He watched as the skeleton captain and the crew members behind him slowly became ethereal, seemingly so fragile that a gust of wind could scatter them. An illusion? Song Jian's breaking illusion divine eye at the center of his forehead snapped open, only to find that on the vast deck, he was all alone. Whether skeleton captain, crew, or the players and NPCs who had boarded the ghost ship with him, all had disappeared. What is going on here? When did they disappear? Or rather, when was I moved here? Song Jian was shocked to the core. As someone who had advanced to third-tier combat power and could hold his own against someone of the legendary realm, he hadn't noticed anything amiss until it was too late. It was as unbelievable as realizing an enemy's weapon had already penetrated his body during battle. Click-clack, click-clack. At that moment, from the wide-open doors of the ship's cabins came the sound of bones scraping together, and soon enough, skeleton soldiers wielding scimitars emerged. These skeleton soldiers, like so many war machines, moved onto the deck and immediately swung their scimitars, charging at Song Jian. Skeleton crew members? No, they had no signs of intelligence, more like mere puppets than the previous crew members. Then what are they? Song Jian's mind raced with thoughts. However, by then the first wave of skeleton soldiers had already reached him, their rusty scimitars flashing with a brilliant white light as they slashed. What in the world is going on? Song Jian hastily retreated, dodging the strike, but more skeleton soldiers continued their assault. Suddenly, Song Jian found himself surrounded and under attack. Chapter 1405, Endless Hunt. Watching the skeleton monsters swarm out from the cabins, Song Jian revealed a hint of a contemptuous smile and whispered. They're just ordinary monsters of level 100. No matter how many such creatures come, they won't put any pressure on me. As he spoke, with a thought, 1,000 spirit swords suddenly appeared around him, densely packed, forming nearly a wall of swords. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Countless spirit swords fiercely stabbed forward, with at least 10 skeleton warriors impaled by each sword before it would explode out of exhaustion. The Red Lotus Karma Fire was extremely effective in purifying these undead creatures. Even a small spark, if it touched the bodies of these skeleton warriors, would burn like flesh-boring maggots, growing larger and larger, impossible to extinguish until they were reduced to a pile of ashes. With just one move, the skeleton warriors on the deck were completely swept away, their gray ash fluttering about in the air before slowly seeping into the ghost ship. That's it? Song Jian scoffed coldly, just about to retract his swords, when a large number of skeleton warriors surged out of the cabins again. This time, these skeleton warriors had changed. They went from holding a rusty saber to having a wood shield in the left hand and an iron sword in the right, adorned in simple leather armor, with their strength also having increased to elite-level bosses of level 110. Song Jian felt a sinking feeling in his heart as the words endless hunt previously spoken by the skeleton captain so suddenly emerged in his mind. Endless hunting, could it be that these skeleton soldiers are truly infinite? Song Jian frowned slightly, and with a thought, numerous spirit swords appeared again around his body. The power of the karmic fire Red Lotus Thousand Swords art would grow stronger with higher levels, and the number of spirit swords summoned would increase, but the energy consumed with each summoning wasn't substantial. As long as he didn't use the karmic fire Red Lotus sword array, the recovery rate of his sword chi could wholly keep up with the skill consumption. A 5-second cool-down time allowed Song Jian to use the Thousand Swords art as his standard killing move, which is why ever since he mastered it, he looked down on other sword techniques. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Another hail of sword rain burst out on the deck, but this time, A spirit sword could only penetrate through 3 or 4 skeleton warriors before exploding. The efficiency of eliminating them had greatly decreased, and after all the spirit swords had vanished, about a dozen skeleton warriors were still alive, and more kept rushing out of the ship's cabins. Stepping on a thick layer of ash covering the deck, they charged at Song Jian without a hint of fear. Song Jian slowly retreated. The ship was over 200 meters long and more than 50 meters wide, giving him plenty of space to deal with these creatures. The speed at which monsters are emerging from the cabins seems to have increased a bit, Song Jian noted, observing the cabins. Where before it took 2 or 3 seconds for 3 or 4 skeleton warriors to emerge, now, in the same span, about 5 would appear. Soon, the deck was filled with skeleton warriors again, as though the previous slaughter had no effect. I don't really believe it, you are truly infinite. A fierce light flashed in Song Jian's eyes as he swung the sky-breaking sword in his hand, and countless spirit swords burning with dark red flames appeared once more. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The spirit swords shot toward the skeleton warriors like bullets. Before they were all expended, 5 seconds passed, and with a grit of his teeth, Song Jian once again conjured thousands of spirit swords hovering in the air. So went the fight, with Song Jian retreating step by step while forcefully using the thousand swords art, slaying the swarming skeleton monsters. In just half an hour, he had killed nearly 10,000 skeleton warriors, but rather than decreasing, the number emerging from the cabins sped up. In a span of 3 or 4 seconds, 7 or 8 skeleton warriors appeared at once, and Song Jian's speed of extermination was slowly overpowered by the rate at which the skeleton warriors emerged. How can this be? These are all elite-level bosses, and there are so many of them. Other people would have died long ago facing so many monsters. Song Jian's eyes widened in disbelief at the endless horde of creatures. Damn it, I'm going all out. Clenching his teeth, Song Jian directed all the sword chi in his body towards the sky-breaking sword in one go. Karmic Fire Red Lotus 10,000 Swords Art. With a thunderous shout, countless spirit swords danced in the sky like a tornado unleashed upon the deck of the ghost ship. Their powerful suction lifted all the skeleton monsters into midair where they transformed into a flurry of flames before turning to ash and scattering downwards. Immediately after, a gigantic Karmic Fire Red Lotus slowly bloomed on the deck of the ghost ship, enveloping all the skeleton warriors emerging from the cabins, and within moments, they too were reduced to ashes. The formidable power of the Red Lotus Karma Fire even began to scorch the deck of the ghost ship, cracks spreading from the center of the Red Lotus Karma Fire towards all directions. Humphrey. At that moment, a cold snort sounded beside Song Jian's ear. His mind exploded with pain, his vitality points instantly dropping by half, his complexion turning deathly pale as he couldn't help but spew out a mouthful of blood. Within the ghost ship, a mysterious force of death began to permeate, slowly repairing the cracked deck. Song Jian could clearly sense that this mysterious force of death was pure and profound, certainly not something an ordinary legendary realm boss could wield. It's divine power, the power of a death god. Song Jian thought to himself that despite its meager amount, the spreading force of death was extremely refined. The kind of divine power only a death god could possess. After repairing the ghost ship, this death divine power started to wrap around the Karmic Fire Red Lotus. In a short while, the base of the Red Lotus began to show traces of the grey death divine power. It's eroding my sword formation. Song Jian's face showed a hint of helplessness. Karmic fire was inherently anathema to the force of death, but once it transformed into death divine power, it exceeded the evolution capabilities of the Red Lotus Karmic Fire, just as water can extinguish fire, yet when confronted by a vast wildfire, a cup or bucket of water can be instantly vaporized. In a short while, the death divine power spread across the surface of the Karmic Fire Red Lotus sword formation, and if allowed to continue, it could even damage the core of the Karmic Fire Red Lotus sword formation and transform it into a sword formation filled with the force of death. Left with no other choice, Song Jian gritted his teeth and withdrew the core of the Karmic Fire Red Lotus sword formation to prevent it from evolving further, otherwise, the formation might indeed be corrupted and rendered useless by the death divine power. Since I can't make use of the Karmic Fire Red Lotus sword formation, I'll just have to employ the Sacred Lion Demon Binding Seal. Song Jian thought to himself. With a thought, several hundred spirit swords emerged again, converging and entwining to form a mass of golden light, into which a grey chaotic sword chi also entered. Shortly, an awe-inspiring golden lion, radiating with dark gold light, emerged from the golden light, giving a mighty roar at the skeleton warriors. Then, with a thought from Song Jian, 100 soldiers clad in golden armor appeared in front of him. Holy Spirit Warriors. Produced by the Sacred Spirit Temple within the Shattered Divine Realm, their prowess would improve along with Song Jian's strength and the level of the Sacred Spirit Temple. At that moment, each of the 100 Holy Spirit Warriors possessed the peak combat power of the third tier. The Holy Spirit Warriors, armed with shields and long spears, closely followed the Golden Lion, which served as their core and spearhead, charging directly into the throngs of skeleton warriors. The battle instantaneously reached its most intense and fierce phase. Chapter 1406, Jade Bone Skeleton Commander. The appearance of the Holy Spirit warriors required the consumption of Song Jian's mental strength, and once they died, they could not be immediately summoned again. One had to wait a whole day for them to be revived at the Sacred Spirit Temple. 100 Holy Spirit warriors and a single Golden Lion were like tigers entering a flock of sheep. Countless skeleton warriors turned into dust under their attack. Eventually, they even pushed close to within 10 meters of the ship's cabin door, forming a dam-like line that stopped the tide of skeleton warriors. The number of skeleton warriors killed kept rising. After another hour had passed, the number of skeleton warriors Song Jian had killed had risen to more than 20,000. However, the number of skeleton warriors emerging from inside the cabin did not seem to decrease. In fact, more were coming out than before. On the other hand, the line held by the Golden Lion and the Holy Spirit warriors started to slowly retreat, and their numbers had already dwindled to 79. The Golden Lion was also covered with wounds, but as it was formed by a magic array, as long as the core of the array wasn't damaged, it wouldn't matter how severe the injuries were. In fact, the lion would self-repair over time. The core of the Sacred Lion's Demon Binding Seal magic array consisted of a strand of condensed sword chi, extremely durable. Even if exposed, this group of skeleton warriors wouldn't be able to shake it in the slightest. Song Jian let out a low shout, leaped up, and joined the slaughter. The sky-breaking sword was extremely sharp. Even facing level 110 elite-level bosses, he could kill them with just a few slashes, making for a very satisfying battle. As time went on, the number of skeleton warriors being annihilated continued to increase, but the line held by the Holy Spirit warriors and the Golden Lion had retreated by another 10 meters or so. It was at this moment that a low growl came from within the cabin. Song Jian's spirit was shaken, and he looked toward the cabin's door. Soon, a huge skeleton nearly 3 meters tall walked out from the cabin. This skeleton was pure white like jade, and within its bones, silvery patterns flowed continuously, spiderweb-like, covering its entire body. Moreover, these silver lines faintly formed a magic array. However, with Song Jian's current knowledge in formations, he could only discern a trace of it and was unable to determine the specific effects of the magic array, as there were quite a few differences between formations and magic arrays. A level 120 peak command level creature? Song Jian frowned slightly, staring at the giant monster in front of him. If everyone ultimately had to face such a creature, the number of people who could stay on the deck would surely be no more than a handful. The white jade skeleton boss was clad in metal armor, wielding a bone spear over 2 meters long in its left hand and a bone shield in the right. Upon emerging from the cabin, it charged at the Holy Spirit warriors and the Golden Lion like a heavy tank. Jade Bone Skeleton Commander, level 120, peak command level strength, vitality points, 980,000. At this point, the boss's attributes held no secrets from Song Jian. The limitation of not being able to see the attributes of enemies 10 levels higher had disappeared thanks to the breaking illusion Divine Eye. Boom! A thunderous noise rang out as the Jade Bone Skeleton Commander's bone spear produced a sonic burst, directly aiming for a Holy Spirit warrior. The Holy Spirit warrior didn't have time to react before the spear pierced through his chest. The warrior instantly exploded into golden light particles and disappeared. Song Jian's eyebrows furrowed slightly. The attack power of this Jade Bone Skeleton Commander was unexpectedly ferocious. The strength of the Holy Spirit warriors was not to be underestimated. After Song Jian's combat power had risen to Tier 3, the strength of these Holy Spirit warriors had greatly increased as well, and each one possessed command-level strength. However, they stood no chance against the Jade Bone Skeleton Commander. Boom, boom, boom. The Jade Bone Skeleton Commander's spear thrusts were like dragons, able to launch 3 strikes in the span of a single breath, each one capable of instantly killing a Holy Spirit warrior. The Holy Spirit warriors couldn't fight back at all in its presence. In a short while, over a dozen Holy Spirit warriors had been killed, and upon seeing this scene, the Golden Lion roared in anger. Having fought alongside these Holy Spirit warriors, it seemed to have developed some affection for them. Watching the Jade Bone Skeleton Commander slaughter them so mercilessly, the Golden Lion let out a roar and spewed a golden light orb the size of a human head from its mouth, blasting it towards the Jade Bone Skeleton Commander. Sensing the terror of this attack, the Skeleton Commander who had already thrust his spear instantly withdrew it and raised the bone shield toward the direction of the Golden Lion. Boom! A loud bang rang out as the golden orb violently struck the Skeleton Commander's bone shield, instantly bursting into fragments. The powerful force made the Skeleton Commander stagger back 3 steps before he could steady himself. However, because of the protection from the bone shield, the Skeleton Commander did not suffer much damage. After launching an attack, The Golden Saint Lion continued to pounce toward the skeleton commander with incredible speed, leaving only a residual image in Song Jian's eyes. Even with Song Jian's strength, he couldn't fully capture the movement trajectory of the Golden Saint Lion, which showed just how fast the Golden Saint Lion was. Song Jian glanced at the Holy Spirit warriors standing somewhat bewilderedly by the side, let out a slight sigh, and with a wave of his hand, he summoned them back to the divine country. Such a battle was no longer suitable for them to participate in. Being on the sidelines would only get in the way and be of no use. If they were killed, it would consume the strength of their souls to resurrect, so it was better to send them all back. Karmic Fire Red Lotus 10,000 Swords Art. While the Golden Saint Lion fought, Song Jian couldn't just stand by idly. Although he was restricted on this ghost ship and could not deploy the Karmic Fire Red Lotus sword formation, he could still use the 1,000 Swords Art to condense spirit swords without any issues. In an instant, over 1,000 spirit swords floated in front of Song Jian. At his thought, countless spirit swords flew toward the jade bone skeleton, attacking it like a violent storm. A series of damage points in the thousands floated up from above the boss's head. In no time, the jade bone skeleton's vitality points were depleted by the spirit swords. At that moment, Song Jian suddenly felt a vibration from within the pet space. When he opened it, it was Gulu the Golden Giant issuing a battle challenge to Song Jian. Song Jian smiled slightly. Previously, as a stone man, Gulu loved to sleep, spending each day lying in the pet space, fast asleep. After devouring a large amount of gold and jewels and evolving into a golden giant, he became less sleepy. With a thought, the 3-meter-tall golden giant Gulu appeared before Song Jian, roaring. As soon as it appeared, it charged at the jade bone skeleton commander, swinging its fists as large as sandpots at the skeleton commander. Clang clang clang. The skeleton commander seemed to perceive the threat of the golden giant and abandoned the continued attack on the Golden Saint Lion. It turned around, brandishing its spear, and stabbed at the golden giant Gulu. In the blink of an eye, the skeleton commander thrust its spear more than a dozen times, but each strike failed to penetrate Gulu's defense, leaving only a string of white markings on its surface. The damage dealt was only a few hundred points, which was negligible to Gulu, whose vitality points had already broken through 100,000. It was about the same as a mosquito bite. The golden giant withstood the attacks. The Golden Saint Lion distracted the enemy from the side. Song Jian's 1,000 Swords Art could summon hundreds of spirit swords to attack every 5 seconds. The skeleton commander's vitality points were dropping rapidly to the naked eye. In just 10 minutes, its nearly 10 million points were reduced to less than 3 million. Humphrey, even if they seal away my Karmic Fire Red Lotus sword formation, killing a peak boss of command level is only a matter of time. A mocking smile appeared on Song Jian's lips. At this point, the skeleton commander's body was already filled with cracks, and death was only a matter of time. Just then, Song Jian suddenly noticed that in front, behind, to the left, right, and even further away, ghostly images of ghost ships appeared. On each ship, there were numerous skeleton warriors and a traveler struggling valiantly amidst the skeletons. Song Jian's attention was immediately captured by these ghostly images, and he couldn't help but look toward them. Chapter 1407, The Chance to Leave These People. All of them were tourists who boarded the ship before, and they can actually hold on for so long? Song Jian looked around in surprise. If everyone had to endure the kind of monster attacks he had, most of them would have died long ago. It simply wouldn't be possible for so many to still be hanging on. However, after watching for a while, Song Jian found that the monsters these people were facing were not all the same in strength. Some of the skeleton monsters on the decks were only at level 80 or 90, some around level 100, and the speed of the skeleton warriors emerging from the cabins also varied. Some cabins released only 1 or 2 skeleton warriors at a time, while on the ghost ship that Song Jian was on, a breath's time could release more than a dozen skeleton monsters, which simply could not compare. A curious expression suddenly appeared on Song Jian's face as he thought to himself. Could it be that the faster I kill, the greater the pressure I face? He then suddenly remembered that the skeleton warriors started to transform only after he had killed all the skeletons on the deck with one strike. Song Jian couldn't help but slap his forehead. Since advancing to the 3rd tier of combat power, it seemed that for everything he encountered, he only thought of using brute force. In reality, with such a simple mechanism, he could have discovered its secrets just by observing for a few minutes, but Song Jian didn't care and was solely focused on annihilating all the skeleton warriors, resulting in increasingly strong and fast emerging warriors. Crack. Just then, a crisp cracking sound suddenly came from the deck. Song Jian turned his head and saw that under the siege of the Golden Sacred Lion and the Golden Giant Gulu, the skeleton commander boss finally couldn't withstand the attacks and died, vitality points depleted, with white jade-like bone powder scattered everywhere. After killing the enemy, the Golden Sacred Lion, like a lion king inspecting its territory, patrolled around the deck and the cabin doorway, then transformed back into countless sword chi and disappeared. However, that wisp of chaotic sword chi didn't vanish. Instead, it slithered into Song Jian's body like a small snake, traveling along his meridians to his danshan, where it calmed down just like the other sword chi and didn't disappear. Song Jian didn't pay it any mind. There had been times when chaotic sword chi hadn't dissipated after use before and had entered his danshan. However, each time the chaotic sword chi couldn't stay in his danshan for long before it would dissipate on its own, since Song Jian's strength was too weak, and his physical constitution couldn't bear the chaotic sword chi for too long. Once it sensed that it was burdening Song Jian's body, the chaotic sword chi would dissipate by itself, showing no signs of a devouring master. After killing the skeleton commander boss, no more skeletons appeared inside the cabin. The cabin doors stood wide open, dark and ominous, emitting a chilling breath. Song Jian was very satisfied with the battle. The golden giant Gulu's defense was unparalleled, greatly improved from that of the stone people. The skeleton commander's bone spears could instantly kill a holy spirit warrior with a single jab, and yet they couldn't even scratch Gulu's defense. The sacred lion demon binding seal was also surprisingly effective. Against a commanding peak-level boss, it managed to dominate with speed, and even with bosses of legendary quality, the sacred lion demon binding seal formation could contend with them to some extent, a significant aid. The only thing that dissatisfied Song Jian was that these skeleton warriors, even after the skeleton commander was killed, not only did they not provide any combat experience, but they also didn't drop any loot, which left Song Jian feeling somewhat frustrated. The instant the skeleton commander was killed, all the skeleton monsters on the decks of the spectral ghost ships seemed to have hit a pause button, stopping all their actions. Then crash crash, the sound of shattering resonated continuously as all skeletons crumbled on their own, disintegrating into countless pieces of bone powder that merged with the ghost ships. Subsequently, the numerous ghost ships began to attract each other and converge. Song Jian also felt the space-time around him begin to fluctuate slightly. His perception was compressed to within his body, and when he tried to extend his sensing out again, he found it impossible to leave his body no matter how hard he tried. After a slight dizzying sensation, Song Jian felt stable again and opened his eyes only to discover that everyone had, once again, returned to the previous ghost ship. However, this time a third of the people were missing from the deck, which was covered in bloodstains and corpses. These corpses were the once living passengers who had exhausted their strength in the relentless siege of skeleton warriors and ultimately perished. Besides these bodies, many others were seriously injured, their bodies riddled with scars and soaked in blood. Some had even sustained severe injuries like amputated arms or legs. A moment later, and they too would have become corpses. They had narrowly escaped with their lives. So many people still alive. I thought at least half would be dead this time. The skeleton Captain Suo appeared before everyone at some unknown point. Almost everyone glared at it with anger, but Song Jian was shocked. He had not seen Captain Suo on the deck before. The moment before Suo spoke, Song Jian hadn't sensed its presence. It suddenly appeared on the deck the instant it spoke, creating a strange feeling in Song Jian that was very uncomfortable, like his mind was in disarray. You were lucky this time. A powerful passenger took out the Jade Bone Skeleton Commander ahead of time, ending the endless hunt prematurely. Otherwise, who knows how many more of you would have died. Captain Suo, with dark red flames in his eye sockets, stared intently at the injured people and let out another taunting, cold laugh. At that moment, Song Jian realized the ghost ship had already sailed out into the open sea, surrounded by endless waters. Leaving now seemed like an impossibility. Sniff, sniff, this place is too terrifying. I want to go back, I don't want to stay here anymore. A young NPC threw down their longsword and sat on the deck, crying loudly. The others also looked disheartened, regretting their impulsive decision to board this ship. While boarding came without restrictions, leaving was evidently not so easy. The endless hunt before was just an appetizer, the main course is still waiting for you. Captain Suo seemed delighted to see everyone's horrified expressions and laughed loudly. But the merciful Captain Suo will give you a chance to disembark. In half an hour, we will pass by an island. Anyone who doesn't wish to continue on the apocalyptic cruise will have an opportunity to leave as we near that island. This is the only chance to change your mind. Once we leave that island, unless you safely make it through the 7-day voyage, there will be no more chances to leave the apocalyptic cruise. Upon hearing there was a chance to leave, most people became excited. Some couldn't hold back their cheers, and even those with serious injuries showed a hint of relief on their faces. Can it really be that simple? Song Jian's face revealed a trace of doubt as he scrutinized Captain Suo, but it was impossible to read anything from the skeleton's face. Now, I will distribute your rewards for completing the endless hunt. I hope you like them. Captain Suo suddenly said. Everyone was stunned, they hadn't expected any rewards. Their interest was piqued, and they all turned to look at Captain Suo. Chapter 1408, Aura. Originally, the people who heard they could get off the ship and leave the ghost ship were also attracted by the rewards mentioned by Captain Suo and all looked towards it. Captain Suo didn't waste any words, and with a wave of his hand, a palm-sized treasure chest appeared in front of everyone, floating at chest level. One for each person. The longer you hold out, the more monsters you kill, the better the quality of the treasure chest. Captain Suo cackled heartily as if he were watching a play, eyeing each person's face. Indeed, Song Jian saw a few faces turn ugly, apparently those who Captain Suo referred to as having hidden their abilities, but in such an endless hunt, one would only think about buying time and holding out to the last moment. Most of those who are no longer on the ship must be the ones who went all out to hunt skeletons from the start. Song Jian thought to himself. The faster one kills, the quicker the skeletons level up and spawn, so unless one has an extremely strong like Song Jian, it makes sense to play it safe and buy time to get through this trial. Song Jian shook his head and didn't ponder further, looking at the treasure chests in front of the others which were mostly blue or silver. There were only a very few treasure chests radiating a golden glow, while the one in front of Song Jian emitted a purple and gold light. A legendary treasure box, huh? Song Jian smiled slightly, originally thinking it would be an epic level treasure box, but he had received a legendary treasure box instead. Killing the Jade Bone Skeleton Commander promoted the treasure chest quality by 1 level. Captain Suo seemed to have read Song Jian's mind and said indifferently with a glance at him. Song Jian immediately opened the treasure chest, and a beam of purple gold light shot up into the sky, quite dazzling. System, you have opened the reward chest, gaining 63,894,576,600 combat experience points, advancing 2 levels. System, you have obtained the items Endless Hunt Gauntlets, Endless Hunt Boots, and Endless Hunt Bracers. System, you have obtained an upgradable Aura Endless Hunt, which can only be obtained during the Endless Hunt trial on a ghost ship. Current Aura level is 1. The rewards are so generous. Song Jian's eyes shone. One must know he is now at level 101, and each level requires a vast amount of combat experience. If he were to kill monsters, he would have to slay equal level monsters for at least half a year to advance a single level, but now, after killing monsters on a ghost ship for less than half a day, he had advanced a level, which to Song Jian, was like turning on an experience multiplier by 100-fold. Of course, this benefit was not just for Song Jian alone. He saw many others open their chests and level up on the spot, with some even advancing several levels at once, their faces revealing excited smiles. Apart from a massive amount of combat experience, Song Jian had also gained 3 pieces of legendary level equipment, and these pieces, to his surprise, were part of a level 100 set. After checking the attributes, Song Jian found that these items were only second to the Sword Immortal set, and were indeed among the top equipment at level 100. Each piece of equipment significantly increased Song Jian's attribute points, and now almost all his attributes had broken through 200 points. His mental and strength attributes had even surpassed 350 points. It could be said that if Song Jian were in the real world with his current strength, as long as he wasn't hit directly by a nuclear bomb, suffering damage at the epicenter of the explosion, it would be impossible for him to die. Ordinary firearms or even heavy weapons would not be able to penetrate his defenses if Song Jian stood still. However, these weren't the most precious gains. In Song Jian's eyes, the most significant reward this time was the advancable aura skill. A dazzling white pearl appeared in Song Jian's hand, its surface gently rippling with a milky white aura, spreading outwards in waves before slowly fading away. Endless Hunt Aura, Level 1, Aura Attributes, Damage increased by 10%, Vitality Point Regeneration increased by 5%, Energy Regeneration increased by 5%. When the user is pursuing prey, movement speed increases by 8%, next level advancement requires hunting a number of monsters, 0 out of 5,000, monster levels must not be lower than level 100. The level 1 Endless Hunt Aura had mediocre attributes, at most equivalent to a piece of blue quality equipment. However, what shocked Song Jian the most was that this aura's level cap was, meaning there was no limit, it could be endlessly enhanced. When Song Jian first laid eyes on it, his immediate thought was that there was a game bug. How could such a game-breaking item exist that allowed for endlessly increasing the aura's level by simply hunting monsters? What kind of opponent could he have if Song Jian raised this aura's level to 100, 200, 1,000, or even 10,000? Screw it, I'll just use it first. Song Jian immediately crushed the pearl, and a warm surge flowed through his body, which quickly disappeared. Opening the skill panel, sure enough, an aura skill had appeared beneath the natural talents, and faint white light appeared around Song Jian's feet. If someone didn't look carefully, it would be hard to notice the aura under his feet. While everyone was checking their rewards, the speed of the ghost ship gradually slowed down and arrived at a small island, anchoring in front of a pristine white beach. Pointing at the white sand beach less than 100 meters away, Captain Suo laughed heartily. Passengers, the opportunity for you to disembark has arrived. The real voyage through time and space has not yet begun. This is your only chance to leave the ship before traveling on the Doomsday Cruise. If you don't have confidence in your abilities, I advise you to leave right away. Ladies and gentlemen, you only have 5 minutes to consider. No sooner had Captain Suo's words fallen than several people jumped straight into the sea from the deck, not swimming toward the island, but instead rising into the air, apparently intending to fly straight back the way they came. Seeing this, black flames suddenly erupted from Captain Suo. I told you to disembark onto the island. Who allowed you to leave on your own? Captain Suo's words carried a chilling tone. Drawing the curved blade at his side, Captain Suo slashed through the air towards the few people who had already flown dozens of meters away. Instantly, a death god avatar appeared behind them. The avatar stood 100 meters tall, reducing those people to the size of ants in its presence. The death god avatar swung its scythe at them, and a flash of light later, the group was silently cleaved in two, their bodies falling towards the sea as the avatar slowly faded away. Chapter 1409 Naga Island. The scene before everyone's eyes frightened everyone on board. Those who also wanted to leave the ghost ship were suddenly petrified. They did not wish to follow in these people's footsteps. To leave the ghost ship, you can only go to that small island. Once we depart, you will regain your freedom. Have you understood? Captain Suo turned around and said icily to everyone. Are you really letting us leave? You won't summon that thing to attack us again? Someone asked, trembling. Suo said coldly. As long as you obey and follow my rules, you won't be harmed. All those prepared to leave looked toward the island not far away. It appeared vast. Standing on the ship one could not see the beaches on either side, as if it were as broad as a continent. At that moment, the island was very quiet, and its white sandy beaches showed no trace of biological presence. But no one believed this island was truly a paradise without any hint of danger. Fine, I'll trust you this once. An NPC with only one arm left clenched his teeth, leapt into the sea, and swam towards the island. Captain Suo only stared at his figure, motionless, monitoring his entrance onto the island. Not until the NPC had set foot on the island did Captain Suo remain motionless. Seeing this, the other people prepared to leave exchanged glances before plunging into the sea. Songjian saw that the NPC who had reached the island immediately pulled out another golden scroll from his bosom and ripped it open fiercely as soon as he stepped onto the beach. A teleportation scroll, and it's a golden quality golden scroll. Songjian's face showed a hint of surprise. Golden teleportation scrolls were extremely precious treasures. As the player's level increased, more and more strange events could be encountered, and the strength of the monsters also became increasingly powerful. Having a fixed point town return scroll like this often could save one's life. The higher the quality of the teleportation scroll, the greater the range of teleportation. A golden teleportation scroll could be used within a 3,000-kilometer range, enough to transport a person back to safety from any location. But Songjian saw that the person who took out the teleportation scroll was desperately tearing at it, but couldn't rip it at all. His heart sank immediately. Indeed, reaching that island did not mean safety. The use of teleportation scrolls was forbidden. Looking at the person standing on the beach who frustratedly threw the teleportation scroll fiercely on the ground, then after a moment, picked it up cautiously and put it back into his inventory, Songjian sighed and looked away, preparing to face the 7-day Doomsday Cruise journey challenge. That island must have very terrifying creatures. With so many people, perhaps only 1 or 2 will survive. It's more likely that none will make it, Songjian muttered, shaking his head. He, don't be so pessimistic. That's the legendary Naga Island. If you're lucky, maybe you can subdue a few Nagas as followers. You know, the figure of female Nagas is the best among all races, their supple waists can make you ecstatic. Captain Suo burst into laughter. Naga Island? That name sounds so familiar. Songjian was startled and then remembered. Wasn't this the new map that opened in the game because he was the first player to pass the Tier 3 combat power assessment? How had he come across this so soon? One must know that on this island, it is possible to subdue Naga as followers, and for players, there's no limit to the number of followers one can have. If you're skilled enough, you could even recruit 1,000, 10,000 game NPCs as your followers without paying any price at all. Before Naga Island was unlocked, players could also recruit followers, but the difficulty was too great. It was almost an impossible task, akin to an average player obtaining a piece of legendary quality equipment. However, on Naga Island, recruiting followers becomes much easier, requiring only the completion of some small challenges to recruit the desired Naga followers. Upon hearing Suo's words, Songjian immediately felt relieved for those who had set foot on the island. Since it was possible to recruit Naga followers, the monsters on this island probably wouldn't be too formidable. After everyone had boarded the island, Captain Swo burst into laughter, seemingly joyful. He glanced at the remaining passengers on the deck and bellowed. The Doomsday Cruise journey officially begins. We set sail now, lads. Let us take our esteemed guests to fully appreciate the beauty of the space-time rift. A cacophony of cheers arose, and all the skeleton crew started to get busy. Song Jian, however, turned his head to look toward Naga Island. At that moment, the entire surface of the island was shrouded in a layer of transparent white light. This light shimmered under the sun's rays, making it extremely difficult to leave the island once inside. Moreover, Song Jian saw many creatures with human upper bodies and serpentine lower bodies slowly swimming out of the island's jungles, converging toward the beach. Naga. Song Jian murmured softly. At such a distance, which was already beyond the range of vision for ordinary players, he could still clearly see the appearance of these Nagas. However, when he tried to check their attributes, he was notified that the scouting range was exceeded. The ghost ship's speed increased, and the island became blurry. With one last glance, Song Jian vaguely saw the Nagas starting to charge at the people on the island. A huge number of Naga, resembling a black turquoise tide, surged toward the beach. A wry smile appeared on Song Jian's face. Indeed, one shouldn't have too high expectations for the skeleton crew on the ghost ship. There were indeed monsters on the island, and lots of them. Considering the strength of the remnants who had left the ghost ship, it would be difficult for them to hold out till the end. What a pity. Song Jian shook his head, withdrawing his gaze. He knew that if he had gone ashore, there was a good chance he could have ensured everyone's safety, but his goal wasn't to acquire a few Naga followers, it was the 7-day Doomsday Cruise journey. Besides, with the backing of the Sacred Spirit Temple, he didn't care about having a few extra Naga followers. The ghost ship sailed swiftly, racing through the waves in the vast sea. The sea was rough, but the ship remained eerily stable. Even when the entire ghost ship was tossed dozens of meters high by the waves, those standing on the deck felt not the slightest jostle or loss of gravity, an oddity to the extreme. You, look quickly, what is that thing? A player suddenly exclaimed, pointing to one side of the deck and shouting loudly, fear in his voice. Song Jian turned his head to look, and saw a giant shadow moving swiftly through the sea, rushing towards the ghost ship. The shadow was almost as large as the entire ghost ship, submerged in the billows, making hardly a sound. Chapter 1410, Space-Time Rift. Upon closer inspection, a gigantic octopus was charging toward the ghost ship, its tentacles as thick as buildings and each about 100 yards long. If a common vessel were to encounter it and get ensnared, its fate would undoubtedly be destruction and death. Seeing such a terrifying sea creature, everyone's face turned pale. This existence was not something skeleton soldiers could compare to. Scram! Captain Swo bellowed. Visible ripples in the air surged toward the massive octopus and slammed mercilessly into its mountain-like body. With a loud boom, the octopus's movements faltered. It leaped out of the water, tentacles flailing wildly as it lunged at the ghost ship. In an instant, dark clouds bore down, casting a vast shadow over the entire ghost ship. Song Jian couldn't help but take 2 steps back, summoning the sky-breaking sword, ready for battle. Just then, Swo stepped forward, a death god's phantom emerging behind him. Swo, wielding a curved blade, fiercely slashed toward the octopus. As he did so, the towering phantom of the death god behind him also raised the scythe of the death god high and swung it down viciously at the octopus. A dazzling flash of white light swept past, the octopus emitted a piercing screech, its body sliced in two, and crashed into the sea with a thunderous boom. Its tentacles were severed into countless pieces, which rained down into the ocean, some even hit the deck of the ghost ship, causing the whole vessel to tremble slightly. Is it dead? Someone asked in a shaken whisper. The size of the octopus was so colossal that, like ants before a mountain peak, it evoked an inherent fear in people. The strike from Death's scythe didn't impress anyone due to the vast difference in their realms, but Song Jian had a nagging feeling that this attack had touched upon a realm beyond legend. Although the octopus was cleaved apart with a single blow, no one dared to confirm whether this massive creature was truly dead. Humphrey, Osros, the Tutas family's pet, isn't so easily killed. And as long as there are oceans, this creature will never die. Captain Swo snorted, sheathing his curved blade and continuing. It's just that last time, by accident, I drove away its prey, and it's been seeking revenge ever since. It appears each time we undertake the Doomsday Cruise journey. But you lot are in luck, before the real Doomsday Cruise journey starts, you'll get to feast. Osros's body contains traces of the divine, consuming it will be greatly beneficial to you. Then, Captain Swo added in a lower voice. Consider it your last meal before death. True enough, soon a group of skeleton crew members excitedly rushed over. They carried off the octopus's thick tentacles, 5 or 6 meters long, back to the galley. Before long, a tantalizing aroma wafted from the ship's kitchen. Just by catching a few whiffs of the scent, Song Jian felt his sword chi and spirit points become more active. Not much later, Song Jian received several system notifications, indicating that the upper limits of his sword chi value and spirit points had each increased by several points. It was well known that such increases were rare, they typically only occurred after associated attribute advancement. Now, just by smelling the aroma, he experienced an increase, which made Song Jian look forward to tasting the treat even more. Soon, a group of skeleton soldiers emerged, carrying several slices of roasted octopus tentacle. Song Jian observed that apart from a thin wisp of white steam and looking cooked on the surface, these tentacles appeared nearly unchanged from when they were carried into the galley. Ha ha ha, go ahead and split these among them. It's like they've not visited our ghost ship in vain, laughed Captain Suo heartily. These segments of octopus tentacles weighed over 1,000 jin, so much that even if everyone stuffed themselves, they might not be able to finish it all. Song Jian received about 50 jin, and seeing this much meat, a look of surprise couldn't help but appear on his face. Charcoal grilled divine squid, could it be that the big guy we encountered earlier wasn't an octopus, but a squid? Song Jian thought to himself. Enticed by the savory smell, he couldn't resist biting into a piece, and his eyes lit up immediately. The charcoal grilled divine squid was chewy and crisp in his mouth, with a slight toughness as he chewed, and possessed an inherent salty fragrance. Those skeleton crew members had simply roasted it to perfection without using any seasonings, yet the taste was extraordinarily delicious. Song Jian didn't hesitate to dig in with gusto, and in no time, all 50 jin of the charcoal grilled divine squid had made its way into his stomach. It wasn't until he felt stuffed that Song Jian suddenly came to his senses. He slapped his forehead, regretting to himself. Greed, greed. You only need to eat 300 grams of this divine squid to increase your spirit points by 200 and your sword chi value by 500, as well as to enhance the recovery speed by 10%. Eating any more has no effect. Such a divine delicacy, worth a fortune, and I've eaten it all up. Song Jian looked up and saw that everyone else, both players and NPCs, were devouring the charcoal grilled divine squid voraciously, their faces filled with an intoxicated look, seemingly completely immersed in the delicacy, with no intention of stopping. Song Jian's heart sank. It seems it's not just me that's the problem, it's the divine squid itself. It's impossible to stop eating once you start. By now, Song Jian was still savoring the flavor in his mouth, looking unsatisfied and longing for more. Where are we now? Song Jian suddenly noticed that the ghost ship was no longer sailing on the sea. All around them was a thick fog and dense clouds. They had actually ascended into the sky. The moment a surprised look appeared on Song Jian's face, the entire ghost ship suddenly tilted upwards, like an arrow shot from a bow. It surged toward the sky with the speed of lightning. In the blink of an eye, it had pierced through the layers of clouds and entered the firmament. Are we? Song Jian exclaimed in astonishment. However, Captain Suo and the skeleton crew did not pay any attention to their passengers. Instead, they were seriously maneuvering the ship, and Song Jian could feel a tense atmosphere emanating from them. Soon, after everyone had finished eating the charcoal grilled divine squid, they turned their attention outside the ship. At that moment, a faint milky white light screen enveloped the surface of the ghost ship, keeping all the strong winds of the sky at bay. Prepare to enter the space-time rift. The real Doomsday Cruise journey is about to begin. Captain Suo roared. As soon as his voice fell, the entire ghost ship began to tremble violently, and the ship's structure made a creak sound, as if it could barely bear the strain. Just as Song Jian worried that the ghost ship might disintegrate in the next moment, he suddenly found himself in a state of weightlessness. His senses vanished, his thoughts stalled, as though he was an insect encapsulated in amber. It might have been an instant, or it could have been a long time, as the concept of time seemed to have disappeared. Suddenly, Song Jian regained his self-awareness, yet the previous sensations remained etched in his heart like a knife's carving. Where are we? Song Jian looked around in horror, only to discover that the ghost ship seemed to have reached a strange space. All around was darkness punctuated by flashes of colorful lights that blinked in and out of existence, and far off, countless points shimmered continuously like a myriad of stars. Welcome everyone, to the space-time rift. I hope you all have a pleasant journey on the Doomsday Cruise. Captain Suo's eye sockets blazed with a deep red flame that nearly spilled out, indicating his sheer excitement. The space-time rift, so this is the space-time rift. Concerns began to rise in Song Jian's heart. Chapter 1411, Temporal Spatial Node. After entering the space-time rift, Song Jian was suddenly shocked to discover that the contact list and teleportation scrolls were unusable again, as if he had entered an assessment world where his combat power was sealed. However, he could still access the shattered divine country, which eased his mind a bit. This is the intersection of time and space, merged with both yet belonging to neither. This place is the space-time rift, the crossroads of entrances to all worlds. So, the captain bellowed. Here you dance with death, yet life is ever present. Passengers of the Doomsday Cruise, you may choose any node to enter any world at any point in its history, live through that period, and if you survive, you will reap unexpected rewards. So laughed heartily as his lower jaw clattered against his upper, producing a chilling clack-clack sound. The flow of time varies at each node. The journey on the Doomsday Cruise lasts 7 days, but once you enter a node, you might only need 7 hours to complete the voyage. Yet, you also might stay 7 years, 70 years, or even 700 or 7,000 years. Alright, we have entered the star sea of the space-time rift. You may freely choose a shining star, all those are nodes of different worlds in different times. Within these nodes lie countless opportunities, some rules, and fragments of domains that can be easily found. This is a land of fortune but also of danger. Whether you perish within these nodes or obtain treasures and leave depends entirely on your luck. So shouted, pointing at the numerous glowing points outside the ghost ship. Pick a node to enter, and it's best not to have more than 2 people per node. Otherwise, the node might collapse under the strain. When the time is up, the node will automatically send you back to the ghost ship. However, be aware not to get kicked out at a critical moment and miss out on treasures. Lastly, a personal piece of advice, choose a space-time node as quickly as you can. Generally, the nodes near the periphery are much less challenging. The skeleton captain so opened his mouth wide and murmured in a lowered voice. No sooner had he finished speaking than 2 people leaped from the ghost ship. Their bodies floated like feathers towards 2 nearby space-time nodes. Nearing the nodes, they seemed to be irresistibly drawn in, speeding towards the nodes and vanishing into them after a short while. As if he hadn't seen a thing, Captain So remained immobile while the ghost ship continued to advance with deceptive slowness. Yet, after a certain distance, several individuals would jump off the ship towards the twinkling space-time nodes. Song Jian stood still and gazed into the distance where those pinpoints of light were as numerous as the stars in the sky, too many to discern clearly. They looked distant, but in reality, a mysterious force would pull you towards those nodes once you left the ghost ship. But aboard the ghost ship, it was truly impossible to see clearly. What kind of node one would enter was completely up to luck. Between Song Jian's eyebrows, the breaking illusion divine eye slowly opened, its pupil moving continuously in all directions, gazing into the starry sea of space-time nodes. Hiss, the power of the gods. This is. Captain So took an astonished step back, sizing up Song Jian from head to toe. This is the dragon god's power. How did you, a human, gain the favor of the dragon god? Could it be, you are a giant dragon in human skin? Song Jian did not speak but focused his control on the breaking illusion divine eye, looking towards the dense expanse of the starry sea. Although his strength had grown rapidly and he was already able to fully control the breaking illusion divine eye, each use still consumed a great deal of energy, requiring not only mental strength but also sword chi value. Once his mental strength was exhausted, he could no longer maintain the breaking illusion divine eye. In the vision of the breaking illusion divine eye, those space-time nodes that appeared as small as sesame seeds instantly became clear. Each space-time node had its own attributes. Some were enveloped in a gray force of death, signifying the realms of the undead. Some were shrouded in the black abyssal demonic aura, indicating nodes occupied by the demon clan of the abyss. Others were bathed in golden light, and some in milky divine radiance. These are the attributes of all the space-time nodes. A flash of realization dawned upon Song Jian, and he began to rapidly contemplate which space-time node would be most beneficial for him. As Song Jian carefully made his selection, he was unaware that the passengers on the ghost ship had, without notice, dwindled to him alone. Captain Suo's gaze on him had become strange and unsettling. But Song Jian noticed none of this, focusing wholeheartedly on examining the attributes of these star-like space-time nodes. This space-time node is permeated with a void aura. Could it mean that the entire world has been completely destroyed? This is definitely a land of great peril, not a place to go. This node is thick with the aura of holy spirits, seemingly a divine country of a deity. Entering here would be of little assistance to me, and might even provoke this deity, creating an enemy for myself. Not a place to go. Song Jian muttered to himself. However, he quickly identified a few space-time nodes that seemed suitable for his reference. One of these nodes was filled with sword chi, clearly a world of swordmen. Entering there might allow him to improve his swordsmanship skills. Another was permeated with the aura of formations, indicating a world where arrays were dominant and prosperous. Entering there could compensate for the deficiencies in his sword array atlas. The last one was enveloped by chaotic force. The world gave off a dangerous feeling, yet its attributes were highly compatible with his Chaos Sword Cannon. In such an environment, he might gain insights into the Chaos Sword Cannon. He knew that the Chaos Sword Cannon was the most formidable skill he had encountered, and its chaotic sword chi was the most powerful attribute of sword chi he had experienced. If he could completely master the chaos sword cannon cultivation method, Song Jian believed his combat power would undergo an earth-shattering transformation. Just as Song Jian stood at the ship's railing, hesitating about his choice, he suddenly felt a tremendous force kick him off the ghost ship. He was like a pebble being thrown toward the direction of the countless space-time nodes. Enraged, Song Jian spun around to look, only to see Captain Suo standing where he had been moments before, as the shadowy figure of the death god slowly dissipated behind him. Having the dragon god's power already gives you an unfair advantage over others, and you still want to choose the most suitable space-time node for yourself. As if such good fortune exists. Captain Suo murmured to himself, besides, that old dragon god nearly fell out with me last time over a mere holy spirit crystal. I can't let its favored one reap too many benefits. Chapter 1412, Elf Lost. Song Jian originally had ample time to choose a suitable time-space node that suited him and elevate his strength to a higher level. However, he didn't know that upon discovering his dragon god's power, Captain Suo abruptly kicked him out of the ghost ship and sent him plummeting towards those time-space nodes. Once ejected from the ghost ship, Song Jian's body was no longer under his control. Had he previously chosen a time-space node, merely focusing on that node would have established a connection, drawing him in. But now, having made no choice, he could only randomly fall into one of the countless time-space nodes. Drifting through the void, Song Jian was weightless and accelerated toward the myriad of time-space nodes that sparkled like stars. In front of him, a sea of light stretched boundless and infinite. Each point of light resembled a piece of land, and as he drew closer, he could see mountains, rivers, cities, and villages. While Song Jian was carefully observing these time-space nodes, his body suddenly shuddered violently as his speed increased and one of the time-space nodes began to enlarge rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a vast expanse of land, its strong gravitational pull offering no resistance and causing Song Jian to land squarely on that piece of earth. Song Jian was like a meteorite falling from the sky, trailing a long tail of flames behind him. The creatures on the ground watched in horror as the meteorite plummeted, fleeing in panic. At that moment, a layer of light enveloped Song Jian's body. Aside from a dark red glow, he couldn't see anything, but he could feel himself falling, and his speed was increasing. Boom! Song Jian's body shook violently, and the light surrounding him shattered entirely. His vision blurred as the surrounding scenery flooded into sight. He found himself at the bottom of a massive crater with extremely high temperatures. The mud was scorched black and emitted heat exceeding hundreds of degrees Celsius. At the edge of the crater, some of the mud had even melted into crystals. Is this really falling from the sky to the ground? Song Jian couldn't help but be astonished. Even with his strength, plummeting from such a height, he would either be instantly killed or severely injured and close to death. But there he was, without a scratch on him. Clearly, the light that had covered him acted as an invincible protective barrier. Song Jian tried moving and found that upon arriving here, he was once again in full control of his body, and his strength had been restored. With a light jump, the chaotic heavenly wings appeared behind him, allowing him to hover in midair. It was then that Song Jian realized he had fallen into a forest, where trees within a few dozen meters radius were all broken in half from the impact. Those near the impact crater had even burned to charcoal. That wasn't much of an impact. Song Jian muttered to himself as he surveyed his surroundings. In the real world, a meteorite like this would have affected an area tens of kilometers in radius, but here, at this time-space node, the damage was confined to only a few dozen meters, as if some mysterious force had minimized the harm of his fall to the ground. Let's set that aside for now and see where I've ended up, Song Jian sighed, looking around. This was still a game world. Song Jian could tell that he was surrounded by an endless forest. No matter how far he looked, even to the limits of his vision, he couldn't see the end of the forest. The trees in this forest were all ancient, each over 500 years old, which surprised Song Jian. Such robust and still thriving ancient trees would be worth a fortune each, and his fall had destroyed at least dozens of them. If this were the real world, it would be nothing short of a criminal offense. The soil in the forest was fertile, the kind that seemed oily when grasped. However, there was something different about the sky here. Hanging above the azure sky was a green sun. Song Jian found this astonishing, as he'd never seen a green sun before. Just then, Song Jian suddenly felt a stabbing pain in his left temple, causing a jolt of alarm, and he instinctively tilted his head back. Whoosh! A flash of white light zipped past his eyes, leaving a trail in the air, and the force of it made his cheeks sting with pain. Looking closely, Song Jian realized that it was an arrow flying off into the distance. Its speed and the distance it covered were likely unmatched even by the finest sniper rifles. Who's there? Song Jian called out softly, turning his head to look. He saw a person clad in emerald green wooden armor, with a pair of long ears, standing on the treetops and aiming a longbow at him. The person was a spitting image of the elves from legends, with long golden hair draped over their shoulders, and a face so beautiful it was impossible to tell if they were male or female. Song Jian's gaze instinctively dropped to their chest. Unexpectedly, Song Jian's action instantly angered the other party, and a 3-foot-long wooden arrow in their hand began to glow with the light of magic. Legendary level strength. Song Jian's eyebrows knitted slightly as he scrutinized the elf. This was the first creature he had come across since entering this time-space node, and it turned out to be a legendary realm powerhouse. Even if it's a coincidence, this is a bit too much. If all the creatures in this time-space node are this strong, then... Song Jian frowned deeply. If this were true, he could no longer act recklessly as before with his current strength. Defiler of the forest, leave the life forest immediately, or your bones will feed this forest. The elf in front of him demanded, staring at Song Jian with a furious expression. Although Song Jian was not familiar with the language spoken by the elf, the moment he heard it, he immediately understood the meaning. System, you have been exposed to Ancient Elven Language, activating Universal Skill, Ancient Elven Language. Current skill level is 0. Song Jian knew many languages, but the most important ones were just 2, one was the human common tongue, and the other was Abyssal Demon Tongue, with other languages being from lesser species. If categorized by color quality, the human common tongue would be gold, while the Abyssal Demon Tongue would be the legendary level purple gold, and the other lesser languages would be simple white or green. Now, beneath the human common tongue and Abyssal Demon Tongue, a new language of purple gold quality had appeared, Ancient Elven Language. Elven and Dragon languages are just silver quality languages, so how come this Ancient Elven language is of legendary quality, purple gold? Song Jian wondered curiously to himself. Seeing that Song Jian remained motionless as if lost in thought, Elfloss's face showed a hint of anger. He snorted coldly, released the fingers holding the arrow, and the magic-imbued wooden arrow went whooshing toward Song Jian. While the wooden arrow was in flight, the emerald-green magical glow that clung to its surface spread out like tentacles, creating the appearance of a living branch shooting towards Song Jian. Chapter 1413, Suppression. Song Jian's lips curled into a faint smile. Although the elf's strength had reached the legendary realm, and the magic arrows he shot were very fast, it was still difficult to harm Song Jian as he was already prepared. With a gentle flap of his chaotic heavenly wings, Song Jian's figure swiftly retreated over a dozen meters. However, unexpectedly, the wooden arrow seemed to have locked onto him and curved in midair, continuing to fly towards him. Song Jian's brows furrowed slightly. A powerhouse of the legendary realm could lock onto a target with their spirit or perception, and under normal circumstances, they rarely missed. Song Jian had encountered such attacks many times before. Indeed, they were hard to dodge, and most of the time, one could only take the hit head-on. With a cold snort, Song Jian's figure shook slightly, and in an instant, 2 identical Song Jians appeared in midair, sword shadow clone. This was a skill Song Jian used to break free from spiritual locking. It could instantly remove the lock. Of the 2 Song Jians, one spread his wings and rushed towards the elf perched atop the tree canopy, while the other Song Jian gripped the sky-breaking sword tightly and slashed fiercely at the incoming wooden arrow. Boom! A loud noise erupted as the sky-breaking sword collided with the incoming wooden arrow. However, it did not split the arrow in 2 as imagined. Instead, it was like chopping onto refined steel, sending a pang of pain through Song Jian's wrist. This wooden arrow is so tough? Song Jian was surprised. In the moment of his shock, the arrow suddenly exploded, and a green aura enveloped an area of several meters in an instant, naturally wrapping up Song Jian as well. After a short while, the green mist gradually dispersed. The Song Jian who had been standing in the air was now covered with various plants across his body, some of which even blossomed in mere moments. PFFT. Without a sound, this Song Jian, covered in green plants, suddenly burst open, turning into a cloud of green mist. This was one of Song Jian's sword shadow clones. Meanwhile, the real body had already reached the elf's side. The sky-breaking sword shone with sword light and slashed towards him. Elfloss let out a cold humphrey. Although he was an archer, it didn't mean he was inept at close-range combat. With a fierce flick of his right hand holding the longbow, the bow instantly changed shape with a whoosh. Sharp blades, over a foot long, protruded from both sides of the bow, turning it into a weapon as curved and sharp as a crescent moon scythe, still allowing him to continue shooting arrows. This was a weapon unique to the elf race, known as Crescent Moon Night Dance. It was complemented by a set of melee combat skills called Elf Battle Dance. The movements in battle were graceful, much like dancing, but its power was not to be underestimated, and it was somewhat cruel. Enemies killed by the elf battle dance were often dismembered, rarely leaving an intact corpse behind. Clang! With a soft sound, the longbow's blade parried the sky-breaking sword. Elf Loss twisted his body, and the other end of the blade stabbed towards Song Jian's ribs from a strange angle. Song Jian noticed a pale green trace shimmering on the blade of the bow, and a faint sweet, fishy scent pervading the air. He instantly knew that the longbow had likely been coated with poison. This doesn't match the character of the elves in the legends at all. Song Jian thought in surprise as he turned his body, and the blade almost brushed past his armor. In an instant, the two began fighting among the treetops. In the game, Song Jian had encountered many elves, who had long-range attack abilities similar to the elf he was facing now, but not a single elf would coat their weapon with poison, whether it was a short sword, a dagger, or a bow and arrow. The elves believed their race to be the most elegant in the world, disdainful of using items like poison. Moreover, Song Jian had never seen them use their war bow for close combat. In close fights, the elves in the gaming world usually wielded daggers or short swords. Crack! A dazzling spark flew from Song Jian's chest. After only a dozen or so exchanges, Song Jian found himself being suppressed in close quarters by the elf, who was an archer, while he himself was a swordsman. Even though he had changed his job to a sword master, similar to a ranged profession, being suppressed in close combat by an archer would probably subject him to scorn if word got out. Song Jian was amazed. The elf's battle technique was extremely exquisite, like dancing on a wire on the edge of a cliff. Every bit of strength, every movement, was used to its fullest effect. Even though some of the elf's attributes were slightly lower than Song Jian's, the elf was dominating the fight using only this set of battle techniques, leaving Song Jian with no power to fight back. Bang! Song Jian took a hard blow to the chest and felt a stifling sensation in his chest and an itch in his throat, which made him involuntarily spit out a mouthful of blood. What skill is this? Song Jian asked in surprise. Humphrey, lowly human race, you're not worthy of knowing. Elf Loss replied coldly, twisting his body as a wooden arrow appeared on his bow. He was less than 2 meters away from Song Jian, taking aim at Song Jian's head and releasing the arrow with a thud. Fuck! Caught off guard, Song Jian immediately entered the soul wonder state, and the wooden arrow went straight through his body. Song Jian had not expected that the elf would have an archery move within his close-range combat skills. Song Jian's figure retreated rapidly, a swordsman class being suppressed by an archer class to the point of fearing close combat would hardly be believed if told. In an instant, the distance between Song Jian and the elf widened by tens of meters. Just as Song Jian prepared to use Thousand Swords art, he saw a dark cloud bearing down on him from the head. Is this a rain of arrows? Song Jian's face showed a horrified expression. In less than 3 seconds from when he had widened the distance to his preparation of the Thousand Swords art, the elf had managed to fire hundreds of arrows, creating a rain of arrows. Song Jian could feel that each of the densely packed arrows was real, each one capable of causing him severe damage. Damn it, are the ancient elves this tough to deal with? Song Jian cursed softly, immediately hiding within Shattered Divine Realm, and then returned after a few breaths. By then, the rain of arrows had all fallen behind him. Song Jian, still shaken, looked back and immediately changed his mind about using Thousand Swords art. With a thought, hundreds of spirit swords floated in midair, intertwining with each other, and a golden sphere of light began to grow larger. At the same time, Song Jian channeled the thread of chaotic sword chi within him into the golden light sphere. Soon after, a lion's roar was heard, and the golden light transformed into a majestic lion, which shook the mane on its neck and pounced towards the elf like lightning. Chapter 1414, Starlight Falls. Seeing the golden sacred lion pounce toward him, Elf Loss showed a trace of surprise on his face. He could feel that this vivid golden lion in front of him carried not a hint of life, it was not a living creature at all. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the blink of an eye, Loss shot 5 wooden arrows toward the golden sacred lion. It should be known that even Song Jian was surprised by the speed of the golden sacred lion, yet Loss was able to fire 5 wooden arrows in succession as it charged, showing just how fast Loss's archery speed was. Facing these 5 wooden arrows, the golden sacred lion did not dodge or evade, but charged straight into them. PFFT. The first wooden arrow struck the head of the golden sacred lion, a flash of emerald light flickered and then died out, and the whole arrow crumbled to dust. Then the second and third arrows in succession struck, but still, they had no effect. All 5 wooden arrows hit the golden sacred lion, yet they couldn't even slow it down for a second. Loss's face showed fear for the first time. He stamped his foot, his figure shot backward, and with a backflip in the air, his warbow once again launched a torrential downpour of wooden arrows. Cling, 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 cling. The wooden arrows kept hitting the golden sacred lion, causing small ripples on its body surface. Although the golden sacred lion was not a living entity and was completely composed of array power, if the array nodes were damaged, it could still be harmed. During the onslaught of attacks, At least 100 wooden arrows struck the golden sacred lion, and finally, with a bang, a spark erupted from the left shoulder of the golden sacred lion. Song Jian's brows furrowed. The attack of the sacred lion demon binding seal was fierce, but its defense was slightly lacking. Although as long as the core of the array was not damaged, the sacred lion demon binding seal could automatically repair itself slowly. With the attack power of this ancient elf, it probably wouldn't wait for the sacred lion demon binding seal to self-repair before destroying it completely. Seeing his attack take effect, Elf Loss showed a hint of a smile on his face, and his shooting speed climbed another level. Meanwhile, the golden sacred lion had reached the treetop where Loss had previously been standing. But within this forest, Loss's moving speed was also extremely fast, seemingly augmented by the entire forest, while the speed of the golden lion was becoming slower. Partly due to injury, and partly because a mysterious force within the forest started infiltrating its structure, even Song Jian, who floated in midair, could feel this mysterious power continuously eroding his body. If he let this mysterious force invade his body, he feared he really would meet his end in this strange spatio-temporal node space. Thinking this, a trace of murderous intent appeared in Song Jian's eyes. He had to kill off this elf quickly, or else the longer time dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. Glancing at his attribute interface, his sword chi value had fully recovered. A thought crossed Song Jian's mind, and he immediately launched the Karmic Fire Red Lotus Thousand Swords art. Surrounded by spirit swords burning with dark red flames, in that instant, Song Jian felt the mysterious force that had been eroding him suddenly vanish, as if they too were terrified of the Karmic Fire Red Lotus Thousand Swords art. No, it's not the skill they fear, but the Red Lotus Karma Fire. An epiphany flashed in Song Jian's mind as he saw the dark red flames appearing on the surface of the surrounding spirit swords and silently pondered. Could it be that this mysterious force is indeed the consciousness produced by this boundless forest I see before me? Looking down at the endless green forest below, Song Jian couldn't help but speculate. The golden sacred lion continued charging at Elf Loss, but with every attack, Loss left more and more wounds on it while it could never get within 5 meters of Loss. For some reason, Loss, who had previously dared to engage in close combat with Song Jian, maintained a distance from the golden holy lion, always cautious not to let it approach, revealing a subtle fear of the golden holy lion. In fact, if the golden holy lion got within 3 meters of Loss, it could use the power of its formation to trap him, and even if it couldn't kill him, it would still create an opportunity for Song Jian to deal a fatal blow to Loss. Starlight attack. At a distance, Loss sensed that Song Jian seemed to be initiating a powerful move and immediately changed expression, waving his battle bow and pointing towards the golden holy lion. Suddenly, with Loss as the center, the light within several thousand kilometers dimmed, as if it had shifted from day to night. In the pitch-black sky, stars began to emerge, resplendent and dazzling, and for a moment, Song Jian lost track of Loss's position. Although he could see the other man standing 100 meters away, neither his mind nor his senses could perceive him as if he didn't exist, and the previous mental lock had mysteriously disappeared. What is this? Song Jian's face changed color. Although Thousand Swords art didn't require a lot to cast, without it, he could only target a specific area, which would allow Loss to easily leave the skill's range. While Song Jian was still in doubt, the stars in the sky suddenly shone brightly, each one targeting the ground as they fell, and shockingly, their target was both Song Jian and the golden holy lion. Song Jian couldn't help but laugh at this. The elf opposite was far too greedy. He could feel the immense power of this skill. If it were solely directed at the golden holy lion, it might indeed shatter the formation centered around Chaos Sword Chi, but he also aimed to kill Song Jian simultaneously, which seemed a bit too presumptuous. With a thought, the Thousand Swords art previously aimed at Loss now changed course, flying towards the falling stars in the sky. As stars like small suns plunged, streams of spirit swords with long tails soared upward, intercepting them like missiles stopping falling meteors. Seeing this scene, Loss's face turned ashen, and he couldn't help but look up, his expression tense. At that moment, the golden holy lion suddenly accelerated, leaving behind an afterimage as its actual form pounced toward Loss. At this point, Loss's heart was in his throat. Such a large-scale skill collision could easily wreak havoc on the life forest below, possibly resulting in his exile to the underground demon cave or barren lands. Just the thought made Loss shiver. Just then, the golden holy lion had reached him, its claws raised high, a metallic sheen flashing in Loss's eyes. He suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest and was hit with such force that he was blasted off the treetop, crashing hard against an ancient tree. PFFT. Loss couldn't help but spew out a mouthful of blood. Looking up, he saw a flash of gold as the golden holy lion, without any pause, continued its assault. Loss was enraged. At that moment, a milky white substance shot out from the dense branches, striking the golden holy lion, swift as lightning. The thick, phlegm-like liquid turned into a vast net, ensnaring the golden holy lion. No matter how much it struggled, it couldn't escape the net's entanglement. Hee, Loss, you look so pitiful. Do you need my help, Caslo? A coquettish voice rang out. Loss's expression changed as he turned his head towards the dark recesses of the forest. Chapter 1415. The Detroit Spider-Man. The elf Loss squatted under a big tree, his face deathly pale. Clearly, the strike from the golden sacred lion had caused him severe injury, leaving a stain of blood on his chest. Hearing Caslo's coquettish voice, Loss's complexion grew even uglier, as he twisted his head to gaze into the depths of the forest. Caslo, this human is somewhat troublesome, but it's nothing much. Killing him is just a matter of time, as long as Loss stood up and said loudly. Just then, a thunderous explosion resounded through the sky as bursts of light from explosions shone in the air. It was the collision of Loss's Starlight Fall and Songjian's Thousand Swords art, causing the blasts. Giggle, if I didn't know you were from the Life Forest, Loss, I would have thought that human is the most devout guardian of the Life Forest. Caslo laughed playfully, which made Loss's face grow so dark it was almost dripping with water. Caslo, stop making snide remarks. You know my skills won't cause any harm to the Life Forest, but that human, he controls a special flame. Even the Life Forest feels a sense of fear towards it. He is the one the Life Forest despises. A flame that even the Life Forest fears? Caslo's eyes brightened, and a hint of excitement appeared on her face. Elf, that move of yours won't work on me. Whatever other moves you have, just bring them on. A cold smile appeared on Songjian's face as he turned his head toward the elf Loss. At that moment, the golden sacred lion seemed to sense Caslo's presence and let out a roar toward the deep forest, slowly retracting its position towards where Songjian was. Human, this is the Life Forest. Outsiders are not welcome. You better leave quickly, or else no matter how strong you are, you will die again. The coquettish voice rang out once more, and Songjian saw a woman with almost bare upper body and long black hair slowly walking out from the deep forest. Her figure was excellent, with only a few leaves covering the key areas. The skin on her body was as white and delicate as fine porcelain, and there was a faint smile on that charming and seductive face, making her look like a goddess. If it weren't for the fact that below her waist was a gigantic spider's body, spoiling the beauty, Songjian might even have had the urge to rush up and take a photo with her. The grotesque and swollen spider body, with its 8 sharp, spear-like legs, and her upper body, as divine as a goddess's, created a weird contradiction. Literal spider people, another strong being from the legendary realm. Songjian's heart sank. The opponent was also a level 125 legendary realm strong being, which immediately made him feel like he was in a pinch. If it were only the legendary realm elf Loss, Songjian would still be confident in a skirmish, and might even have the chance to gravely wound or even kill the opponent. But now 2 legendary realm beings had appeared, and it was clear that the 2 knew each other. If they attacked together, Songjian wasn't sure he could emerge unscathed from a joint attack by 2 legendary realm beings. Caslo, join forces with me to kill him. He has desecrated the Life Forest, burning at least a dozen ancient life trees. Loss's eyes showed a hateful look as he shouted loudly. Caslo's face changed, the originally smiling face also turned ugly as she said to Songjian. Although I would rather not fight with you, the fact that you've destroyed over a dozen life trees is an unforgivable crime. As she spoke, Caslo let out a piercing shriek, causing Songjian's face to instantly contort in agony. It felt as though a red-hot iron rod was being stirred violently in his ears and mind, inflicting unbearable pain. Hiss. Following Caslo's loud cry, countless fist-sized spiders emerged from the depths of the forest. These spiders were not high level, only level 60, but they were numerous, swarming like a black tide, rushing towards Songjian. Soon, several spider people half the height of Caslo mixed into the tide of small spiders. They had fierce expressions and carried scimitars and daggers, looking very ferocious. Songjian scoffed coldly. With the power of the Thousand Swords art at his disposal, he wasn't afraid of being besieged. With a thought, thousands of spirit swords, burning with dark red flames, appeared around his body. Now, unless he hid in the shattered divine realm and never came out, it was impossible to avoid a battle. The 7-day journey on the Doomsday Cruise, placed at this point in time, meant that he had to stay here for at least 7 weeks. He couldn't hide within the divine country the entire time. Seeing the power of the flames on the spirit swords, Caslo's face also showed a complex expression. Staring at one of the spirit swords, she muttered to herself, and even Loss, who was closest to her, couldn't understand what she was saying. Perhaps sensing the power of the spirit swords, the spiders summoned by Caslo also began to hesitate, emitting sharp screeches but not daring to advance further. You! Just as Songjian was about to speak, he was immediately targeted by an icy killing intent. Looking up, he saw an enormous python about 30 feet long and thick as a barrel perched in the treetops. With such a massive body, these ancient trees, some hundreds of years old, should not have been able to support it. But eerily, this python, which weighed thousands of tons, seemed weightless as it slithered through the treetops, placing no pressure on the trees beneath it. The python was entirely emerald green, with a faint green poison mist surrounding it. Even from tens of feet away, Song Jian could smell a sweet and fishy odor. On the python's head, there was a protrusion over 3 inches long, resembling a horn, albeit not yet breaking through the skin to form a real antler. Its scales shimmered with a faint golden glow, and its body contained formidable power. Just one distant glance was enough to send a shiver down one's spine. Legendary Realm Peak. Song Jian's heart sank, his mind racing. He had not expected to encounter such a terrifying threat the moment he entered this point in time. 2 early Legendary Realm and 1 peak Legendary Realm bosses, forcing Song Jian to remain completely still, with all his attention focused on the 3 bosses. Should they make any move, Song Jian was ready to retreat into the Shattered Divine Realm, his final means of survival. Even if I retreat into the Shattered Divine Realm, if the 3 of them just stand their ground, they could trap me here, Song Jian said with a bitter smile on his face. Just then, the emerald green python suddenly spoke. Human, retract your skills. This flame is highly damaging to the life forest. If you promise not to release such flames here, I can guarantee your safety. Chapter 1416, The Charred Woodripper Human, please leave this forest as quickly as possible, you are not welcome here. The words of the emerald giant snake sparked a flash of realization in Song Jian's mind. He suddenly remembered that the elf had said something similar before. The reason they attacked him was that he destroyed over a dozen ancient trees in the life forest when he crashed. It seems that this forest holds a special status and meaning in the hearts of these creatures, Song Jian thought to himself. Of course, in reality, I'm a pacifist, and I don't like to destroy the environment either. Song Jian spread his hands wide, saying loudly, but the spirit sword that burned with dark red flames beside him did not disappear. You destroyed 13 life trees and yet you dare to call yourself a pacifist? Elfloss asked with a face full of mockery. That was just an accident. Song Jian turned his head, staring at the elf as he said. I'm just a traveler who got lost and ended up in this forest by mistake. I didn't mean to destroy the ancient trees. Elfloss let out a cold laugh, ready to retort, when the giant snake interrupted him. Human, you are not welcomed here. Please leave the life forest as soon as possible. The giant snake moved its body slowly, speaking in a deep voice. The giant snake's eyes were like lanterns, radiating an endless purple glow. Its widely open mouth stretched 180 degrees, and within it, fangs sharp as daggers gleamed with a chill, likely frightening an ordinary person to death on sight. Hearing its words, Song Jian did not refuse and slowly began to step backward, appearing ready to leave. Seeing his actions, Elfloss actually breathed a sigh of relief and voluntarily put away his war bow. Slate Lin, are you really going to let him off so easily? He is a human after all. If he leaves, he might bring even more people here next time. Caslo the spider, however, seemed somewhat dissatisfied. Hearing this, Song Jian's heart grew tense, and he gripped his sky-breaking sword even tighter. Caslo, you have witnessed his strength. Are you confident you can kill him without causing more harm to the life forest? The giant snake suddenly turned its head to stare at Caslo in a low voice. A smile appeared on the corner of Song Jian's mouth. If he unleashed Thousand Swords art in full force to form the karmic fire Red Lotus sword formation, he was confident he could destroy the forest within several kilometers radius. But that move would be one of mutual destruction. Should he resort to it, he would undoubtedly be hunted relentlessly by his enemies to the death. Caslo glanced at the flames emanating from the spirit swords around Song Jian with wariness, snorted coldly, and said no more. In truth, Caslo also coveted Song Jian's Red Lotus Karma Fire. He knew that ordinary flames could hardly damage the ancient trees of the life forest. It was only special flames like the Red Lotus Karma Fire that could harm it. Song Jian chuckled softly, continuing to step backward. The spirit swords around him seemed to escort a sovereign, retreating slowly as Song Jian moved back. 3 legendary realm creatures watched Song Jian until he vanished from sight. Slate Lin, I know you fear his capabilities, but by letting him go like this, you will regret it in the future. Elfloss turned his head to stare at the emerald serpent, speaking softly. Without waiting for the serpent to respond, Elfloss lightly tapped his foot and bounded from tree to tree, disappearing into the distance. That's an interesting human. I look forward to our next encounter. Giggle Caslo covered her mouth with her hand, giggling flirtatiously before slowly stepping backward, her numerous spiders retreating with her like a receding tide. Human, I hope you don't disappoint me. Everyone else had left, leaving only the emerald giant snake, eyes fixed on the spot where Song Jian had disappeared, speaking to itself. Once the three legendary realm creatures were no longer within his perception range, Song Jian finally took a deep breath, dispelling the surrounding spirit swords, as maintaining their existence also required a significant consumption of mental strength. Phew, this place is truly terrifying. If it weren't for the Red Lotus Karma Fire, I might have really died here. Song Jian wiped away his cold sweat, muttering softly. Song Jian needed to survive here for 7 weeks, then wait to be recalled by the Doomsday Cruise. If he could make it through, he should be able to receive a nice reward. Moreover, if he took the time to search carefully at this temporal node, he could also gain considerable advantages. But upon entering, he had encountered 3 creatures of the legendary realm and nearly perished. Now, all Song Jian wanted was to find a place to rest properly. Live forest was vast and boundless, and there seemed to be restrictions in the sky as well. When Song Jian used sword flight art, he could only ascend a little over 200 meters before he couldn't go any higher. Nonetheless, this height didn't hinder his travel. After flying for 2 days and nights, Song Jian finally reached the edge of Life Forest. At the edge of Life Forest lay a burned wasteland, seemingly testament to a massive forest fire. Charred tree trunks were everywhere, the air was filled with a pungent smell, and all around was deathly silence, devoid of any sign of life. Seeing this scene, Song Jian also understood why the 3 legendary realm creatures had such a deep loathing and intense disdain for the destruction of ancient trees, especially since he himself wielded the Red Lotus Karma Fire, bringing with it both wariness and revulsion. It looks like this area was once part of Life Forest too, only to be destroyed by a wildfire. Song Jian thought to himself. Just then, a charred tree trunk, now only 5 or 6 meters tall, began to tremble suddenly. The ground around it churned as thick roots emerged from the earth, converging with one another. In a short time, a charred tree person stood before Song Jian. Focused wood wrecker, carbonized wood elemental, level 110, Lord level boss, vitality points 3.2 million. Song Jian raised his eyebrows, thinking. There's no sign of life here. Could it be that all the creatures have been burnt to death, and even the ancient trees have turned into these carbonized wood elementals? It was clear that the formidable creature in front of him had lost its self-awareness and had become a monster driven only by the instinct to kill. It let out a low growl, and a right hand completely made of branches extended violently towards Song Jian. There had been a distance of 5 or 6 meters between the creature and Song Jian, but in an instant, countless finger-thick branches shot towards Song Jian's face like tendrils. Song Jian was startled and quickly retreated, evading the attack. Twack twack twack. A sound like a sudden downpour rang out, the spot where Song Jian had been standing, within a 3-meter radius, was now enveloped by the branches, which were like metal spears plunging into the black soil. Boom. The sound of an explosion echoed as fragments of soil were ejected in all directions, some scraping across Song Jian's face and leaving behind streaks of blood. The branches trembled fiercely and were retracted by the focused woodwrecker, leaving behind a gigantic crater in the ground. The attack range is around 6 meters, and the damage is also considerable, plus there's an area effect. Song Jian wiped the blood from his cheek, assessing the specific power of the monster before him in his mind. Chapter 1417, The Guidance of Destiny. The Charred Wood Ripper, a level 100 plus Lord level boss with extremely high defense and resistance, also boasts a fierce attack. For an ordinary player to deal with it, it would take a team of 10 players of at least the same level. Song Jian snorted coldly, preparing to draw his sword for battle, but suddenly felt the ground around him shaking continuously. One by one, the ancient trees that had been burned to charcoal seemed to come back to life. As far as the eye could see, whether they were only 2 meters high or still retained 7 or 8 meters tall trunks, the ground started trembling around them. Countless roots pulled out of the soil, intertwining and forming thick thighs, transforming into creatures like the charred wood rippers. So many. Song Jian's eyes widened as he looked around. Thousands of dead trees all began to tremble, turning into charred wood rippers, some of which stood 7 or 8 meters tall and even became level 120 Dominion level bosses. The furious charred wood overlords. The vast horde of monsters leisurely encircled Song Jian. It was simply impossible for him alone to kill them all. Damn it. Song Jian's expression immediately turned ugly. Even if he had to escape, he couldn't just run away like this. With a thought, countless spirit swords engulfed in flames floated in the air, sweeping toward those charred wood monsters like a torrential downpour. Boom, boom, boom. A barrage of explosions resounded, and the ground looked as if it had been bombarded by missiles, gaping with one crater after another, sinking 3 feet deep. He had thought that such a powerful 1,000 swords art would kill hundreds of these boss charred wood monsters, but unexpectedly, after the bombardment, Song Jian did not receive a single kill notification. The defense and fire resistance of these monsters exceed imagination. Song Jian looked forward in shock, finding that the most any of the monsters' vitality points had been reduced was by half, with most only losing about a third of their vitality points. It seemed the power of the Thousand Swords art was suppressed to the minimum against them. Roar! The golden sacred lion beside him let out an angry roar, looking eager to leap into action. Song Jian slowly retreated backward. Behind him lay the vast and vibrant life forest. Song Jian had already noticed that these charred wood monsters seemed to fear the life forest, daring not to step into it. There was a very clear dividing line between the life forest and the scorched earth. Seeing Song Jian preparing to flee, several towering charred wood overlords let out a loud roar. Their stout arms plunged into the scorched earth vigorously, causing the soil to churn as if giant pythons were rolling and moving beneath the surface, rushing toward Song Jian's position at high speed. Boom, boom, boom. Song Jian tapped the ground with his foot. His figure retreated rapidly, moving back 5 or 6 meters in an instant. Just at that moment, the spot where he had just been standing suddenly erupted with countless branch-like limbs, each as thick as an arm, from the scorched earth, gleaming with a metal-like sheen like spears. This move was almost an exact copy of the Earth-type magic spell, Earth Spikes. However, with the speed of Song Jian and the Golden Sacred Lion, this move had little effect on them. But as more and more charred wood overlords used this move, the space for Song Jian and the Golden Sacred Lion to dodge became increasingly limited. Eventually, Song Jian was forced to take refuge by entering the Shattered Divine Realm. Moments later, when he emerged, the Golden Sacred Lion had vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. And on this expanse of scorched earth, the dense spears protruding from the soil resembled a forest, enveloping an area of hundreds of meters in a radius. Even if the Golden Sacred Lion is fast, it's impossible to completely dodge such a wide-range attack. Song Jian thought to himself. At this moment, he had lost contact with the Sacred Lion Demon Binding Seal, and that thread of chaotic sword chi had also dissipated into the air. But taking this opportunity, Song Jian retreated into the life forest. Separated by a row of ancient trees, Song Jian saw that these fierce burnt wood creatures seemed to have lost their target. Their speed in surrounding him slowed, and eventually, they all stopped and reverted back into withered ancient trees. What on earth happened here? How could there be so many withered ancient trees? Song Jian wondered inwardly. At this time, he could neither retreat due to the presence of 3 legendary realm creatures within the life forest, nor advance given the numerous burnt wood creatures ahead of him. With his strength, he could not carve a bloody path to escape. For a moment, Song Jian found himself trapped in the same spot, unsure of what to do next. Standing still, he rested for a while, then began to slowly explore along the boundary line between the life forest and the scorched earth. This was the only thing he could do now. In a place unseen by Song Jian, a pair of eyes emitting purple light was closely watching his every move. Slate, you seem very interested in this human. A spider the size of a fist, always following beside the verdant giant snake Slate, spoke with the voice of the spider creature Caslo. You don't understand. He carries a scent that doesn't belong to our world. He is not from our world. Slate spoke softly. Not from our world? Another worldly traveler? Caslo exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, perhaps through him, we could find a way to restore the life forest. I have a premonition that he will definitely bring us a surprise. Slate said, tongue flickering in anticipation. Slate, you're too naive. These otherworldly travelers are extremely indifferent. Plus, after the battle with us earlier, even if he could help, he most likely wouldn't. What's more important is, how could a human who hasn't even reached the legendary realm possibly help us? Caslo said contemptuously. It would be better to drive him into the demon cave, let him bring us some useful supplies from there, delay the forest's decline, and let us live a little longer. We don't need to do anything. The guidance of fate will naturally lead him to do what he must. The verdant giant snake murmured mysteriously. But looking at the direction he is heading, it seems he is going to the Silent Stone Forest. I've heard that the Paso fruit tree there is about to bear fruit. Right now, that group of giant lizard dragon folk must be on edge. When they meet him, hee. Caslo let out a strange chuckle. If he is killed by the giant lizard dragon folk, then it means he is not the one guided by fate, and we no longer need to pay him any attention. The verdant giant snake said softly. But if he manages to survive, it would mean that the radiance of fate has begun to shine on him, and the hope for the life forest would also rest upon him. Charlatan. Caslo muttered displeasantly and began to control the spider to back away. The verdant giant snake leisurely moved its body, following Song Jian at an unhurried pace. In the life forest, if it didn't wish to be discovered, even passing by close to someone wouldn't draw any attention. Meanwhile, Song Jian was completely unaware that less than 10 meters behind him, a giant snake was closely trailing him. Chapter 1418, Silent Stone Forest. Songjian walked for a day and finally arrived at the edge of the forest and scorched earth. This place was a desolate gobi with soil turning white and simultaneously permeated with threads of death. In such soil, not to mention planting trees, it was doubtful that even the soil's microorganisms could exist. Gazing at the vast expanse of whitened land, filled with the breath of death, Songjian suddenly hesitated. He didn't know whether he should set foot on this land, which was clearly hostile towards living beings. "Why aren't you continuing forward?" A deep voice suddenly came from behind. Songjian was startled and turned his head to look, only to see a verdant giant python coiled around the crown of a large tree, its dark purple pupils staring at him from no more than 10 meters away. How is this possible, at such a close distance? Why didn't I notice anything? Songjian was shocked. He knew that with his current perception, he should have been able to clearly detect even the fall of a petal or a leaf within 100 meters, let alone allow such a huge snake to approach within 10 meters of him. You've been following me?" Songjian asked in surprise. "Indeed, human, you are not a creature of this world, you are an outsider, a traveler from a different plane of existence." The verdant giant python, Slytherin, spoke. "Creatures like you come to our world surely for the purpose of seeking treasures, don't they? Continue forward and you will find a stone forest in this desolate land. That place is called the Silent Stone Forest. Inside the forest, there is a passo fruit tree, and the fruit it bears is a treasure." "Passo fruit tree?" Songjian raised an eyebrow and asked with some confusion. "Why are you telling me this? Why are you helping me? How do you know I'm helping you?" The verdant giant python cracked its mouth into a fierce smile, saying, "The passo fruit tree is guarded by a group of giant lizard dragon men, and these fellows are violent maniacs, not so easy to deal with." "Maybe so, but still, thank you." Songjian waved his hand at the verdant giant python and stepped onto the desolate land filled with death. Instantly, a burning sensation welled up from the soles of his feet. It felt as though it wasn't acting on his body, but directly upon his soul. "This is..." Songjian frowned slightly, but after just a moment's hesitation, his innate skill, Immortal Body, was triggered, taking effect. Soon, a cool sensation spread throughout his mind, driving away the burning feeling. "This land rejects the entry of all living beings," Songjian thought to himself, continuing to walk forward. Watching Songjian walking indifferently across the desolate land, the verdant giant python showed a strange smile at the corner of its mouth and murmured to itself. "If he can walk on desolate land, it looks like those giant lizard dragon men are in trouble." In this little world, there were many different forces, large and small, all striving to expand their own territories and fighting amongst each other. The life forest could be said to be the fat of the land among these forces, each wanting to bite off a piece for themselves. If it weren't for the powerful guardians within the life forest, it's likely that not a single ancient tree would exist in this world anymore. This was also why, after Songjian entered this world and destroyed more than a dozen ancient trees, it attracted the attacks of so many strong beings. However, no matter what, Songjian was a living being and, moreover, one with strong prowess. After the verdant giant python learned that Songjian did not intentionally destroy the ancient trees, it naturally turned a blind eye to him. After all, as a being that arrived in this world, it was natural to become hostile to other forces, which was a good thing for the life forest. Songjian walked on the barren land, as far as the eye could see, without spotting any living creature. The giant lizard dragon men mentioned by the verdant giant python were nowhere to be seen. Only when the lush green sun above began to descend slowly, plunging the land into darkness, did Songjian see a forest of stone pillars rising from the ground in front of him. "Is this the Silent Stone Forest?" Songjian thought to himself. With his dark vision, he was not bothered in the least by the lack of any illuminating light around him and headed straight for the stone forest. Upon reaching a stone pillar, Songjian observed it carefully. The surfaces of these pillars were smooth as mirrors, and inside there was a myriad of hair-thin black lines. These lines combined to form various patterns of people, giant beasts, and many scenes of battle. Did these form naturally, or? Songjian passed by stone pillar after stone pillar, reaching out to touch them. The pillars gave not a hint of cold, but instead a touch of warmth, and he could even feel a faint energy transferring from the pillars into his body. This energy was extremely faint. Had Songjian not possessed a strong sense of perception, he would have hardly noticed them. After touching a dozen or so pillars, the bit of chaos sword chi within his danshan suddenly twitched slightly and began to circulate on its own, causing him to immediately feel waves of burning pain emanating from his danshan. Although his strength had increased significantly, and he was able to nurture a bit of chaos sword chi within his body, the chaos sword cannon was still too profound for Songjian. It couldn't be formally cultivated until he reached the legendary realm. Usually, the nurturing of chaos sword chi in the danshan was manageable, but once stimulated, he must exhibit it or it would still cause harm to his body. Now, this bit of unprovoked chaos sword chi was circulating on its own, naturally causing Song Jian's body some distress and pain. Chaos sword chi, release. With his right hand, Song Jian extended two fingers together and pointed into the air, attempting to shoot out the uncontrollable bit of chaos sword chi from inside his body. This was a skill Song Jian had previously mastered, sword finger, even though it had been devoured as nourishment, but he was still very familiar with the pathways of sword finger. Now executing it only used up much more energy without any other effect. Swish. A sharp, piercing sound echoed through the silent stone forest as a grayish sword chi burst from Song Jian's fingertips. It flew dozens of meters away in an instant, appearing from afar like a long sword had been shot through the stone forest. In the moment when the chaos sword chi was released, the entire stone forest began to tremble as if an earthquake had occurred. Each stone pillar started to shudder, all at the same frequency. In no time at all, wisp upon wisp of grey mist began to emit from the pillars, swiftly enveloping the whole stone forest within it. Song Jian, surprised to discover that this grey mist was all chaotic energy, immediately became overjoyed. He sat down cross-legged on the ground, positioned himself with his hands reaching towards the sky, and according to the description in the Chaos Sword Canon, began to practice the initial cultivation technique. Chapter 1419, The Giant Lizard Dragon Man. The cultivation of the Chaos Sword Canon is most important for condensing the Chaos Sword Chi. Only warriors of the legendary realm are capable of transforming all their cultivated sword chi into Chaos Sword Chi. This transformation of sword chi attributes is a slow and gradual process that requires a very long time of cultivation. That's why Song Jian couldn't cultivate the Chaos Sword Canon before reaching the legendary realm. The bit of Chaos Sword Chi that he had cultivated before was a stroke of luck, slowly nurtured after inadvertently comprehending the opening heaven technique from the Chaos Sword Canon. Up to now, Song Jian had only nurtured this thread of Chaos Sword Chi. But now, within his silent stone forest, there was an abundance of chaotic aura, which was like a cheat code for Song Jian's cultivation of the Chaos Sword Canon. These chaotic auras, belonging to the same family as Chaos Sword Chi, could easily be condensed into Chaos Sword Chi. For the cultivation of the Chaos Sword Canon, this place was simply a holy land. Previously, that single thread of Chaos Sword Chi was insufficient to support the cultivation of the Chaos Sword Canon, but now, as countless chaotic auras flooded into Song Jian's body and coursed through his meridians according to the Chaos Sword Canon's cultivation method, strands of Chaos Sword Chi began to appear in his danshan. These strands of Chaos Sword Chi, fortified by the influx of chaotic aura, steadily grew stronger. As he continued to cultivate the Chaos Sword Canon, the Chi underwent another round of tempering, and in just half an hour, a skill named Chaos Sword Canon, emitting a purple gold light, appeared in Song Jian's skill bar. Moreover, without realizing it, Song Jian had successfully cultivated the first layer of the Chaos Sword Canon. His whole body shook as he felt a tearing pain throughout his body. Not having reached the legendary realm, his physical strength was still inadequate. If it weren't for the fact that Song Jian had always received an S grade or higher in the combat power assessments, gaining a large number of attribute points, just this period of cultivation might have caused his body to explode and die. The Chaos Sword Canon, having only cultivated the first layer, has already increased all attributes by 30 points. If it reaches complete maturity, wouldn't this single skill add 200 or 300 attribute points? Song Jian felt the surging power within his body and couldn't help but exclaim in delight. The original thread of Chaos Sword Chi had tormented him to the point of being in agony, but now, he had accumulated 9 strands of Chaos Sword Chi in his danshan. Had it been earlier, these 9 strands would have shattered his meridians and killed him, but now Song Jian felt no pain whatsoever. Moreover, he had a feeling of control over these 9 strands of Chaos Sword Chi, as if he could manage them at will. It seemed he was now fully capable of controlling these 9 strands of Chaos Sword Chi. At this time, the chaotic aura in the silent stone forest began to dissipate slowly. Song Jian had absorbed less than 1%, perhaps even less than 1,000th of it, the rest was wasted. However, for Song Jian, only what he could master was truly his own. This chance encounter was already up high in the sky, and he couldn't ask for too much. Opening his personal attribute interface, Song Jian found that the original Invisible Sword Chi energy slot had also turned into a Chaos Sword Chi energy slot, and the maximum value for Chaos Sword Chi was 10 points. I wonder what kind of power the Thousand Swords art will have when executed with Chaos Sword Chi. Song Jian thought to himself, his face revealing an eager expression. Just then, a deep roar suddenly came from afar, followed by countless more roars. Song Jian's heart sank. It seemed these were the monsters in the silent stone forest, the dragon lizardmen. Sure enough, in a short while, a massive monster appeared before Song Jian. In the darkness of the night, with every step it took, there was a thump sound of heavy footsteps, leaving deep footprints in the ground. Dragon Lizardman? Song Jian frowned slightly, looking around. The green python had told him that there were a substantial number of dragon lizardmen in the silent stone forest, and their strength was formidable. Once discovered by them, one would face relentless attacks until death. The monster before him stood close to 3 meters tall, its body covered in thick scales. Beneath the scales, bulging muscles exuded explosive power. Atop its head were 2 horn-like protrusions, similar to tree branches, and a heavy lizard tail dragged behind it. Its spine rose like an arch, and its limbs were robust, giving the impression of a humanoid tank. With each step it took, faint vibrations and waves erupted from it. Even the hardest rocks would crumble to dust, creating a circle of faint ripples that spread outwards. In its wake, a black line remained, emitting faint smoke, as if scorched by a fiery poison. But swiftly, this black line would completely blend into the ground, and in a short time, an aura of death would spread from the earth. It appeared that the reason this land had become a silent realm of death was all the doing of these dragon lizardmen. Early stage of a legendary realm. Song Jian carefully examined the attributes of this giant lizard dragon creature and found that it was actually a boss of a legendary realm. Let me try out the power of the chaos sword cannon I just grasped. Song Jian thought to himself as the sky-breaking sword in his hand suddenly emitted a dazzling sword light. At that moment, the giant lizard dragon seemed to sense Song Jian's presence, twisted its body around, and stared at him with its dark gold vertical pupils, emitting a low growl. Creature, a creature that has entered the silent stone forest, food, delicious food. The giant lizard dragon roared as it charged towards Song Jian. Destruction. The giant lizard dragon roared and fiercely stomped in the direction of Song Jian, instantly unleashing a shockwave from its feet that rapidly spread out in front of Song Jian. Boom. Song Jian felt as if he had been hit by a train, flying outwards while pain surged throughout his body as if all his bones and muscles had turned to powder. System, you have been hit by the target's destruction law attack, triggering the instant death effect, strength attribute, stamina attribute in judgment. After the judgment, you are immune to this instant death effect, taking 3,800 points of damage. A law attack, it's actually a law attack. Song Jian's face showed a look of shock. A law attack was even more terrifying than a real attack. This type of attack was influenced by the power of law with each strike. If the target has not grasped the power of law, then every hit could cause an instant death effect. If one fails the judgment, no matter how strong their defenses, no matter how thick their health, they would be instantly killed. It's unbelievable that the giant lizard dragon could comprehend a law in the early stages of the legendary realm. One must know that even among those at the pinnacle of the legendary realm, most are unable to grasp the power of law, as was the case with the emerald giant python Song Jian had encountered before. Even as a pinnacle existence of the legendary realm, it had not grasped the power of law. For a pinnacle existence of the legendary realm to make a breakthrough, they must comprehend their own power of law. In other words, if this giant lizard dragon could cultivate to the peak of the legendary realm, then it would enter the next realm without any bottleneck. Such an existence was terrifying to even think about. Thinking of this, Song Jian's expression became serious. The excitement of having learned the chaos sword cannon slowly faded away, and he swung the sky-breaking sword forward, unleashing the first style of the newly comprehended chaos sword cannon. Opening heaven style, annihilation. With a loud shout, the invisible sword chi inside Song Jian rushed through his meridians into the sky-breaking sword, and a terrifying aura spread from Song Jian. Sensing the familiar aura of chaos, the giant lizard dragon showed a hint of confusion in its eyes, but it quickly sensed the threat, roared loudly, and waving its front claws, charged at Song Jian. Chapter 1420, Law Fragments in the Void. A burly man with a naked torso and beast skin wrapped around his waist, his hair and beard bristling, swung a stone axe fiercely at the giant lizard dragon man in front of Song Jian. With a low growl, the giant lizard dragon man swung its fist to block the stone axe, but in an instant, the axe chopped into its body. Ho! As if a gust of wind had passed, the figure of the burly man disappeared after that strike, while the giant lizard dragon man seemed to be petrified, standing still with its fist raised, motionless. Moments later, the body of the giant lizard dragon man crumbled as if it were made of sand, disintegrating into the ground, as if it had never existed. Song Jian felt hollow inside, as though he had booked 2 all-nighters in an internet cafe back during his school days, experiencing the sensation of being completely drained. This is the true power of the Chaos Sword Cannon. Song Jian slumped on the ground, propping himself up with his hands, looking forward with a silly smile on his face. A legendary realm boss that had came to understand the power of law, even stronger than a boss of the legendary realm's pinnacle strength, was instantly killed by Song Jian. Millions of vitality points and strong defenses seemed like nothing but an illusion. This terrifying damage, if known to other players, would surely be denounced as cheating. In his personal attribute interface, his vitality points were full, his spirit points were full, and his sword chi was slowly recovering, having already restored 2 points. With such attributes, Song Jian should not be in his current state, yet he looked like a weary patient, having cast aside his sky-breaking sword and relying solely on his hands to keep from completely collapsing. After resting for a long while, Song Jian finally staggered to his feet, overcome by a feeling of weakness as if thousands of ants were biting him. Moving a step required powerful willpower. He stumbled over to where the giant lizard dragon man had fallen, where now only a dark brown stain remained on the ground, along with a crystal shining with a dark gold light. The crystal appeared as if it had been knocked off of something, its edges showing obvious signs of damage. Killing an early legendary realm boss that had grasped the power of law yielded nothing but this dark gold quality shard on the ground, not even battle experience, leaving Song Jian somewhat dissatisfied, though he could do nothing about it. Now, the most important thing is to survive, to get through these 7 weeks. As long as I can survive, I'll receive a generous reward. Song Jian thought to himself as he picked up the dark gold shard from the ground. After a casual glance, Song Jian was stunned, and moments later, his face broke into an ecstatic smile, and he burst into uproarious laughter. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect to loot something like this, it's just too lucky. Song Jian excitedly gripped the shard in his hand tightly, unable to resist verifying its attributes again. Law fragment, quality, dark gold, attribute, collect 30 law fragments to form a heart of law. Heart of law, can be used to comprehend the power of law. Using 1 heart of law, one can randomly comprehend a type of power of law. Law fragments, to understand the power of law, haha, this is the key to breaking through the legendary realm. Only by understanding the power of law can one break through the pinnacle of the legendary realm and become a demigod. Otherwise, one can only be a legendary realm powerhouse for a lifetime, wasting away until death. Song Jian laughed. With that thought, Song Jian couldn't help considering the idea of collecting law fragments. Since the giant lizard dragonman could drop law fragments, he decided to specifically hunt these creatures to collect law fragments and form the heart of law. As beautiful as dreams are, reality is cruel. As Song Jian traveled, he found many giant lizard dragon men, but not a single one was alone. They were always in groups of at least 3 or 4. It was known that these colossal dragon lizards were bosses with the power of law, stronger than the peak existences of the legendary realm. Once Song Jian unleashed the annihilating opening heaven style from the Chaos Sword Cannon, he would need to rest for at least 10 minutes. Moreover, the Thousand Swords art or the Karmic Fire Red Lotus Sword formation was too noisy. If surrounded and subjected to several attacks replete with the power of law, Song Jian was likely to trigger a fatal hit. Even with an immortal body, I can't fully fend off the damage from a fatal hit. I must find an isolated boss to strike. Song Jian thought to himself darkly. As he made his way around, Song Jian saw at least dozens of colossal dragon lizard humanoids. These creatures were burly, almost 3 meters tall, making Song Jian look like a frail child in comparison. The stealth skill from the concealment necklace could no longer be used, its level was too low. Even from 5 or 6 meters away, they could detect Song Jian's presence. Fortunately, it was night, he would be even easier to spot during the day. Not sure how long he had walked, Song Jian suddenly saw a solitary figure ahead. It seemed to be alone, and he approached quietly with delight. Is this a young dragon lizard humanoid? Seeing the figure clearly, Song Jian was stunned. The dragon lizard humanoid in front of him was just over a meter tall, much slimmer than any he had seen before, about the size of a normal adult human. This dragon lizard humanoid looked sneaky, as if it was terrified of being discovered, dodging and weaving through the stone pillars and moving stealthily. Song Jian was curious. Such a young dragon lizard humanoid, not yet at a commanding level and likely unable to comprehend the power of law, killing it would probably yield no gain. It might be better to see what it was up to. Following discreetly, Song Jian noticed the dragon lizard humanoid maneuvering intricately through the stone pillars, avoiding many others of its kind and stealthily making its way into a desolate area. Something seemed to be buried beneath this desolate land, emitting heat that rose into the air, raising the temperature around by at least 10 degrees even from a distance of several meters. Looking at the soil aglow with faint red light, Song Jian couldn't help but be amazed. It was as if the area had a volcanic vent beneath, ready to erupt at any moment. Upon reaching this area, the dragon lizard humanoid seemed excited, getting on all fours and running forward, leaving behind dark red footprints on the scorching soil. What is it doing? Song Jian's brows furrowed as he stepped onto the edge of the heated zone and felt a piercing pain shoot from his foot through his body. System, you have been affected by the power of law, intense heat, losing 500 vitality points. Song Jian was alarmed. The entire area was enveloped by the power of law. How was a little dragon lizard running over it without being affected? Looking up, he could no longer see the small dragon lizard in the darkness. Gritting his teeth, with a thought, the chaotic heavenly wings appeared behind him, and his figure slowly rose into the air, following the direction in which the small dragon lizard had run. Chapter 1421, Paso Fruit Tree. Song Jian could clearly feel that this area was suppressed by the power of law, making it impossible for him to fly too high. He could only fly at an altitude of a dozen meters above the ground, and the area below was constantly emitting hot waves. Even at that height, he still felt the heat was unbearable. This must already be over 500 degrees, an ordinary person simply couldn't step into this area. A bitter smile surfaced on Song Jian's face. The power of law affected Song Jian's defense and resistance, and at that moment, he felt as if he were inside a huge steamer, constantly suffering from the torment of hot steam. Boom! A soft sound came from afar. From the black soil, suddenly a flame pillar shot up, over a dozen meters high, instantly piercing the darkness. That fleeting pillar of fire made Song Jian's mental alarm bells ring loudly, sensing a great threat. If hit by a fire pillar, even if not killed instantly, I'd probably be severely injured and enter a critical state, right? Song Jian's heart trembled, and he couldn't help but stop in his tracks. Just then, Song Jian suddenly saw a figure running ahead, continuously leaping as if dodging something. What exactly does this little creature want to do, and where does it want to go? Song Jian glanced back at the distant stone forest, then at the small Goliath dragonkin ahead that kept leaping and running. Clenching his teeth, he continued to follow. Boom! Another fire pillar, even more intense than the previous one, blasted out less than 5 meters from Song Jian. The scorching breath curled and dried the tips of his hair, and his cheeks also felt a burning pain. Damn it, how does that little guy predict the timing of the fire pillar eruptions? Song Jian watched the small Goliath dragonkin darting left and right, even leaping backward. Its movements were agile and precise, dodging the eruptions of fire pillar after pillar, whereas he himself was nearly turned into jerky, and he couldn't help but curse quietly. In reality, the reason why the small Goliath dragonkin was able to predict so accurately was because it had been to this place more than once. Dozens, even hundreds of attempts had long imprinted the location of each fire pillar eruption in its mind. Additionally, each time a fire pillar erupted, there would be a slight tremor on the ground. This was also why it ran with all 4 limbs touching the ground. It was because of these reasons the small Goliath dragonkin now seemed to possess divine assistance, dodging the fire pillar eruptions time after time. Song Jian staggered forward in flight, focusing all his attention on the fire pillar eruptions below. Fortunately, he was at a distance from the ground, and not every fire pillar reached a height of a dozen meters. Thus, he made it through without mishap. At the cost of losing over 5,000 vitality points, he finally managed to keep up with the pace of the small Goliath dragonkin. Soon, Song Jian saw that the small Goliath dragonkin had run to a reddish small tree and knelt down before it, quietly chanting something. There, the little creature, knees on the reddish soil, hands pressed together, devoutly kowtowed to the small tree, which stood only a little over 5 meters tall, endlessly muttering, while apparently burying something at the roots of the tree. Is this ancient Elvish? Song Jian suddenly realized that the chant from the small Goliath dragonkin's mouth was identical to what the elf in the life forest had said, all in ancient Elvish. As the small Goliath dragonkin continued chanting, Song Jian's ears began to understand the meaning of a syllable or two from the previously incomprehensible ancient Elvish, and his skill in the ancient Elvish language was gradually improving as well. While Song Jian was immersed in the joy of the increased proficiency in ancient Elvish, his nose suddenly caught a whiff of a faint fragrance. It was barely there, extremely delicate, yet seemed to reach the depths of one's heart, even into the mind and soul. Opening his eyes and looking forward, Song Jian saw a dark red sapling suddenly bloom with 3 emerald green flowers. Each of these 3 flowers was the size of a wash basin, with petals that were translucent and gleaming, twinkling like jade. The fragrance that Song Jian smelled came from these 3 emerald green flowers. With the flowers in full blossom, the small dragon-like lizard seemed very excited, its face brimming with joy, continuously chanting something in its mouth. This time, however, it wasn't in the ancient elf language, but something else that Song Jian couldn't understand. The ancient elf language, because Song Jian had already learned the elf language, had some connection to it, so he could understand when others spoke it. But the language that the small dragon-like lizard was chanting had no connection to any language Song Jian knew, preventing him from initiating the learning process. However, after the small dragon-like lizard murmured for a while, it began to pray again in the ancient elf language. Great power of law. Grant strength. Song Jian could barely make out a few of the words spoken and had no clue what the creature was praying for, But it was evident that since the mysterious sapling had bloomed, the small dragon-like lizard started to seem tense. Roar, roar, roar. Suddenly, a sound akin to dragon roars came from afar. As the sound echoed, Song Jian saw that the small dragon-like lizard shuddered, becoming more frantic, and the speed of its chanting prayer increased. Before long, Song Jian saw the small dragon-like lizard use its sharp claws to cut open its own wrist, allowing fresh blood to flow onto the tree roots of the small tree. After a while, the small dragon-like lizard began to wobble slightly, its blood flowing like water from a tap. It's using its own blood to water the tree, it seems to be using it to ripen the fruits of the tree? Song Jian's mind flashed, suddenly recalling the words of the emerald giant python. This tree is the Paso fruit tree, and the fruits it bears are supreme treasures to me. Song Jian immediately became excited and couldn't help but slowly approach the Paso fruit tree. The small dragon-like lizard, now weakened, knelt under the Paso fruit tree, looking expectantly at the 3 emerald green flowers. It could be seen that under the nourishment of the blood, the flowers withered and curled at a visible speed, and a dark red fruit slowly grew forth. This fruit, originally the size of a small mass, eventually grew to the size of a fist while a faint hint of flame appeared on the surface of these 3 fruits. Just then, Song Jian saw that numerous dark figures appeared in the distance, these figures running recklessly over the scorching land. Some were hit by pillars of fire erupting from the ground, sent flying and severely injured. Yet, they showed no fear and desperately raced towards the Paso fruit tree. Dragon-like lizard people, all of them dragon-like lizard bosses. They've sensed that the Paso fruit tree is bearing fruit and are now coming to fight for it. Song Jian thought to himself. Glancing at the fruit the Paso fruit tree had produced, he gritted his teeth and flew straight toward it. Chapter 1422, Pajiwo fruit. At this moment, the fruits were not yet fully ripe in Wonquan City, and even though the small giant lizard dragon person was anxious, it did not immediately pluck them. However, Song Jian could not wait much longer and leapt down, flying towards those 3 fruits. Seeing a dark shadow descending and lunging at the Paso fruit tree, the little giant lizard dragon person was stunned. It had not expected someone to attempt to snatch the Pajiwo fruits at this time. Just as Song Jian had picked one Pajiwo fruit, the little giant lizard dragon person suddenly came to its senses, immediately becoming infuriated with embarrassment. It had avoided the adult giant lizard dragon persons and used special methods to hasten the ripening of the Paso fruit tree, even at the expense of a considerable amount of its own blood, but not for the sake of letting others take advantage. Thief, robber, roared the giant lizard dragon person in the ancient elf language. Rising to its feet, it seemed to pull a long whip from nowhere and lashed viciously at Song Jian. By this time, Song Jian had already placed one Pajiwo fruit into his inventory slot and was holding the second, preparing to pick the third, when he suddenly felt a draft behind his head. He had planned to take the hit and pick the third fruit, but a strange image suddenly appeared in his mind. In the image, he saw himself holding one Pajiwo fruit in one hand while picking another, and just then, a whip struck him. His whole body shattered like glass with a bang. As he shattered into pieces, the scene in his mind also disappeared suddenly, the whole thing not even lasting a full second, but Song Jian was already scared to the point of sweating profusely, his clothes soaked through. Is this my future a few seconds from now? With that thought, Song Jian hastily retreated, discarding any thoughts of picking the third Pajiwo fruit. Whoosh! Like a gust of wind, the whip swept through without a sound, as if a phantom had lightly brushed over the Paso fruit tree, but Song Jian knew that if the whip had hit him, it would have unleashed its maximum power and instantly killed him. What's happening to me? Why do I suddenly have the ability to foresee my own future? Song Jian floated midair, his eyes filled with shock. He certainly did not believe that what he had seen was an illusion. With his current strength, no illusion could deceive him. Suddenly, a thought flashed in Song Jian's mind, and he looked down at the Pajiwo fruit in his hand. Indeed, the previously bright red fruit had withered as if left out for a long time, losing its moisture and shriveling up. Could this Pajiwo fruit actually have such an incredible effect? Song Jian stared dumbfounded at the shriveled Pajiwo fruit, hesitating for a moment before deciding to keep it in his inventory slot. The withered Pajiwo fruit, quality, miscellaneous, attributes. A Pajiwo fruit that has expended all its power of law, can be used to make alchemy elixirs of the 6th tier or higher. Although it was a spent Pajiwo fruit, its value greatly reduced, it still had some use. However, Song Jian felt a sense of regret and wasted opportunity. Considering his passive skill enemy of the death god, which allowed him to die once without any consequence, he not only missed out on the third Pajiwo fruit but also wasted one that he already had, a tremendous waste indeed. By now, the third Pajiwo fruit had been picked and swallowed by the little giant lizard dragon person. After glancing at Song Jian with a hateful look, it went down on all fours and began to escape rapidly. The direction it fled towards was opposite that of the group of giant lizard dragon persons. It seemed this little giant lizard dragon person would no longer be able to return to its tribe and would have to wander. Moreover, due to Song Jian's interference, the Pajio fruit it swallowed was not fully ripe, and there was only one, which meant it was unlikely to achieve what it desired. Song Jian didn't care about the animosity of a minor giant lizard dragonkin. Glancing back at the Paso fruit tree, he fluttered his chaotic heavenly wings and swiftly flew towards the distance. In a region blanketed by the scorching power of law, columns of fire erupted incessantly, exuding an endless terrifying might. Song Jian was like a nimble bird, quickly weaving in and out between the columns of flame, as if he had foreknowledge of when each would erupt. There were no changes to Song Jian's attributes, nor did he gain any skills like precognition. But whenever a nearby column of fire was about to erupt, he always seemed to know, like a wild beast's intuition. No reason, he just could sense it. Is this the power of law contained within the Pajio fruit? Song Jian speculated, unable to resist taking out the first Pajio fruit he had picked from his inventory. Unripe Pajio fruit, quality, divine, attributes, consuming it carries a certain chance of comprehending the time law. Description: the power of law inside the Pajio fruit is random, only solidifying in an instant when the flower wilts, and the fruit is formed. This Pajio fruit, due to the premature stimulation of the tree, didn't have enough time to mature, so it's not fully ripe. Its effects are 1/10 of that of a ripe Pajio fruit. Divine quality. Song Jian's cheeks twitched involuntarily. It was the first time he had encountered an item of divine quality. Such a Pajio fruit, even though unripe and only 1/10 as effective as a ripe one, if known to others in the gaming world, even legendary realm powerhouses would likely covet and desire it, perhaps even to the point of killing for its possession. Time law. This is a Pajio fruit that has fostered the time law. Song Jian couldn't help but feel excited. The power of law was the key to breaking through to the legendary realm. Possessing the power of law, to ordinary people, was akin to being godlike. In the presence of someone who wielded the power of law, even legendary realm powerhouses were like unarmed children, utterly incapable of resistance. Just like those giant lizard dragonkin, an average being at the peak of the Dominion tier, no matter how many there were, Song Jian didn't care. With the karmic fire red lotus sword formation, he could annihilate hundreds of Dominion tier bosses. But in front of a group of Dominion tier bosses with the power of law at their command, Song Jian could only keep his distance, relying on stealth attacks to kill them one by one, without daring to engage in battle. He could only use his ultimate trump card, eliminating them before they could react. The formidable nature of the power of law was evident. However, among the many laws, there were differences in strength, and the time law and space law were among the most elite within the power of law. If only I could wield the power of the time law. Song Jian thought excitedly. It's a pity it's only an unripe Pajio fruit. If only I could get a ripe one. Just as Song Jian was about to swallow the fruit, something suddenly came to mind, and he fished out a fragment that sparkled like a diamond from his inventory. Law fragments? These were the spoils from killing a giant lizard dragonkin that possessed the power of law. Both belonging to items of law, Song Jian didn't know if this fragment could have some effect on the Pajio fruit. Let's give it a try. There's nothing to lose anyway. Song Jian mused internally, bringing the soul law fragment close to the Pajio fruit. Chapter 1423, Time Law. Song Jian cautiously brought the law fragment close to the immature Pajio fruit. The Pajio fruit was a treasure, and the law fragment was also valuable. Should the two items not interact as he imagined and instead be damaged due to a clash of the power of law, Song Jian's loss would be substantial. Fortunately, as Song Jian brought the law fragment near to the Pajio fruit, the fragment trembled slightly as if it were somewhat afraid, while the Pajio fruit showed no reaction at all. In the moment that the law fragment touched the surface of the Pajio fruit, a powerful suction force emanated from the fruit. Song Jian, holding the fragment, involuntarily loosened his grip, and the fragment, like iron drawn to a magnet, stuck to the Pajio fruit. Before long, the law fragment, clear as a crystal, began to slowly melt and seep into the Pajio fruit, as if it had never been there. Looking again at the properties of the Pajio fruit, there was almost no change. It was still an immature Pajio fruit, except that mysteriously the name was now followed by 69%. Does this mean there's only 31% left until it's fully mature? Song Jian guessed, his face revealing a trace of pleasant surprise. With this thought, Song Jian looked up towards the distant stone forest. In his eyes, the giant lizard dragon people living in the stone forest had all become nutrients to cultivate the Pajio fruit. I have the shattered divine realm, I have the enemy of death god. I don't fear death like others do. They're just monsters with the power of law. What's there to be afraid of? Song Jian thought to himself, and with a thought, flew back towards the stone forest. The time law was an exceptionally rare opportunity to understand. Now facing the chance, it was worth risking his life. In the space-time rift, a ghost ship enshrouded by a dark, skeletal aura, slowly traveled amongst various light spheres, big and small. These light spheres seemed incredibly distant from the ghost ship, much like viewing stars from Earth, but without the protection of the ghost ship, one would instantly be swept into one of these light spheres by the chaotic space-time currents. These light spheres were all fragment universes born within the space-time rift. In a single second, countless fragment universes collapsed, and tens of thousands came into being. These fragment universes were filled with all manner of dangers and also the birthplace of various treasures. No one knew whether these fragment universes would still exist in the next moment. The Doomsday Cruise journey involved throwing a group of travelers into these fragment universes at regular intervals to gather the treasures within. Although the death rate was extremely high, as long as one person managed to bring back treasures from one Doomsday Cruise journey, the trip was considered profitable. Captain, another person has died. This group is way too fragile. Just upon entering, over a dozen died, and now, in just a short day's time, over 30 have perished. Reported a skeletal crew member carefully monitoring a mirror-like device, continuously relaying updates. In this mirror, the visages of all the passengers were displayed, and above each passenger's head, a few flames burned. A third of the passenger portraits had already turned to gray, and just as the skeletal crew member was speaking, another passenger's portrait suddenly grayed out. Hey, look, the flames above this guy's head just increased by one. Hey, looks like he's found some treasure again. Impressive, impressive. You better survive, I'm rooting for you. The skeletal crew member let out a chilling hee laugh, excitedly staring at the mirror. Just then, the excited skeletal crew member suddenly froze, staring wide-eyed at the mirror, even making a motion as if rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Captain, come quick. Someone's flames have turned gold, golden flames have appeared. The voice of the skeletal crew member instantaneously reverberated through the entire cabin, drawing all the skeletal crew members over. What, golden flames? Has some lucky fellow actually ignited a golden flame? Let me see. Don't snatch, it's just a single golden flame ignited, what's so remarkable about that? Don't rush, let me have a look first. Indeed it is a golden flame. After so many Doomsday Cruise journeys, at last, I see the golden flame again. All passengers had red flames above their icons, differing only in quantity. Ordinary people generally had but a single red flame, but as passengers delved deeper into exploration, gaining more and more treasures, the number of flames above their icons would increase. It was considered quite impressive to reach 6 or even 7 flames, and rare were those who could achieve the maximum of 9 flames. However, once a passenger found an extremely precious treasure, the flame above their head would turn golden. A passenger with a single golden flame would undoubtedly attract the attention of the entire ghost ship. At that moment, Captain Suo also received notice that a passenger had acquired a golden flame. Without knowing why, the image of Songjian surfaced in Captain Suo's mind. I wonder if it's that kid. Among so many people, he's probably the only one with the strength to ignite a golden flame. He truly is a lucky fellow. Captain Suo thought to himself as he walked into the cabin and approached the monitoring mirror. It's really him, I knew it. Only this kid could be lucky enough, but it's a pity, such a pity. Captain Suo began with a hearty laugh, then shook his head in regret, sighing incessantly. Captain, we've struck it rich this time. Why the shaking of the head and sighing? A skeleton crew member beside him asked, puzzled. It's a pity that he is favored by the dragon god. Otherwise, I really would have wanted to sway him to become a follower of the death god. With his potential, he has the chance to grow into the holy child of the death god. Suo sighed. Captain, shall we secretly intervene and cause him to directly fall in? The skeleton crew member beside him whispered quietly. He is a chosen one of the gods. Captain Suo said coldly, turning to glare at the skeleton crew member, his voice eerie. The gods have made a covenant to protect these individuals. Are you trying to provoke a divine war between the death god and the other deities? With Captain Suo's ominous tone, frost began to fill the cabin. The frost spread quickly, soon covering the entire cabin. No, boss, I didn't mean that. I was just... The skeleton crew member became panicked, backing away while frantically waving his hands, as if trying to explain something. But soon, the frost reached his feet, and in no time at all, the skeleton crew member was covered with it. The flame in his eye sockets began to slowly extinguish, and eventually, he turned into a frozen sculpture with an expression of terror on his face. Do what you are supposed to do, or else this will be your fate. Captain Suo yelled, satisfied with the silence of everyone else. He nodded slightly and pointed to the monitoring mirror showing Song Jian's icon, shouting. Keep a strict watch on this man. I want to know his situation at all times." Having said this, Captain Suo gave everyone a glance, turned, and headed toward the deck. Navigating through the space-time rift was no simple task. A moment's inattention could result in being forever lost in the mirrors of time and space. Such a bunch of troublesome creatures. Captain Suo snorted coldly, leaving the cabin. It was a long while before the other skeleton crew members in the cabin began to move again. In the center of the cabin, a skeleton encased in ice stood like a statue, a warning to all. Chapter 1424 Opportunities. The ghost ship silently drifted through the fragmented universe, occasionally bombarded by the forces of space and time on its hull, yet all were blocked by the skull-like black mist on the ship's surface, leaving it unaffected. In these densely packed space-time nodes, akin to stars, numerous travelers had already met their end, their physical forms annihilated, and even their souls unable to escape the clutches of the space-time rift. The Doomsday Cruise journey lasted a total of 7 days, and only 1 day had passed. The monitoring mirror showed that already a third of the people had died. For them, these space-time nodes and fragmented universe appeared as individual dungeons with randomly assigned difficulty. Those lucky enough would temporarily survive upon entry, while the unlucky might find themselves in mortal peril the moment they landed. What was surprising was that among this third of deceased travelers, the majority were God's chosen ones, while only 2 of the game world's natives, the NPCs, had died, which was somewhat astonishing. However, upon further reflection, this situation was unexpected yet logical. It must be noted that the NPCs of the game world had been aware of the sudden event of the Doomsday Cruise journey for quite some time. Those who dared to venture onto the deck were individuals who had great confidence in themselves and had made thorough preparations beforehand. In contrast, from the moment players received the system prompt, the vast majority who had the opportunity to arrive on deck charged over without a second thought, completely disregarding the high mortality rate of the Doomsday Cruise journey. Initially, players were extremely cautious when they first entered the game world, as they knew that in this game, players only had 1 life. Dying in the game meant death in the real world too, so in the beginning stages, few players dared to hunt monsters beyond their capabilities, to the extent that most would spend over a month leveling up by attacking trees and rocks, showing just how much they cherished their lives. As players delved deeper into the game, especially upon discovering that increasing their in-game strength could influence the real world, they began their frenzy. They tried every means to enhance their power. In the real world, an ordinary person hardly ever encounters a chance to change their destiny in their lifetime, but in the game world, such opportunities arise periodically. The difference lies in whether players seize these chances, altering their fate and life, or hesitate and give up, eventually fading into obscurity, just as they would in the real world. Fortunately, in the game world, such opportunities were plentiful. Those who previously encountered these chances but failed to grasp them watched as friends of similar strength soared after seizing an opportunity, drastically increasing their power and widening the gap between them. This sense of loss, like a bug gnawing at their hearts day and night, compelled them to hold on to the next opportunity at all costs, to grasp the chance to change their fate. People are audacious in their actions. If they don't die, they can live for a very long time. People focus on those who succeed in seizing their fate-altering chance, while the many others who die trying are often selectively forgotten. Kazekage was one such player, who, upon entering the game, quickly realized its brutality and thus chose to become a lifestyle profession player, selecting chef, a lifestyle profession, because in the real world, he was also a chef. And so, until level 30, Kazekage spent his days in a third-tier city, making a living by preparing food with special effects. He managed to live comfortably in the game and even saved a considerable amount of Doomsday coins, which he converted into real-world currency to improve his life outside the game. Although he envied those players rampaging through hordes of monsters, for the sake of his own life, he didn't choose a main profession but instead made his chef lifestyle profession his primary focus. 2 years passed in this manner, and his chef level had reached an unprecedented height, that of a great grandmaster, only half a step away from the divine level. As his chef level increased, his days in the game world became leisurely. His level nearly kept up with mainstream players, as he was already at level 89. He had managed to acquire some silver and even gold quality equipment, and had even earned an epic level kitchen knife due to a hidden quest. Originally, Kazekage thought he would continue on like this forever, but after the abyssal invasion plot began, the third-tier city where he resided was instantly overrun by hordes of abyssal monsters. Countless humans died before his eyes, and it was then that Kazekage's perspective began to change slowly. The game is not a utopia. There is always the threat of death, and one's safety must be in one's own hands. After the city he had lived in for over 2 years was slaughtered by abyssal monsters, and Kazekage managed to escape by chance, he underwent a transformation. In the past, faced with similar opportunities, Kazekage would have chosen to give up, But now, he seized every chance to improve his strength. Despite this, because he had wasted so much time, his actual combat ability was far below that of other players of the same level, except for his great Grandmaster Chef level, which was worth mentioning. With his current strength, he would have been unable to complete even the initial endless hunting trial, but he somehow managed to defeat many players much stronger than him, surviving purely on the diverse effects of the food he had prepared in his inventory. Those who knew him would surely be astonished. However, Kazekage, who never gave up, felt despair for the first time upon entering a fragment of the universe and finding himself surrounded by undead skeletal monsters. The food in his inventory was running low, and he was surrounded by the undead, in a world imbued with the force of death. What was more despairing was that time flowed 15 times faster here compared to the game world. This meant that the 7-day Doomsday Cruise journey would last 105 days here. Forget about exploring this space-time node for treasures. Whether he could survive over 100 days without starving was now the real challenge. A chef dying from starvation, huh, how ironic. Kazekage muttered with a wry smile on his face as he looked at the last piece of bread in his inventory that could increase his strength. Kazekage, who had been hiding in a narrow cave for 30 days, devoured the last piece of bread and for the first time stepped out of the cave, swinging his epic kitchen knife towards a wolf-shaped skeletal monster. In his heart, he was ready to die alongside the creature, or even be killed by the level 80 undead. Fearless, he desperately swung the knife, chopping at the wolf-shaped skeletal monster. He did not try to dodge the monster's attacks at all, fighting in a do-or-die manner. Finally, he hacked the skeletal monster to pieces, and it dissolved into a puff of black mist. All that was left was a pitch-black bone. Could it be that my kitchen knife has an attack bonus against the undead? Kazekage, looking at his vitality points that were still nearly half full, stood somewhat dazed before picking up his spoils of war and once again charging at the next skeletal monster. Chapter 1425, The Mature Pajio Fruit. Kazekage knew that, with his current strength, facing these ordinary monsters between level 80 to 85, he had no advantage. The skills he had learned were all commonplace, and the only reason he could hunt them down was thanks to the epic chef's knife he had obtained through a hidden quest. He had originally thought that the chef's knife only had bonus attributes for cooking, but unexpectedly, it also had a hidden attribute of increased attack power when striking undead creatures. With his chef's knife, Kazekage, when his vitality points had fallen to less than 10%, successfully killed 3 wolf-shaped skeletal monsters. After a bloody slaughter, Kazegage's suppressed emotions were vented. The thought of suicide that he had initially entertained gradually faded, and he looked at the blood on himself with cowardice, returning to the burrow he had found earlier. Haha, can't even die when I want to. Kazekage tossed the loot dropped by the skeletal monsters to the side with a bitter smile on his face. Half a day passed, and Kazegage's vitality points had recovered to 80%, but soon, his hunger level approached the warning line, and by then, he had no food left. Am I really going to starve to death? Kazekage exclaimed with a mix of tears and laughter. If he were in an ordinary world, a world with living creatures, Kazekage could have survived by gathering and hunting animals to make food. But in this undead world, filled with the force of death, he could not obtain any ingredients at all. At that moment, Kazegage's gaze suddenly fell on a few pieces of loot he had acquired earlier. A pitch-black wolf's bone, an eyeball as big as a fist and as hard as a stone, and a wolf's heart that wafted with the black force of death. These were the items dropped by the skeletal monsters. The wolf bone is an alchemical material for undead potion, the eyeball is a curious item that can be sold for money, and the wolf heart is a quest item for necromancer class professions to advance. These things would be valuable in the game world, but for me right now, they're worth less than a piece of bread. Kazekage bitterly laughed, tossing the 3 items aside, lay flat on the ground and sighed deeply. As time went on, Kazegage's hunger level dropped lower and lower, and his body grew weaker. Both his vitality points recovery rate and spirit points recovery rate were affected. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before his vitality points would begin to automatically decrease. I am a chef, a great grandmaster level chef, how could I possibly starve to death like this? Kazekage sat up, turning over and staring at the 3 items with a bloodthirsty, crazed look in his eyes. Having spent over 30 days in this world filled with the stench of death, Kazekage had been subtly affected. Faced with the threat of death, he finally burst out. He stood up, took out a large pile of cooking utensils. Pots, pans, ladles, every kind of cooking tool shining as if they were new. Boom. A burst of flames blossomed from Kazegage's fingertips, and then the kindling under a large pot was ignited. Kazekage began to cook a special kind of food using the wolf bone, wolf eye, and wolf heart, all condensed from the force of death. Without a corresponding recipe, Kazekage switched to a creative mode, completely ignoring the system's waterfall of warning messages. The item is not a cooking ingredient. using it might lead to a high chance of cooking failure and destruction of the item. Please use with caution. If such a system prompt appeared during cooking before, Goziki would have immediately given up, but now, Goziki, already becoming somewhat mad, blocked out the system prompt altogether. It was as if an old witch in a call was brewing a potion, the dim light of fire flickering on Goziki's shadow, a strange smell slowly emanating from the pot. Time passed, and all of a sudden, Goziki shuddered. In his originally bewildered eyes, a shade of ecstatic joy appeared as he looked into the pot. At this moment, a strange, intoxicating fragrance wafted out from the iron pot. The fragrance was faint, yet it made one feel as though they were eternally sinking into it, akin to the scent of poppies, but its effect was 10 times, 100 times stronger. Unable to resist, Goziki scooped up a spoonful for himself and drank, and instantly, his already plummeting hunger and thirst value started to soar once again. Good, delicious. Goziki said with a cracked open mouth, displaying a silent smile, not noticing that wisps of the force of death were spreading from the pot. As he continued to devour the food inside, the force of death was also manifesting upon him. Meanwhile, the cooking proficiency, which had not increased for a long time, started to climb once more, and the originally ordinary cooking techniques turned into an epic color. Undead cooking. The previously vacant main profession now displayed the words Undead Demon Eater, flickering with purple gold light. Setting aside the other travelers' gains in the fragmenting universe, at this moment, Song Jian was carefully tracking several giant lizardmen, carrying the sky-breaking sword in his hand. After discovering that the Pajhuo fruit tree had been prematurely ripened by someone, the giant lizardmen were furious. Nearly half of them chased in the direction the young giant lizard ran, while the rest guarded the hot area enveloped by the power of law around the Pajhuo fruit tree. After an indeterminate amount of time, the hunting party returned, apparently not capturing the young giant lizard. In the days that followed, the lives of the lizardmen were thrown into great panic, as though an invisible death god was reaping their lives every day. In the span of a month, Song Jian had hunted over 100 lizardmen. Almost every 2 or 3 kills would drop a law fragment. The law fragments that fell over these days were enough for Song Jian to combine into a heart of law, but Song Jian used all these law fragments to restore the Pajhuo fruit. At this point, the maturity of the Pajhuo fruit had reached 99%, just one more integration of a law fragment and it would become a complete Pajhuo fruit. Song Jian pulled the sky-breaking sword out of a lizardman corpse. These lizardmen were powerful, with even 3 in the legendary realm at their peak, a lizardman chief with 1 foot stepping into the domain of demigods. If there was a frontal battle, Song Jian was no match for these lizardmen, but he was like a stealth killer lurking in the shadows. Whenever he spotted a lone lizardman, he would execute the opening heaven style, instantly killing them, then quickly picking up the spoils of war and disappearing into the stone forest, the whole process taking less than 10 seconds. Seeing the law fragments flickering with light under the lizardman corpse, the somewhat haggard Song Jian had a smile on his face. After a month's time, I can finally obtain a complete Pajhuo fruit, ha ha ha, time law, I can finally comprehend time law. With this thought, Song Jian hesitated not a moment to bring the law fragment close to the Pajhuo fruit. The Pajhuo fruit, already 99% mature, once again swallowed the law fragment. In just a moment, when the maturity reached 100%, the surface of the entire Pajhuo fruit erupted with vibrant dark red flames. What were only phantom-like flames became extremely real. At the same time, an essence of time law spread from the Pajhuo fruit, immersing Song Jian in the urge to sink into this special comprehension. No, this place is not safe, I must find a secure location to calmly comprehend it. Song Jian's eyes showed a trace of struggle as he stored the Pajhuo fruit in his inventory and quickly ran towards the distance. Chapter 1426 Threat. Song Jian left the stone forest, but he didn't enter into the life forest, instead choosing a secluded peak at the edge where he dug himself a cave halfway up the mountain, crawled inside, then sealed off the entrance. Within the enclosed cave, Song Jian took out the Pajhuo fruit, a hint of a smile appearing on his face. Previously, because he had absorbed an unripe Pajhuo fruit, Song Jian gained the ability to predict his own future 3 to 4 seconds ahead. However, as time passed by, that ability eventually faded away and did not become permanent, which left Song Jian somewhat regretful. Using this Pajhuo fruit now is a bit too early. If I could use it at the peak of the legendary realm, my chances would be much better. Song Jian thought to himself silently. Looking at the Pajhuo fruit in his hand, its surface aura constantly shifting, Song Jian gritted his teeth, preparing to swallow it. Although using it at the peak of the legendary realm might yield a better effect, that time was too far away. Song Jian couldn't wait, and if he could understand the power of law during the 3rd tier of combat power, his strength would greatly increase. Even facing a being at the peak of the legendary realm, he would have the power to fight. Just as Song Jian was about to use the Pajhuo fruit, A semi-transparent screen suddenly appeared before his eyes, much like a system window. The screen was filled with a chaotic mess of white dots and curves, accompanied by a great deal of static noise, resembling a TV screen with poor signal reception. Song Jian's heart sank. System windows generally appeared only when summoned as needed, and the unexpected appearance of this system window, without his volition, gave Song Jian an ominous feeling. CRRRRRR, CRRRRR. It took quite a while before the image in the window began to clear up, revealing skeleton Captain Suo on the screen. Song Jian, I am Captain Suo. Captain Suo on the screen, as if he was right beside Song Jian, stared straight at him and said in a cold voice. Song Jian, it seems you have obtained some unexpected treasure in the space-time rift, congratulations. Are you talking about this? Song Jian held up the Pajio fruit he had in hand and asked with a smile. This is manifestation of the power of law? Captain Suo's eye sockets suddenly blazed with fire, as if he had seen something extraordinary. Song Jian, there's something I hope you know. After staring at the Pajio fruit for a while, Captain Suo suddenly said to Song Jian. The Doomsday Cruise journey is not without a cost. In order to leave the Peace Universe you're in, you must board the ghost ship, and there is a price to pay for leaving the Peace Universe and boarding the ghost ship. Hearing this, Song Jian finally understood why those believers of the Death God would steer the ghost ship to pick up a large number of tourists and take them through the space-time rift into these Peace Universes. They were not just guides like NPCs in games, but had their own agendas. We tourists are just your pawns, and anyone who acquires treasures in these Peace Universes must hand them over to you, right? Otherwise, even when the time comes, we won't be able to board the ghost ship and return to our world. Song Jian's expression turned grim as he spoke in a low voice. Right, this is actually just a business. Captain Suo said in an ostensibly calm manner. Everyone will know this when their journey is over. They must pay a fee if they want to return. But for you tourists, the more you pay, the more you gain, and we must also abide by the game rules. If you can keep this treasure that manifests the power of law until the end, as your passage fee for boarding the ship, then you will receive a generous reward. Captain Suo said. With that, a wave of his hand brought up a screen filled with a plethora of treasures that could rapidly increase one's level, experience treasures, epic and legendary level equipment that could swiftly boost one's strength, and a vast array of precious skills and techniques. Each item, if taken out, would cause everyone to desperately scramble for it, leaving Song Jian dazzled. Song Jian, if you use this treasure as your passage fee, I can allow you to choose any 3 items from these treasures. Moreover, your Doomsday Cruise journey can end immediately, and we will pay a certain price to bring you back to the ghost ship. Captain Suo said. On the screen, Captain Suo appeared calm, but on the ghost ship, below the screen, Captain Suo was clutching his fists tightly. In his lifetime, he had only seen a treasure capable of manifesting the power of law twice, once at a universal auction and the other time in the Yingsu market, where a demigod-level powerhouse had regarded a treasure with great interest and took it out as an item for exchange. Having stayed at the peak of the legendary realm for 500 years, Captain Suo was confident that with this treasure, he could break through the legendary realm in a very short time, achieving the long-sought-after demigod level. At that time, he would receive greater favor from the Death God and might even become a true minion of the Death God. Sorry, these rewards. They aren't very enticing, Song Jian said with a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth. Although the treasures appearing on the screen were very precious, they didn't seem like much to Song Jian. The flames in Captain Suo's eye sockets flared up instantly as he said coldly. Song Jian, are you planning to stay in the space-time rift forever? Never to return to your original world? This sort of thing, I'm afraid, isn't up to you alone, is it? Song Jian said with a cold laugh. The gaming world follows fair rules. To board the ghost ship, there must be certain hidden rules. It definitely cannot be something Captain Suo can decide on his own. Otherwise, the Doomsday Cruise journey wouldn't attract so many people. If all the good items have to be submitted and passengers risk their lives to work for these skeletons for nothing, who would be willing to board the ghost ship and undertake the Doomsday Cruise journey? Leaving the fragmented universe and returning to the gaming world via the ghost ship certainly comes with a price, but it's not as dire as Captain Suo put it. Song Jian guessed that one only needs to give up items of certain value to meet the passage fee requirements, and then one can definitely take the ghost ship back to the gaming world. Trying to trick me out of my Pajio fruit, huh? Dream on. Song Jian sneered and swallowed the Pajio fruit. Crackle. The system screen shattered instantly. Maintaining the call had been costly for Suo, and seeing Song Jian eat the Pajio fruit, Suo's body erupted in black flames. He slammed his fist onto the ship's rail with great force. Song Jian. Captain Suo gnashed his teeth with fury, his anger towards Song Jian instantly turning into boundless killing intent. Behind him, the black flame soared up violently, turning into the shadow of the death god with death's scythe in hand, staring at the fragmented universe where Song Jian was located. Chapter 1427, Mark of the Time Law. Song Jian sat cross-legged in the dark cave, a cold smile in his heart. Do they really think I'm some clueless country bumpkin, dreaming of trading that junk for a Pajio fruit? Absurd. The power of law, even legendary realm powerhouses covet this ability, so how could Song Jian easily hand it over, unless the other party offered equipment like the Sword Immortal set or skills like the Chaos Sword Cannon? Otherwise, Song Jian wouldn't even spare it a glance. Song Jian sat cross-legged, already starting to lose the sensation of his body's existence, as if he had become a mass of consciousness, shrouded in a haze. In an instant, Song Jian felt countless versions of himself appear in the river of time, each image seen from his own perspective, looking around at everything. The concept of time seemed to vanish, yet it was omnipresent. Song Jian felt as if he were embodying myriad forms, and for a moment, even his self-awareness began to blur. Just then, a chilling thought suddenly surged in Song Jian's mind, jolting him back to clarity. Song Jian understood that if his self-awareness truly became muddled, he would not only fail to comprehend the time law, but he might also become an idiot or a vegetative person. His self-awareness would shatter into millions of pieces, scattered across the river of history. By then, even if he had skills like the enemy of Death God, he would be utterly extinguished in the game world. The chilling thought in his mind must have been his innate skill, immortal body being triggered by sensing danger. This skill had been with Song Jian since he entered the game and had saved his life countless times. To think of comprehending the time law with just third-tier combat power is still too difficult. Song Jian mused internally. The time law is almost the most difficult to master and comprehend among all the powers of law, 100 times more so than the space law, and not something someone with third-tier combat power should presumptuously attempt to comprehend. If it were a more ordinary law like fire or ice, Song Jian probably would have comprehended it by now. However, now that Song Jian has begun to comprehend the law through the Pajio fruit, he can't back out. He must either successfully comprehend the power of the time law or wait until the energy of the law contained in the Pajio fruit is exhausted. It should be noted that the energy contained in an immature Pajio fruit can last for over 10 days, and the one Song Jian has consumed is a mature Pajio fruit, with energy content that is absolutely 10 to 100 times that of an immature one. Song Jian sighed slightly in his heart. Success or die with honor, I must comprehend the power of the time law, or else this doomsday cruise journey may come to a premature end. With this thought, Song Jian closed his eyes once more, earnestly trying to sense the continuously emerging power of the time law around him. Song Jian's figure occasionally became vague, at times multiple illusions appeared, and then he reformed into one person, as though his body was perpetually splitting. The expression on his face became increasingly agonized, as if every inch of his skin was being torn and every bone ground to dust, tormenting him incessantly. At the same time, traces of the time law's power appeared on his body but disappeared the moment they emerged, like mere illusions. As time trickled by, Song Jian seemed to be in a state of eternal stillness, with all his attributes locked. His hunger and thirst would not increase, nor would they decrease over time, as if there were no consumption at all. 1 day, 2 days, 10 days, 20 days. In the blink of an eye, the day when the doomsday cruise journey was to end was upon us, and Song Jian was still immersed in the realization of the power of the time law. Suddenly one day, Song Jian's figure began to shake violently, as if he had completely lost control of his body, and finally, a loud noise came from within the sealed cave. Boom! Half of the mountain was blown apart, and the walls of the sealed cave were covered with blood and minced flesh. In a short while, Song Jian's figure slowly appeared a few hundred meters away from the sealed cave, materializing from nothing, his face still reflecting the expression of someone who had just survived a catastrophe. As expected, trying to master the laws of the world is still too difficult for me. Song Jian shook his head. Having failed to comprehend the time law, at the last moment, the uncontrollable power of law turned Song Jian into a bomb, exploding himself. If it weren't for the passive skill enemy of Death God being triggered, Song Jian might have perished in the fragmentary universe. Looking at his skill bar, the enemy of Death God's skill had entered its cooldown period. At this moment, Song Jian was in a state of having been revived from death. Pulling open his armor, Song Jian noticed that the hexagram array diagram on his chest had disappeared without a trace, including several spirit talismans all gone, as if they had never existed. In their place, an infinity symbol had appeared on his chest, horizontally situated. This symbol not only represented infinity but also the endless loop of time. Looking at the mark on his chest, Song Jian sighed and muttered to himself. It's a bit regretful that I have not grasped the laws of the world, but at least the journey has not been in vain. With this time law mark, my trip has been worthwhile. At the last moment, A failure to comprehend led to the loss of control over the time law's power. Originally, Song Jian would have gained nothing after self-destructing, but in the end, he gave up on the Night Slayer hexagram array diagram and various spirit talismans embedded on it to obtain this time law mark. This mark seemed like a seed of the time law's power. As long as it existed, Song Jian could enter a state of comprehending the time law at any moment. However, there were daily restrictions on the duration and frequency of comprehension. As long as Song Jian continued to comprehend the time law, once he reached the pinnacle of the legendary realm, he would one day fully master its power. And even now, he was not incapable of using the time law. He could use an ability similar to predicting the future 3 times a day, allowing him to see a vision 2 seconds into his own future. Song Jian had experienced the effectiveness of this ability before. It was like having 3 chances each day to dodge fatal injuries. Critical moment, divine skill, instant cast, skill effect, an active skill that allows the user to foresee events within the next 3 seconds when activated. This divine skill involves the time law, and once triggered, the future will change. Passive effect, when the user's life is in critical danger, it will also be passively triggered, foreseeing events within the next 3 seconds. This skill can only be used 3 times a day, and it cools down and resets at midnight. This was a divine skill involving the time law, Song Jian's first supernatural ability. But the most important thing was not the ability itself, rather the law mark that contained the power of the time law, which had given rise to this divine skill. As long as I can control this law mark, comprehending the time law is only a matter of time, Song Jian thought, stroking the mark on his chest. Chapter 1428, The Ape Master for the Time Law Seal. Song Jian's losses were also substantial. The hexagram array diagram might not be as evidently effective as the Thousand Swords art, but its attributes had been silently at work all along. Especially those talismans, each with powerful effects. Morphing into Dark Cloud combined defense, evasion, and attack, truly an all-in-one offense and defense system. It could also absorb the essence of the moon in the darkness of night, which was one of the most important means for Song Jian to constantly enhance his physical condition. The Dragon Blood Talisman increased Song Jian's vitality points and spirit points, as well as his attack damage, adding the effect of Dragon Might to his injuries. The Lion Hawk Beast Bloodline Charm could enhance his attributes and also allow the summoning of Wings of Steel. The Wings of Steel not only granted Song Jian the ability to fly but could also be used as a shield to defend his whole body. The Undead Bone Charm could summon 3 bone shields, another all-in-one offense and defense existence, particularly effective in group battles with formidable power. The Monster Eye Talisman was a charm Song Jian had only recently acquired and had used only a few times before it was devoured as nourishment by the Time Law Seal. Looking back now, he still felt somewhat regretful. But if he had to do it all over again and exchange the hexagram array diagram for the Time Law Seal, he would make the swap without hesitation. After all, the Time Law possessed infinite potential and could even be considered the foundation of Song Jian's ascension to godhood. As long as he could fully control the Time Law, Song Jian was confident he could take that most crucial, significant step. Caressing the seal on his chest that felt branded on, Song Jian's face betrayed neither sorrow nor joy. He had only taken a small step toward mastering the Time Law. Without future opportunities, this small step might well be the last one he would take in his lifetime. Having emerged from the breach, Song Jian looked toward the distant stone forest, a hint of regret on his face. That was the Paso fruit tree, capable of bearing Pajio fruits that enabled one to comprehend the power of law. Fruits of incalculable value. If he could claim them as his own, Song Jian would no more fear the lack of opportunities to further comprehend the time law. At that moment, a sudden flash of inspiration struck Song Jian. This was within a space-time rift, with no tree of life as on Earth. If he could plant his own tree of life, he would forge a connection with this fragment of the universe. When the tree of life grew, he could use it to return to this fragmented universe. Thinking this, excitement spread across Song Jian's face as he pulled out a life seed from his inventory. Song Jian had previously acquired 2 life seeds. One had already been planted on Earth and was slowly growing. The other, he had planned to refashion into a potion to enhance his innate skills, but he had been wary of the tree elf and had put it off until now. The life seed planted on Earth was a not and thus incomplete seed, while this one was a whole life seed. Without the game world supportive bonuses, Song Jian wouldn't even be able to brand it with his own vitality. Song Jian laughed heartily, leaping into the air. He stepped onto a flying sword and sped towards the life forest. The most suitable place to plant the tree of life. Back in the life forest, Song Jian immediately sensed several immense presences rapidly approaching him. Looking up, there was the emerald giant serpent, the elf loss, the spider being Caslo, and several other powerful beings Song Jian had never seen before, all converging towards him. Human, the life forest does not welcome you. said the elf lost coldly, raising her bow and arrow to stop Song Jian's approach. Human, it has been many days without sensing your presence. We thought you had perished in the silent stone forest. But to our surprise, you are still alive. Tell me, have you seen the Paso fruit tree? The emerald giant serpent asked with an almost human-like smile. Looking at a group of beings from the legendary realm eyeing him greedily, Song Jian felt enormous pressure. The weakest among these monsters before him was in the early stages of the legendary realm, and several were at the peak of the legendary realm, just like the emerald python. A match for them, Song Jian, even with the divine ability critical moment that involved the time law, was no match for them. Ladies and gentlemen, my visit this time is to make amends for the faults I committed previously. Song Jian said with a respectful fist and palm salute towards the several legendary realm monsters. Make amends for your faults, giggle, that's hilarious. Do you mean to say you can resurrect those 13 ancient trees you destroyed? Spider Caslow giggled, a sharp coldness flickering in her eyes. For those creatures living in the life forest, be it the scorched earth or the silent stone forest, they were all archenemies, constantly scheming to encroach upon the regions of the life forest. Once the range of the life forest was reduced, the habitats and hunting territories for these creatures dwelling in the life forest would naturally shrink. As such, every ancient tree in the life forest was incredibly precious to them, sometimes even worth defending with their lives. Song Jian's arrival had directly destroyed 13 ancient trees. Were it not for the fact that Song Jian possessed special flames capable of burning the life forest, these legendary realm powerhouses would have ensured he paid with his life. Seeing the menacing demeanor of these legendary realm monsters, Song Jian gave a slight smile and produced the seed of life from his bosom, showing it to them. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the seed of the tree of life. I can plant it here as compensation, Song Jian said softly. What, the seed of the tree of life? How is this possible? A monkey covered in white hair stared dumbfounded at the seed in Song Jian's palm, his face filled with shock. Song Jian turned to look at the white-haired monkey, who was hunched over with a face full of wrinkles, looking very old. However, upon careful observation, one could see that this white-haired monkey had an extremely robust physique, and under the fur, his muscles were as hard as rock and brimming with explosive power, while his gaze was as sharp as a sword, piercing one's heart. Peak of the legendary realm. No, there's a familiar scent emanating from its body. That's the aura of the power of law. This is a peak legendary realm being who has grasped the power of law. Song Jian was surprised in his heart. Such a monkey was only a matter of time before breaking through the legendary realm, and perhaps by the next time he came here, the other party would already be a demigod-level powerhouse. Ape Master, what is the Tree of Life? Spider Caslow asked curiously, and the other powerhouses also looked like curious babies, staring at the white-haired monkey. Song Jian was taken aback. These legendary realm powerhouses didn't even know what the Tree of Life was. It was common knowledge for beings in the legendary realm. Chapter 1429, Planting the Tree of Life. The Tree of Life is a divine object that sustains the existence of heaven and earth. The white-furred monkey man said, his eyes fixed on the seed of life in Song Jian's palm, speaking softly. Only in worlds where the Tree of Life exists can they exist eternally. Song Jian stood quietly in place, waiting for the white-furred monkey man to explain to the other beings of the legendary realm what the Tree of Life was and what functions it had. Master Monkey, are you saying that if our world has a Tree of Life, it can evolve continuously and become a complete grand world? The emerald giant python asked with a face full of surprise. I can only say there's a chance. After all, growing into a grand world is extremely difficult, but as long as the world we live in can grow into a minor grand world, it can exist eternally, and we will not die because of a sudden collapse of the world one day, the white-furred monkey man said with a laugh. That's wonderful. All the beings of the legendary realm cheered and leaped for joy. Being in the game world, Song Jian could never understand the despair of the beings in the fragmented universe, the feeling that no matter how strong you are, life and death are not under your control, that at any time, in any place, you might die because the peace of heaven and earth you're in suddenly collapses. After all, they are in an extremely tiny fragmented universe. You're really willing to plant the Tree of Life here? The white-furred monkey man asked excitedly. Of course, as long as you're willing. Song Jian said with a smile, knowing from the expressions of these beings of the legendary realm that the matter was almost certainly settled. Surrounded by a group of beings from the legendary realm, Song Jian went to the place where he had landed 3 months ago. Although some time had passed, he could still see the ancient trees that had been knocked down, the charred stumps, and the almost completely barren ground around them. In the emerald green forest, this place looked like a scar, quite unsightly. Song Jian walked to the center of this scorched earth, casually dug a hole, buried the seed of life, and after a short wait, he could feel the seed of life crack open, its fine roots striving to burrow into the soil. In no time at all, the Tree of Life's root system enveloped an area of several tens of meters. Moreover, a thick main root kept probing downwards as if vowing to penetrate the whole planet. After a while, the beings of the life forest still hadn't seen the seed of life germinate and emerge from the ground, and they started to panic and whispered among themselves, as they had not imprinted their own breath on the seed of life and couldn't sense that it had already begun to take root and sprout. "Master Monkey, what is?" a creature asked softly. The white-furred monkey man waved his hand. He could sense that this piece of burnt earth had undergone some subtle changes. However, as for the seed of life, the white-furred monkey man was always unable to detect its growth. In his perception, the location of the seed of life seemed like a black hole, constantly devouring everything around it, even swallowing a small part of his perceivable consciousness when it approached. "Be patient and wait," the white-furred monkey man said softly. After waiting for more than an hour, Songjian finally felt that the roots of the seed of life seemed to have extended into a space of void. A smile appeared on his lips. If the roots of the seed of life touched the void, it meant that it could now draw nutrients from the void on its own. At this point, the tree of life could be considered successfully planted. "Phew, it's a success," Songjian said with a laugh. The emerald giant python glanced at the charred soil where nothing was visible, and several question marks immediately appeared on its forehead. Spider creature? Elf loss? White-furred ape-men? Other creatures? Just as everyone was bewildered, the ground suddenly started shaking as if an earthquake had struck, and then, a python burst forth from the soil, growing towards the sky at an astonishing speed. Watching the seed of life soar into the heavens like a giant dragon, everyone's faces showed a look of surprise. They stared dumbfounded at the rapidly growing seed of life. While ascending, the seed of life became thicker and stronger, and in a short while, it had turned into a massive tree with a diameter exceeding 100 meters. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The ancient trees nearby also made a joyous sound, as if celebrating the arrival of a king, and at the same time, a fresh fragrant scent filled the air. Songjian knew that this was the spirit energy released by the seed of life while growing. As the tree of life grew, this realm would gradually be nourished by the spirit energy, advancing to the next level. The growth of the seed of life lasted for an entire 15 minutes before it slowly came to a halt. Then the whole tree of life started to appear insubstantial, flickering in and out of existence like a phantom. From then on, although the tree of life was rooted in this fragment universe, in actuality it had merged into the void, drawing nutrients from it for self-growth, unharmed by anyone. Spirit energy, this is spirit energy, we've succeeded, this realm is saved, we are saved. The white-furred ape-man roared excitedly, pounding his chest vigorously with his hands. Other creatures also cheered and jumped for joy, their faces full of excitement. Their gazes towards Songjian became even more friendly. "Thank you, human, from now on, you're a friend of the life forest. If you have any requests, please feel free to ask, and we will do our utmost to fulfill them." The white-furred ape-man seemed to have grown younger as well, bowing to Songjian and saying. Songjian waved his hand and smiled. "I just wanted to make up for my previous mistakes. I'm also very happy that the tree of life can take root and sprout here, to save this realm." The tree of life, now imprinted with his aura, was like an extension of himself. Once the tree of life grew for a while more, and when it reached maturity, Songjian would be able to use it to position this fragment universe and enter here at any time, just like in the real world. Once the tree of life in the real world grew, he would be able to return to the real world from the game world whenever he wanted. Paso fruit tree, Pajuo fruit, power of law, all of you belong to me. Songjian looked up towards the silent stone forest, knowing he could return to this fragment universe at any moment, thus the Paso fruit tree within the silent stone forest would eventually be his for the taking. One must know, possessing a Paso fruit tree is tantamount to having an endless supply of the power of law, as each Pajuo fruit contained randomly assorted powers. This means, in the near future, Songjian would even be able to sell Pajuo fruits harboring various powers of law. At this thought, Songjian's heart suddenly heated up. Even a legendary realm powerhouse couldn't possess such wealth. Just as Songjian was in high spirits, a system prompt suddenly appeared in front of him. "System, the Doomsday Cruise journey is about to end. Please contribute enough treasures as fare. If the value of the treasures contributed isn't enough for the fare, you will remain in this temporal node forever." Chapter 1430, Only 6 people returned. Indeed, there's no such thing as a free lunch. A cold smile appeared on Songjian's face. The passengers boarding the ghost ship, though called passengers, were in fact all working for it. Those skeletons of theirs didn't need to risk entering the fragmentary universe to reap benefits. It was a business that was all gain and no loss. Songjian looked at a scale-like phantom image that had appeared before him and tossed a piece of gold-quality equipment from his inventory onto it. This was a spoil of war Song Jian had obtained from hunting monsters before embarking on the Doomsday Cruise journey, a piece of level 80 gold quality equipment, which was worth some money. After tossing the equipment onto it, a progress bar appeared above the scale phantom with a total of 10 cells, and at that moment, the progress bar had only advanced to 1/10 of the first cell. In other words, in order to fill up the progress bar, he needed to contribute 100 pieces of similar equipment, and Song Jian's face suddenly changed dramatically. You must know, level 80 gold quality equipment was worth tens of millions of Doomsday coins each, and 100 pieces amounted to over 1 billion Doomsday coins. Such a massive number would be daunting even for Song Jian, let alone others. Song Jian didn't believe that everyone boarding the ghost ship this time could produce treasures worth over 1 billion. The passage fee for this Doomsday Cruise journey is a bit too steep, Song Jian said with a grim face, speaking in a low voice. At this time, a line of explanation appeared in a system window in front of him. It turned out that the passage fee wasn't fixed but was determined based on how much each traveler gained. The greater the bounty from the fragmentary universe, the higher the fee; the lower the bounty, the lower the fee. Sometimes, even just surviving and peacefully passing 7 days in the fragmentary universe could grant one a free return trip on the ghost ship. However, free passages were rare, as every traveler who boarded the ghost ship brimmed with confidence in their strength and sought fortune. It was unlikely they would hide in a safe place after entering the fragmentary universe just to pass 7 days. Song Jian glanced at his inventory, which was not short of items, but there were few worth over 1 billion Doomsday coins, and he was reluctant to part with any of them. After a long hesitation, Song Jian gritted his teeth and took out the shriveled Pajio fruit, placing it on the scale phantom. In an instant, the progress bar reached full value. The scale phantom slowly faded away, and the shriveled Pajio fruit also vanished. Although the power of law contained within had been consumed completely, the Pajio fruit itself was a top-grade alchemy material with considerable value. Brought back to the game world, it would fetch far more than 1 billion Doomsday coins. After the disappearance of the scale phantom, Song Jian faintly sensed a pulling force emerging from the void, growing stronger and stronger. He did not resist but went with the force, slowly floating upwards, and soon turned into a beam of white light that shot into the sky. In a blink, a feeling of weightlessness surfaced in his heart, but it was only momentary, and Song Jian soon had the sensation of solid ground beneath his feet. Opening his eyes, he saw that he had returned to the deck of the ghost ship. He, Song Jian, do you feel like you've suffered a loss? The captain's eye sockets blazed with fire, and although he laughed, Song Jian could sense endless fury burning within him, as well as a hint of killing intent aimed solely at him. The power of law isn't so easy to comprehend. With only third-order combat power, the chances of you understanding the power of law are less than 1 in 10,000. Even if you were some kind of once-in-lifetime genius, it's impossible to grasp the power of law with only one law fruit. It's simply a waste. Captain Swo seemed to be in agony over this. Although he could now borrow the power of the Reaper, his own strength was just at the peak of the legendary realm. Had he obtained the Pajio fruit, he was certain he could have comprehended the power of law it contained. However, Captain Swo didn't know that the Pajio fruit contained the time law. Otherwise, he wouldn't be as confident as he was now, given that time and space laws are among the most difficult powers of law to comprehend in the entire universe. Indeed, it's a bit of a pity. If I could have had a few more, perhaps I would have been successful. Song Jian shook his head and sighed, his face full of regret. Those with the power of law emanate a special fluctuation which legendary realm powerhouses can sense. Captain Swo, upon seeing Song Jian appear on the deck, stared intently at him but did not feel the vibrations of the power of law on him. Thus, he was sure that the Pajio fruit Song Jian had swallowed was wasted. Damn it, if only it were given to me. Captain Swo said through gritted teeth. The items you offered just weren't attractive enough, otherwise I would have traded with you. Song Jian shrugged nonchalantly. Captain Swo was immediately dumbstruck. The highest grade of items he offered was only of the legendary realm, which to others, a piece of legendary quality gear would excite them for days. You. Captain Swo let out a low growl, feeling that Song Jian was deceiving and humiliating him. At that moment, Song Jian revealed the quality glow of his equipment. Instantly, the purple gold radiance dazzled, his entire body was clad in legendary gear, with only 2 or 3 epic pieces here and there. That outfit left Captain Swo speechless and frozen in place with a stunned expression. The glow of quality on Song Jian's equipment flashed and was gone. In reality, many of his gear pieces could no longer keep up with his level, being around level 50 or 60. The only set he could show off, the endless hunting suit, was also obtained on the ghost ship. If the display had lasted any longer, Captain Swo naturally could have noticed something amiss. But it was just a flash of quality, and Captain Swo had no time to check the attributes in detail. Could it really be because the items I offered were of such poor quality that he didn't trade with me? It's all my fault. Captain Suo's thoughts spun in his head. It's because of my own shortcomings that I missed this opportunity, because I'm too poor. While Captain Suo was drowning in self-doubt, white lights began rising one after another on the deck, as those passengers who had survived the 7 days in the fragmented universe gradually returned to the ghost ship. 1, 2, 3, 4. Squinting his eyes, Song Jian counted while observing the other passengers. Over 100 had boarded the ghost ship, nearly half had died in the first round. More than 10 disembarked, so at least 30 must have entered the fragmented universe. But now, only 6 had returned. One of them had developed 2 1-inch horns on his head, and patches of purple-black small scales were visible on the exposed areas of his neck, clearly having fused with the bloodline of a strange beast and undergone a mutation in the fragmented universe. Besides him, the aura of the others had significantly intensified. Although their levels had not increased, their strength had improved a lot, at least several times compared to before they entered the fragmented universe. The force of death. Song Jian narrowed his eyes and turned to look at the last person to board the deck. Clearly a living human, Song Jian felt a strong force of death from him, surprisingly untouched and perfectly coexisting with his flesh. This truly impossible scenario was unfolding right before Song Jian's eyes. If Song Jian had not obtained the Pajhuo fruit, then the biggest beneficiary of this doomsday cruise journey would undoubtedly be the youth permeated with the force of death before him. No wonder so many people want to board the ghost ship, there really are such miracles that can occur. Song Jian was deeply shocked, thinking to himself. Chapter 1431, The Final Reward. The force of death possessed an extremely strong erosive power that could erode not only the flesh but also the mind and soul. Therefore, players who took up professions like necromancer would inevitably transform themselves into undead beings, without exception. However, now, Song Jian had discovered on someone a perfect fusion of the force of death with the life force, indistinguishable from each other and without the slightest sign of erosion. Maybe sensing Song Jian's gaze, Kazekage turned his head and showed Song Jian a simple and honest smile, then took out a black pill from his inventory and swallowed it. Song Jian was taken aback. That meatball, with its somewhat peculiar color, was full of the force of death. If an ordinary person dared to put it in their mouth, no, even if they just touched it, they would turn into an undead being due to the force of death's infection. But the person in front of him had simply thrown it into his mouth and even showed a look of enjoyment on his face, which completely overturned Song Jian's previous knowledge. After waiting for a while, no more passengers returned to the ghost ship, and at this point, Captain Suo seemed to have also come to his senses, staring at the 6 returning passengers and saying, "Lucky ones, I trust you've all obtained what you wanted. Congratulations, now it's time for you to receive your rewards." Having said this, the whole ghost ship began to vibrate, and streams of light appeared above the deck, constantly dancing around the 6 passengers. Ha ha ha, the final rewards are these. These streams of light are condensed from purple crystal essences. They come in different colors, and the deeper the color, the more purple crystal essence they contain. How much you'll gain will depend on your skill. Captain Suo laughed heartily. The purple crystal essences within these streams of light were actually the result of each passenger's monster hunting at the time-space nodes. The ghost ship had actually taken a portion, releasing only about 70%. This was akin to a team hunting monsters, with the spoils ultimately divided among a few people. These individuals naturally had a huge advantage, but how much one gained still depended on their own skill. Song Jian's eyes brightened. After his level had increased to over 100, every level up required the hunting of a vast number of monsters or acquiring a large amount of purple crystals. Sometimes, Song Jian even wanted to return to that purple crystal mine for another plunder, but most of the purple crystals there had been devoured by the abyssal magic vine, leaving only scraps. Besides, with the abyssal humans guarding it, the effort wasn't worth the reward, so Song Jian eventually gave up the idea. Now, with the opportunity to quickly increase his level before him, Song Jian naturally wouldn't pass it up, and he targeted a stream of light nearest to him and reached out to grab it. But these streams of light were like slippery fish. The moment Song Jian's fingers touched them, they twisted as though startled and quickly slipped away from his fingertips. The other 5 were no less determined, all making grabs for the streams of light, but several minutes passed and not one person managed to catch any. The seemingly clumsy actions of these people caused the skeletal crew to burst into laughter. It seemed to be a standard entertainment on the ghost ship. Although the passengers felt frustrated, they had no choice but to try even harder to catch the streams of light. Just then, Kazekage suddenly pulled a string of green candied hawthorns from his bosom and waved it at one of the streams of light. The stream that had already escaped his grasp paused suddenly, and there was even a tendency for the stream to be attracted to the hawthorns, as if wanting to fly towards them. A flash of joy appeared on Gozuki's face, and he quickly grabbed the stream of light in his hand, laughing heartily. Soon the pale yellow stream of light, upon being caught by Gozuki, rapidly fused with him, and in no time it had completely integrated into his body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Gozuki's body flashed with white light, and he actually rose 3 levels consecutively. This scene made the other passengers green with envy. Advancing 3 levels at once could save them several months of effort. After attracting a stream of light, the green sugared hawthorns in Gozuki's hand turned a pale red, and the top one even turned a deep crimson. Gozuki looked at the string of sugared hawthorns in his hand with a regretful expression. He opened his mouth, bit into the deepest red hawthorn at the top, and chewed vigorously, then carefully tucked away the sugared hawthorns, which now only had 3 fruits left, into his bosom. These streams of light, they have their own will. Having witnessed the entire process of Gozuki capturing the streams of light, Songjian suddenly had a flash of insight in his mind. The string of sugared hawthorns must be a prop for using some kind of enticing skill. Since it's possible to employ such a skill on the streams of light, it indicates that the streams possess self-awareness. Realizing this wasn't actually of much use to Songjian, as he had no similar skills at his disposal. However, Songjian possessed skills far more formidable than any enticement ability. Staring at a stream of light, Songjian reached out his hand to grasp it. Captain Suo watched Songjian with great enthusiasm, as if Songjian's failure would amuse him more than the others. Just then, Songjian reached out again, but this time, instead of extending his hand towards the closest stream of light, he reached out more than a meter away to a spot without any streams of light. At that moment, another player was vigorously attempting to capture an orange-red stream of light. Just as he was about to seize it, the orange-red stream suddenly accelerated and slipped through his fingers. The player, with an expression of disappointment on his face, watched the escaping stream of light, only to be surprised to discover that Songjian had actually grabbed it firmly. It looked as if Songjian had casually reached out his hand and the stream had willingly burrowed into his palm. Critical moment. One could sense what would happen in the next 3 seconds, and see the scenes that would unfold within those 3 seconds. Looking at the struggling orange-red stream of light in his hand, Songjian felt somewhat moved. This divine ability was incredibly powerful. This was just one among the divine laws, merely a consolation prize for not comprehending the time law. If he could truly control the time law, Songjian wondered how strong he would become, an expectation filling his heart. Whoosh, swish. The orange-red stream of light struggled only briefly before completely relenting. It merged with Songjian's body, and in an instant, a massive amount of battle experience poured in, allowing Songjian's level to soar by 2, reaching level 105. This orange-red stream of light contained more precious essence than the pale yellow one Gozuki had captured earlier. But since Songjian's level was already so high, it resulted in just a 2-level rise. What a pity, this skill can only be used 3 times a day, leaving only 2 chances left. With these 2 opportunities, I must capture the 2 streams of light that contain the most purple crystal essence. Songjian's eyes shone with excitement as he stared at the fluttering streams of light and thought to himself. Chapter 1432, Predicting Trajectories. Captain Suo stared at Songjian, astonished to see him actually catch an orange-red streak of light. What? How's that possible? It seemed as if Songjian casually reached out his hand and the streak of light obediently burrowed into his palm, appearing as though it willingly threw itself into the net. Compared to others, it was far too easy. Why is this happening? How did he do it? Captain Suo's eyes blazed with an even fiercer flame, as if he had discovered something quite incredible. Songjian narrowed his eyes, focusing on the constantly dancing streaks of light in the air. Captain Suo had said that the darker the streak, the more purple crystal essence it contained, and the more battle experience it could provide. Now, with only 2 opportunities left to use his supernatural abilities, he couldn't afford to waste them. Songjian set his sights on a deep purple streak and a dark gold streak. Among all the streaks of light, these 2 were the deepest in color. No, there was also a pure black streak of light, but it looked lazy, as if it was fixed in the void, barely moving. Moreover, this pure black streak gave Songjian a vague sense of danger, leading him to immediately give up on capturing it. Songjian, focusing on the deep purple streak, began to use his supernatural abilities. Critical moment. Swish. Songjian's thoughts flickered like the speed of light, and the scenes of the next 3 seconds almost instantly appeared before his eyes. Using the supernatural ability hardly required any consumption, but it was not something just anyone could withstand. 3 seconds of future time compressed into an instant would cause an ordinary person's head to explode the moment they used such an ability. Even Songjian, having stepped into the legendary realm, would have his body directly collapse if he dared to use such an ability without the time law sigil. As Songjian used the ability again, The time law sigil on his chest turned red hot, as if it were a branding iron, instantly radiating thousands of degrees of heat. A sudden sharp pain rushed from his chest, causing Song Jian to cry out involuntarily, his face contorted in agony, but he endured the pain and directly used the Soul Wonder ability, shooting towards the sky like lightning. Whoosh! The same scene as before played out again, the deep purple streak of light, as if purposely heading towards Song Jian's palm, was effortlessly caught in his grasp. This time, the struggle of the deep purple streak was much fiercer than the orange-red one before, and biting pains, as if jaws full of fangs covered its surface, gnawed at Song Jian's palm. Song Jian endured the pain, his head throbbing fiercely, a sensation of being seared emanating from his chest, and a tearing agony in his palm. Song Jian's forehead was drenched in sweat, his body standing as rigid as iron, motionless. Although his vitality points didn't suffer any loss, the mental anguish was 100 times worse than the physical pain. After a long struggle, Song Jian finally fell to his knees on the deck, but his right hand still tightly gripped the deep purple streak, until it stopped moving and then burst with a bang, turning into sparkling particles that merged into his body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. This time, Song Jian's level shot up by 5, his body bursting forth with 5 beams of white light, a scene that turned other players green with envy. 5 levels, he actually jumped 5 levels at once, and now his level has turned into the skeleton rank. My god, did his level soar to 110? Why is it so easy for him to capture these light streams, while I can't even catch one? It's so hard. The other 5, except for Goziki who was only slightly surprised, stared at Song Jian with undisguised envy, their expressions full of longing. One even gave up on capturing the light streams and focused solely on Song Jian's movements. At this moment, Song Jian felt weak all over, kneeling on the deck, taking deep breaths. Typically, a player would return to their optimal state after leveling up, whether in terms of vitality points, spirit points, or sword chi value, all would be instantly replenished, no matter how much was expended. But now Song Jian felt completely enervated, as if entering a state of virtual weakness, yet his status bar showed no adverse effects. Could it be that he has mastered the power of law? No, impossible, there's not a trace of the power of law on him, not even a smidgen. He cannot have mastered it. But then why can't he see through the trajectory of the light streams? Although Captain Suo appeared calm, internally it was as if a level 12 typhoon was raging, fixating on Song Jian without moving an inch. Song Jian was utterly drained, unable to muster a shred of strength, but this also made him realize that he could not use the Soul Wonder skill consecutively. Although it would still be successful, the consequences were too severe. If he used it twice in a row and didn't manage to defeat his opponent, then he would be entirely incapacitated. No matter, I still have the Shattered Divine Realm. Unless I encounter a strong opponent who has grasped the space law and can use skills like a time-space anchor to lock down the entire space, they'll never be able to kill me. Song Jian chuckled, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Captain Suo, seeing that everyone else was watching Song Jian and not trying to capture the light streams, couldn't help but snort and said, "You only have half an hour. Once time's up, these light streams will flee into the void, and you'll leave empty-handed, without any mission rewards. All those who entered the time-space node and cosmic fragments must offer a portion of their treasure as a ship's due to the ghost ship, and in return, the ghost ship won't be stingy. It will multiply the combat experience everyone gains from hunting monsters in the cosmic fragments by 10 and give it back as light streams to those who survive the journey. This system benefits both sides and also serves to reduce the resentment of the passengers who return alive. Otherwise, if they were to spread bad word, who would want to embark on the Doomsday Cruise journey?" However, Captain Suo obviously didn't want to just hand over the light streams to them but made them capture it themselves, so it all came down to ability. If you were capable, like Song Jian, you could gain several levels at once. If not, you'd have to watch helplessly as others leveled up. He seems to be able to see the trajectory of the light streams, even predicting their movement in the future. Captain Suo was deeply shocked, as such ability was beyond ordinary skills. Time law, only by mastering the time law could one have such supernatural abilities. No, it's impossible. How could that be? He's only 3rd tier in combat power. If it were some other more common law, perhaps it would be possible, but one of the top 3 laws, the time law? How could he possibly comprehend it? Captain Suo roared internally, the shadow of the death god manifesting again behind him. From within the black void silhouette, a pair of blood-red eyes intensely focused on Song Jian, eager to discern every detail of his movements. Chapter 1433, Changing the Future. After a full 15 minutes of rest, Song Jian finally recovered, stood up, and looked up at the shining lights above him. At this point, the number of lights had diminished significantly. Although they moved swiftly and reacted quickly, their resistance to negative states was weak. With skills like temptation or slowing restrictions, capturing them was quite easy. The deeper the color of the light flow, the stronger its resistance to negative states, while the paler the light flow, the weaker the resistance. After discovering this characteristic, the other travelers simply ignored the deep-colored light flows, focusing on capturing the paler ones. Even though they gained less combat experience, catching several pale light flows could sum up to the value of a single deep-colored one, as there was only a time limit for capturing with no restriction on the number of captures. By the time Song Jian had recovered, only a few of the darkest colored light flows remained floating in the sky. Dark gold, pitch black, deep blue, milky white, emerald green, crimson red. Song Jian scrutinized the light flows in the void closely. Now, there were only 9 darker light flows left above the ghost ship. Some of the travelers sighed as they looked at the light flows while others still worked hard to capture them. Goziki held only the last candy gourd in his hand. The gourd had now returned to its previous emerald color, and Goziki started chanting softly, employing a special skill. His target was the milky white light flow. This milky white light flow was the weakest among them in terms of both length and color depth. Goziki was confident he could capture it. However, it seemed he wasn't the only one with his eye on the milky white light flow. At least 3 other people were also targeting it. The candy gourd in Goziki's hand emitted an alluring scent. The milky white light flow seemed to sense something and started to drift slowly in Goziki's direction, while the other light flows remained oblivious as if the scent was only targeting the milky white one. Come here, come here, come here. Goziki's incantation was not in the common tongue but in the language of the undead. To cast death-related spells, one had to use the language of the undead, and moreover, the skill level had to be raised to expert level to work. As the milky white light flow drew closer, a smug smile appeared on Goziki's face. This string of corruption temptation candy gourd took dozens of precious materials, and after 3 failed attempts, Goziki had finally succeeded in crafting it. These precious materials had to be gathered from the drops of powerful undead creatures. To complete this candy gourd, he had to hunt at least 100 elite-level bosses to gather all the necessary ingredients. Depending on the grade, the candy gourd would have 7, 5, or 3 pieces, corresponding to superior, medium, and inferior quality. It's said that beyond superior quality, there's even a 9-piece supreme quality, but that was too difficult for Goziki to attain. After 3 consecutive failures, Goziki finally crafted a medium-quality string of candy gourds. Each candy gourd could tempt a powerful boss monster. If maintained for a long enough duration, it could even turn the boss monster into a temporary combat pet to assist in combat. Goziki had already used one before and, upon returning to the deck, decided to try it on a light flow. To his surprise, it succeeded immediately, exciting Goziki immensely. Having used 3 candy gourds in a row, he succeeded twice. The only failure occurred when Goziki attempted to tempt a pitch black light flow. The skill had barely been activated when the candy gourd, serving as the skill's conduit, exploded on the spot, giving Goziki quite the scare. Since then, he dared not set his sights on those deeply colored light flows. Just as Goziki was filled with triumphant joy, convinced that he was about to capture the milky white radiance, a person beside him suddenly dashed towards it, casting a slowing spell in the process that reduced the light's speed by 30%. Thinking to snatch the prey from the tiger's mouth, huh? Doesn't even assess his own strength. Goziki snorted coldly, ready to cast an ability to attack that person, but saw another player had already raised their sniper rifle, aiming at the one who dove towards the radiance. Bang! A foot-long flame burst from the barrel. A sniper bullet the length of a palm struck the temple of the man lunging for the radiance, instantly reducing over 8,000 vitality points and bringing him to the brink of death with less than 3% remaining. By this time, the ghost ship had left the space-time rift, and a vast blue planet appeared before everyone's eyes. In the blink of an eye, the ghost ship entered the planet's atmosphere. The battle on the deck continued, and the sniper, his eyes filled with ferocity, figured since he had already attacked the other, why not take this chance to finish him off? Otherwise, he would be inviting a formidable enemy. None who had survived the 7-day doomsday cruise journey were easy to deal with. Just as the sniper was about to aim at the man lying on the deck, now in a dying state, he saw a golden light envelop the other, and his figure began to fade. However, the venomous gaze the man gave him before disappearing sent a chill down his spine. Gentlemen, you have only the last 3 minutes left. Once the time is up, these radiants will vanish into the void. Captain Suo suddenly announced. We have now entered the main plane. Those who wish to leave may do so at any time. However, those who stay can enjoy a free 1-day tour of Naga Island. No sooner had Suo's words ended than Song Jian, like a cheetah spotting its prey, lunged at the dark gold radiance drifting in the air. Among all the radiance, Apart from the pure black one, only the dark gold radiance was the deepest in color and seemed all the denser. It definitely contained a substantial amount of purple crystal essence. How dare he? Goziki's face was full of astonishment. With only 5 people left on the deck, aside from Goziki diligently tempting the milky white radiance, the others were just dumbfoundedly watching Song Jian, not understanding why he would so recklessly attempt to capture the radiance second only to the pure black one. Seeing Song Jian make his move, Captain Suo suddenly snorted coldly, a gleam of light flashing between his fingers. On closer inspection, it was actually a silver-white coin. Clink. A crisp striking sound suddenly rang in Song Jian's ears, as if a bronze bell had been struck. Song Jian's mind went blank, and his movements momentarily experienced a slight halt. His right hand, which should have intercepted the path of the dark gold radiance, shook violently, and the radiance brushed past his fingertips, slipping away quietly. The future can actually be changed. Song Jian's face turned pale as he abruptly turned to look at Captain Suo. Chapter 1434 Inventory of Gains. The future I saw wasn't supposed to be like this. Song Jian's face turned unsightly as he glanced toward Captain Suo. The silver coin at the captain's fingertips was crumbling at a speed visible to the naked eye, disintegrating into tiny fragments of silver dust that slowly vanished. Turns out, it wasn't the time law at all, but merely a touch upon the mere surface of the time domain. Hey, Captain Suo stared at Song Jian, his face revealing a ferocious smile. If Captain Suo hadn't made his move, Song Jian would have captured another streak of dark gold light, which could have raised his level by at least 5, saving him 3 to 5 years of leveling time. However, Captain Suo used an extremely precious misfortune silver coin to touch upon the threads of Song Jian's destiny, triggering a chain reaction that caused the 3-second scene Song Jian had previously witnessed to change. Doing this had no benefit for Captain Suo at all, it was an act of self-harm rather than good. He would rather waste an incredibly valuable item than see Song Jian gain more benefits, showing just how malicious his nature was. But now Captain Suo could also confirm that the fruit Song Jian had obtained contained the power of the time law, and the mere thought of possibly comprehending the time law made Captain Suo's heart feel as if it were being gnawed by millions of beetles. I was once just a step away from the most powerful laws. If I could comprehend the time law, I might directly become a divine servant of the death god. Damn it, Song Jian. Captain Suo gritted his teeth. Although he had interfered with Song Jian's capture of the light streak, he still didn't feel relieved at all. He even wished to tear Song Jian into a million pieces. Just then, time was up, and all the remaining streaks of light vanished, escaping into the void. In actuality, the essence contained within these lights was all swallowed by the ghost ship, used for its advancement. Let's leave. Song Jian glanced at Captain Suo and silently recited in his mind. Soon, Song Jian was enveloped in a white light and disappeared from the deck. At this moment, only 4 people remained on the deck. Upon seeing Song Jian leave, 2 more players immediately chose to leave as well, feeling that they had already harvested plenty and were not particularly interested in a one-day tour of Naga Island. Damn it, you sure ran fast. Captain Suo, who had already begun to plan how to trap Song Jian again on Naga Island, or even use the monsters there to kill him, hadn't expected Song Jian to choose to leave early. This left Captain Suo's vicious intentions empty and unfulfilled. Captain Suo, can we recruit some followers on Naga Island? I wonder if the Naga are powerful. One of the remaining 2 players asked curiously. Yeah, Naga Island is a newly opened map in the game. We didn't know how to get there before. Now that we're lucky enough to go, it'd be great to see it and brag to friends when we return, hee. The other player laughed. Hey, you will definitely find this trip worthwhile. Captain Suo looked at the 2, his face revealing a sinister smile. Followers, to capture Naga as followers, hey, you are more likely to become food for the Naga, rather than masters. Meanwhile, Song Jian had already appeared by the seaside where many players were killing monsters. This was a level 30 monster zone, with fast respawns, and the monsters here had a certain chance to drop valuable treasures like pearls and corals. Selling them in the system shop could make a handsome profit, hence many players enjoyed leveling up by fighting monsters by the sea. Seeing the sudden appearance of Song Jian, many players showed a look of curiosity. However, once they saw that Song Jian's level was at the skeleton rank, many players' complexions drastically changed. Some of them even fled to distant places as if Song Jian were a ferocious beast that had suddenly emerged. Song Jian returned to the City of Hope and began to take stock of his gains from this adventure.